ഇന്നലെ ഊരിയോ?
ചെക്ക് ചെക്ക്. ഹലോ, ഓക്കെ. ഇപ്പൊ എന്താ ചെയ്യേണ്ടത്? നിങ്ങൾ മൈക്കിൽ പറയും, എനിക്ക് കേൾക്കണോ? ഒരു നോയ്സ് ഉണ്ടല്ലോ, എന്താണോ റൂമില്? സൗണ്ട് കൂടുതൽ. എനിക്ക് ക്ലിയർ.
ഇത് കുഴപ്പമില്ല.
നിങ്ങൾ ആ ഡിവൈസിൽ ഇതുപോലെ സൗണ്ട് കുറക്കാൻ പറ്റില്ല, ഭയങ്കര കൂടുതലാണ്. ഇപ്പൊ ചെക്ക് ചെയ്താ ഒന്നും പറ്റില്ല. ഗുഡ് മോർണിംഗ്.
உள்ள இருந்து பேசுறதுனால அப்படி
check 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 check. Hey hey.
இல்லை ஸ்பீக்கர்.
Send the link. First second look. You will time check. You want WhatsApp?
WhatsApp, that's better.
Okay. But
I have the link ready.
okay. I'll give you.
Have you figured out how many online is there?
I'll tell you. So there are two online today.
One is there. Both are here.
Both are,
Nothing there.
and timing is also good. Approximate time.
So this will be the
Yellow
first.
is yeah.
Okay. And this is like maybe by 1 o'clock. No, 12:40, 12:30.
You can
Meera presenter, no?
okay. Got it?
Done. The same. If you have the other number also, I can share the link now itself.
Check. Okay. Okay. ഇത് മൊബൈൽ വെളിയിൽ കൊണ്ടുപോട്ടാ ഇവിടെ നിന്ന് അകത്തുനിന്ന് കേൾക്കാനാ ഹലോ ചെക്ക് കേൾക്കാം ചെക്ക് 1 2 3 ഗുഡ് മോർണിംഗ് എവരിവൺ
Link.
ഒരാളുടെ സ്പീക്കർ കുഴപ്പമാണ് മൊബൈൽ
ലൗഡ് സ്പീക്കർ ബെസ്റ്റ് അല്ലേ ലൗഡ് സ്പീക്കറിൽ സംസാരിക്കാമല്ലോ
ഹലോ അതൊക്കെ കേൾക്കണമല്ലേ ഹലോ ചെക്ക് ഹലോ 1 2 3 1 2 3 ചെക്ക് ഹലോ 1 2 3 1 2 3 ചെക്ക്
Hi, are you able to see me and hear me?
Check. Ma'am, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you see me and hear me?
Just a minute, ma'am, just a minute. ഇവിടുത്തെ വോളിയം. Ma'am, can you just talk?
Yeah, I was whether you can hear me.
Ma'am, I think your volume is little low.
The volume is I'm very loudly an echo back. Can you make because I'm getting loudly on my voices.
Ma'am, I think your network is also because your voice is getting break.
The voice is
Yes,
clean.
it's connected or Wi-Fi only, no, ma'am?
Yeah. It's connected.
Ama.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you are able to hear us, no, ma'am?
I think
Yeah. Now,
it's very disturbing. Why?
ma'am, just hold, ma'am.
Hi, can
Ma'am, we can hear you, but your voice is getting cut.
what do we do now? I just my personal problems. Is this better? Are you there?
Yeah, ma'am, yeah, we can hear you, but your voice is getting cut frequently.
Even now.
Can you continuously speak? Like one word is fine. Maybe a sentence.
Okay. So topic which will be is
No, ma'am, it's getting cut. It's getting cut.
It's getting cut.
Yes.
What are you going to do? I'm not sure. Let me call my.
Okay.
But meanwhile, it's try home. I've got to check the I can't.
It's not clear, ma'am. It's not clear. We cannot hear you.
No, there is echo. loud echo.
So,
Now I can't hear you at all.
just a moment, just a moment. Ma'am, can you speak now?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, it's
yeah, it's
very
very
loud.
loud.
Yeah, I can
Getting
reduce it. Yeah, I can reduce the levels for you. That's fine.
um
Okay,
okay,
very,
very good.
it's
It's
because
because
very
very
loud.
distracting.
So, yeah, how's the levels now?
Um, I'm
I'm
still
still
hearing
hearing
myself.
myself.
You are hearing yourselves. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
One thing, ma'am. Just a moment, ma'am. Yeah, check now, ma'am. Check. Is it
yeah,
clear now? Can you speak?
yeah.
that is perfect. Yes, that's perfect. And
And
is
is the
sorry, it's gone back. Is the connection still bad? Do I need to call IT?
No, ma'am. Is our audio clear to you? Are you hearing echo now?
No, I'm not hearing echo.
Yeah, it's
You
sorted now. So our audio is clear to you, right?
yes. What about mine to you?
Yours look fine now. Maybe you can speak for like one sentence or so sentence continuously to see if it's breaking.
Yeah, yeah, I'll do that. So I'm just trying to find out. I'm speaking only to you to test it. So don't worry. Oh, I'm looking at myself on the screen as well. Okay.
Yeah, ma'am.
Uh, Good day to everybody who's there. Uh,
Ma'am, it
yes,
seems fine now. Actually, it seems fine now.
perfect. Good.
Okay, so you can see us and hear us properly, right?
Yes.
Okay, ma'am. That's it. Thank you.
Hello. Hello and good morning to all the delegates who have come. I'm sorry it took a little while for Hall B to fill up, as it usually does, because, by law of gravity or whatever it is, Hall A gets the first lot, and then we start to have Hall B coming in. So I really thank the people who are seated here, because you took the trouble to come here. Thank you. So the first participant also of the day, like Hall B always has the good luck that many of our first participants are online, which gives us a little extra, time to connect everything. So thank you so much. And those who were here yesterday, welcome back. And those who just come today, good morning to you and welcome to Chennai. Those of you who are from Chennai, it's the best time of the year, December to February. And those who are coming from places like, Sweden and Copenhagen and Denmark, and those places, let me assure you that this is what you call summer in Copenhagen, is what we call deep winter in Chennai. So welcome. It's my great pleasure to invite my colleagues for the first session, which will be managed by Mr. Mikkel Hansen, who is one of the members of the WMTC steering committee. And his biodata is extremely scintillating. Mr. Mikkel Hansen holds a Master Mariner examination certificate from CMAC Svendborg International Maritime Academy and an MBA in shipping and logistics from CBS Copenhagen Business School. Mikkel is a co-founder of two startups, Aprendio, where he is the CEO, and Decarbon ICE, where he holds the position of a COO. In addition, Mikkel is a secretary for the Danish Society of Naval Architecture and Marine Engineering. After stepping ashore, he held two positions as Human Resource Director in Maersk for several years, and he's also been head of HR for Ultranav in Denmark. And he did this before founding his first company 3 years ago. He was the CEO for Copenhagen-based Maritime Development Center for a period of 6 years, and I would say he's a firm proponent of the advocation of decarbonization. Lord, I'm sure that after this session you can get a lot of cutting-edge technology information from him. But for now, sir, the podium is yours. Over to you, sir. Over to you, sir.
Thank you for the kind words, Rikesh, and thanks for the collaboration over the past years. It's fantastic to be back in Chennai. It's been more than 15 years since I've been here last, when I was working for Maersk. I came here relatively often, so I know of the seasons. I've also had seasons coming here where it was not winter, but really summer. And that doesn't look like any season we have in Denmark. I'm very honored and very pleased to be able to have the opportunity to chair this session, where the overall theme is managing learning. What can shipping learn from other industries? So from inward-looking industry to seeking inspiration from the outside. We have a total of 4 speakers, starting with our keynote speaker, Ms. Meera Kumar, who will come online in a short while. Then we have a session with Dr. Anish Hebat from WMU in Sweden, World Maritime University. We continue with Dr. Sagar Mane Deshmukh from the Tolani Maritime Institute in India, and then wrapping up with Subhash Chandra from ABS. And some of the key words that we are going to take home from this is safety, decarbonization in the areas of automation, piloting, and firefighting. But allow me to start by introducing our first online speaker, who will be speaking online, Ms. Meera Kumar. Ms. Meera Kumar is the president and CEO of Diabos Global, and is a seasoned leader with over 20 years of expertise in shipping and logistics, and a decade in digital transformation projects. She has driven initiatives like India's award-winning port community system through port oil and holds director roles at 2 JM Baxi terminals. She's a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Shipbrokers in London, and Ms. Kumar has earned global recognition, including the Peter von Gelder Prize for Excellence in Liner Trades. She's an active member of UNECE and working groups, and Vista advocating for innovation and equal opportunity in the maritime industry. Her education background includes advanced management training from IIM Ahmedabad, I hope I pronounced it correctly, and a postgraduate diploma in international marketing. From this physical podium to your online podium, Mr. Kumar, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you, WTC, for having me. I'm trusting audible and visible to all of you. A very good morning. It is indeed an honor to address this distinguished gathering of maritime professionals. I've been given this really thought-provoking topic, what maritime learn from other industries. And since I'm the first, I'm taking the liberty to approach this in a more light-hearted manner. To start with a smile. I'm taking a moment just so someone can give me a thumbs up that I'm audible and that the voice is not breaking. Thank you. I can see that thumbs up.
Yes, ma'am. You're audible.
Thank you so much.
If you can tilt down the camera, it'll be good. If you can tilt down the camera.
Okay.
Little more.
Is that better for everybody?
Ma'am, little more, ma'am.
Sorry.
It's still going back up.
Okay. Excuse me. Please hold on.
Yes, ma'am. No problem.
That better?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I'll start.
Yes, please.
I want us to set sail on an unconventional journey to explore what our proud and ancient industries can learn from others. Yes, I said listen. After all, the captain can also pick up a few new tricks or two. Now don't worry, throw the maritime industry overboard. We've been the backbone of global trade since before the Romans figured out how to make aqueducts, or the Parisians took their first bath. But let's be honest, every industry needs a little fresh perspective. So let's steer from waters and quickly examine lessons from our land. Lesson 1. Learn tech from the tech sector. Let's start with simple. Whether you love it or hate it, you can't deny the ability to innovate. Their talks already fail. Fail fast, fail often. Meanwhile, in life, we still tend to say, if it ain't broke, fix it. Or, think about this for 15 years, and then maybe fix it. We do need to implement the idea that every new idea is not wrong, and that's okay. Wholly automated logistics, AI growth optimization shouldn't have been on tomorrow's agenda. Should have been yesterday's. Let's not allow to steal all the fun. Taking a few examples. Maersk was a trade platform which they created with IBM, a multi-stakeholder private system which wanted to digitize supply chain in order to reduce delays and transparency. The learning community created many successful initiatives both in Maersk industry as a whole. Ajay and Akshay, with our brands, products, are continuously to improve what works and to make obsolete what was released with pride just a few years ago. From concept organization models to RPA and AI independent. Lesson 2. Let's learn from retail. Ever ordered something and found it delivered? That's That's the retail industry, making logistics look effortless. Meanwhile, in shipping, delays are still being explained away with the phrase acts of God, and sometimes on congestion surcharges over and above their tariffs, and we wonder why they are. Amazon doesn't tell you package because of their readers. They really prioritize transparency and customer obsession. We do need to read shipping, whether it's fair tracking, predictability, or just better communication. Let's treat our customers like they're the ones paying the bill, because they are. As an example, the digital platform that we run here on JM Bakshi, Diabolical 4.0, optimizes shipping, covering documents, processes, cost management, offering a seamless experience with real-time and ruthless visibility. This echoes how we prioritize customer centricity, making not just stakeholder or each company, but each platform user their target for customer satisfaction. Lesson 3, sustainability from the automotive industry. Electric cars are, who would have thought? The automotive industry is miles ahead in convincing the public and their investors that going green is a win-win. Meanwhile, in maritime, we are still sadly waiting for a ship can sail on hydrogen, the big bang, ammonia without spending the chemistry experiment on Rome. It's time to set a course for sustainability. Green isn't just good start, it's good business. Cleaner fuel, electrified transport, renewable energy solutions. Who need to become the norm and not the exception? The automotive industry has shown us that sustainability sells. So let's drive home, pun intended. Early adopters of energy in the maritime industry include Maersk, CMA CGM, KLM, and MSC. These companies are pioneers like methanol ship, LNG powered fleets, etc., while also exploring fuels such as hydrogen and propulsion. The JM Bakshi were the forefront in investing in electrified operations to significantly reduce carbon emissions. Their efforts highlight the commitment to sustainability. Lesson 4. Let's learn about urbanization from the aviation. The aviation industry is how to attract top talent. Pilots are seen as leaders, cabin crew, grammars, mechanics are critical workers. In maritime, we call our seafarers, runner boys, and port agents, or far worse, they're angry with them. And then we wonder how young people dream of alternate careers. Let's rebrand our industry. Let's make maritime exciting, rewarding, and safe, cool. And while we're at it, let's tackle diversity. Women currently up between 2 to 3% of the global seafaring number. Too low. Even the icebergs of the Titanic had better odds of showing up. Maersk and were early investors in large structured growth frameworks. Maersk also business 100% female staff in India. Back home in JFK, our group with a 106-year heritage has set up learning centers in multiple areas of the country to train the future of the industry and not just for its own employees, where skilling is done. JM Bakshi also makes for 40% female staffing at the Tuticorin terminal that it just took over. Lesson 5. Let's learn big from healthcare. The healthcare are obsessed. They track everything from patient vitals to hospital efficiency. And meanwhile, part of the fleet still operates like a mystery novel. The case of the missing fuel consumption data or float plans also. Data is, and maritime has use of oil. Predictive analytics as routes, improves cut costs. Let's stop treating data and start treating it as our valuable asset. Port Olympus is a company in JM Bakshi. designed development Indian PCS, Indian Maritime National University, and is obsessed with serving our country's digital India mission. Davos Global Group is working across to bring about data-driven, ethical, and transparent business model as not just viable, but a lucrative model for doing business. Lesson 6. Let's learn about entertainment from Hollywood. Let's talk about storytelling. Hollywood sells. We, on the other hand, have influence. But what if we could change the narrative? What if shipping was back to trade, but a heroic industry saved the world from one ship at a time? We move 90% of global goods, yet our story remains largely untold. Let's start marketing ourselves better. Social media, documentary, maybe a couple of Netflix, the real pirates, or a reality called Vessel Handling 101. Possibilities are endless. MSC Cruises is rated doing a brilliant job of storytelling. They've positioned themselves as a luxurious and yet sustainable model. Investing in apprenticeships, sharing their sustainability efforts in compelling ways to engage customers and broader public. Lesson 7. Let's learn about investments, R&D, and training from Big Pharma. Let's take a lead out of the playbook of the pharmaceutical industry, a sector that has mastered the art of spending big on R&D. Pharma companies billions in drug discovery, knowing full well only a fraction of their effort will pay off, and yet when they do, the returns are monumental. In maritime, R&D is an afterthought, and training budgets are about as morning thinking binging. This has to change. Innovation requires sustained investment in cutting-edge research, whether it's in open propulsion, establishing workforce in aerospace, or digital twins website. And let's not forget about training. Training isn't just a compliance process, it's about empowering our with the skills to manage the future. If pharma have a life-saving drug and reinvent themselves every 5 years, surely we can reinvent and transform the shipping. A maritime example is Kongsberg, which is investing in autonomous vessels, digital twin technologies. Wärtsilä, for example, investing in fleet optimization solutions to analyze vessel performance and optimize efficiencies. At home, Starbucks and Total have R&D working in cross-functional branches on building and deploying AI agents that can make our solutions faster lead us to the strategies. Closing thoughts. Ladies and gentlemen, the maritime industry is a grand old ship, but even the finest need course correction every now and then. By learning, we can innovate, modernize, and thrive in a rapidly changing world. Let's be bold, brave, and prove we can teach more skills. Because if Silicon Valley can revolutionize dating can revolutionize shipping with a little imagination. Thank you very much, BWNTC, and thank you, audience, for permitting me to go this topic a little light-hearted and just to set our mind open for the excellence of forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the inspiring words, Ms. Kumar. Really some food for thought. We will take if you have the possibility to do that online, we'll take a few questions from the audience, and just for information, we'll take that after each session. I found us, I noted, I think I catch them all, 7 very interesting lessons from other industries. I'd like to hear the audience. If there are any questions or things you want to have explained in more detail. Otherwise, I will start up, at least. So I think it was, of course, interesting with your points. How do you see? Because if you, I think we touched upon it in one of the lessons we had yesterday, that shipping is not very close to the customer. And of course, if you are in retail or automotive, for example, pharma, not at least, you are very close to the individual customer. How do we deal with that? Is it because we are too far away from the one who actually pays the bill, or is there a way to grab that, bridge that gap?
Thank you so much for the question. I do have some thoughts. I think this bringing shipping close to this digitization. In order when we are direct customers interacting with this online platform, we get that not from the senior most contractors, but right through the users logging in whenever they want to see or exit for the day. I think that's what is already connected, which can be done. That's one. Another thing that I think is very important for social media. We are seeing all organizations trying to realize interacting with employees, with colleagues, competitors in the social media arena. And I think factors influence from there to be considered, utilized. I totally unless we really revolutionary way we look at and corporations, we business also. So unless we think about the business down the line, we will never really track investors, and we'll never be dominant in space, which we have generations. I hope that makes sense.
All right, thank you so much for your answer to that. Before we close the keynote, I just want to hear if there's any comments from the audience. It does not seem like that, but I think then let's give Ms. Kumar a very big hand of applause. Thank you so much for being with us, and thanks for taking your time of inspiring with your 7 lessons, and I'm sure that the audience here have taken note and have basically a to-do list of where to look for more inspiration. All right, let's continue with our sessions. We have a total of 3 sessions, and I would like the speakers to come up here, and we do that in the named order. So I'd first like Dr. Anisha Bal to come up to the stage. Then we have our second speaker, Dr. Sagar Deshmukh from Tulani in India. And I would also like Subhash Chanda to come up to the stage. All right, we'll start with the talks, and I will start by introducing the speaker, and the speaker will speak for the time slot of 15 minutes. So that will leave us 5 minutes for a Q&A until we continue to the next speaker. And first, allow me to introduce Dr. Hebbal. Dr. Hebbal is a faculty member of the World Maritime University, and he specializes in maritime safety, risk assessment, and accident investigation. With a PhD in habitat studies from TISS and a Master of Science in Maritime Affairs from MU Saskara Fellow. He brings 28 years of Indian Coast Guard experience. His career highlights include leading India's national oil spill disaster contingency plan, implementing the SAR Convention, and engaging in anti-piracy and maritime security operations. Dr. Bar has represented India at key international forums, including IMO and the RECAP, and is the author of the Ichigai for the Indian Coast Guard. Indian Coast. He's a recipient of the Tadrasak Medal for Meritorious Service. In addition, he's involved in projects like the Flag State Directive, work for EMSA, the European Maritime Safety Association, and for the IMO on GSIS. These are projects that he's involved in. Let's allow Mr. Abbas to take the stage and give him a big hand.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I must thank the organizers, WMTC 2024, for giving me the opportunity to be here and making my presentation. Thank you, Chair, for the introduction. Very kind of you. Being the first speaker is not easy. I'm not nervous. The nervousness is sometimes because of an empty hall, but I'm grateful to those who have joined. In fact, I peeped in the other auditorium to see whether we have more or they have better. Yeah. Hall B doesn't mean we are grade B, we are still grade A. So, managing learning, I like the thoughts which were put up in this conference. What can we learn from other sectors? Because last 30 years, I always attend conferences and make presentations. Maritime is inward looking, usually. We always think about ourselves and what is going on within the sector. I think this conference and this particular session gave me, at least, and those who are attending, a very good opportunity to think out of the box and look outside the box. And it's not that maritime is always looking within. Much of it, at least from the safety perspective, comes from the ICAO, the International Civil Aviation Organization. So we learn a lot from aviation, but of course we're always lagging behind. We keep looking at them, what is happening in ICAO, and we try to borrow it. So, but maritime is not only looking at aviation. We can also look at road transportation and rail transportation, and that's very interesting. In fact, it is a trend in many countries, at least in European Union, where the safety administration or regulator is combined. So there is a combined administration and they look at accidents in all the sectors, even in Asia, even in Singapore. The head is from the aviation, so of course when the head is from aviation, they have more focus on the aviation and they try to align. Of course, each sector has its own way of studying from accidents, and that's the topic. How do we learn? One of the ways we learn is learning from the past. What went wrong if there is a casualty? Why did it go wrong? And how can you prevent similar things from happening in future? And if you fail to do that, you're not learning. But should we always wait for accidents to happen? Then there is the concept of incidents. An incident is a near miss, something which almost led to an accident. That's the other thing. Or we can learn from other sectors. Can we draw anything from the aviation? Can we draw anything from the railways? Can we draw anything from the road transportation? So this way, we do not have to wait for accidents and incidents to happen in the maritime. So that's the overall focus. And one way to ensure safety is to have standards. So we can look at standards, and the stronger our standards are, the stronger is our safety foundation. So therefore, when you think of the focus of my paper, there are two parts to it. One is how can we learn from accidents, not only from maritime, but from the other sectors, and can we look at our standards and the way we build and develop our standards, and can we do anything to improve the process in the first place? So these are the two broad aspects which cover my presentation. So there are three parts. There is the introduction, the methodology, and of course when I say methodology, it's not like Tolani presentations where you looked at several, thousands of people, your students, etc., and there is a qualitative and quantitative methodology. This was more a desktop research. So I looked at accidents, I looked at standards, but nevertheless, that is also a qualitative methodology. Yeah. And then the results and discussions. What did I find in all these things? Introduction. So, on the one hand, there are accidents happening in the other transportation modes at various levels. The focus is automation. I didn't mention automation so far, because especially in the maritime, it has been happening gradually. It's an organic process, but it has picked up momentum in the recent years, and in maritime we call it MAS, Maritime Autonomous Surface Ships, MAS. So, to understand MAS, let's look at the other sectors. In railways, there is automatic signaling system. And those of you who are living here must be aware that in June, there was a huge accident. And this was in an automated signaling area. So one of the signals in this automated signaling section had failed. And if there is failure, of course, failures can happen. So we need to look at the system and see what is in place when there is one of the signals fails. The protocol said that if there is a failure, it will be notified to every locomotive driver, and the protocol will be, they will pass the failed signal at 15 kilometers per hour, the whole route leading up to that signal. You halt for a minute and then you pass. Very simple, very straightforward. But this instruction should be provided at the start of the section by the traffic manager. Incidentally, on this particular day, 5 other trains passed in that section, and unfortunately they have not received the correct instructions. And then when the 6th train passed, also violating the protocol without the correct instructions, there was this accident. And the train which was waiting there had followed the protocol. So the one who had followed the protocol was stationary, and the one who had not followed crashed onto the one which was followed. And in maritime or in others, there is never one single factor. There are many different factors, and all of them put together lead to this accident. So there is a series of factors, and there is an underlying root cause. So one of the root causes, if you think of it, procedures were not followed. You can always ask the question, why were the procedures not followed? Was there anything else? You'll be surprised. Where you monitor these signals, where you give these instructions, so there is a center, the control center, like we have the ATC, we have the VTS, etc. So there is something similar in the railways. There were supposed to be 3 persons there. A senior section engineer, a junior engineer, and one assistant, a helper. On that day, on that fatal night, there was only one person. It was not the senior section engineer, it was not the junior, it was the helper. So you can imagine the safety in the railways where only one technician is sitting and trains are passing at full speeds. If you don't stop at the red light, it's called passing signal at danger, PSAD. When the Commissioner for Safety Railways looked at this incident, they looked at the records. That's what you want to do in maritime also. Incidentally, you're surprised, there are many countries who do not have records. There is no database of which accidents happened in the past. So if you don't have a database, there can be no learning. So the railways looked at the records, safety records for the last 5 years, and it was surprising. More than 206 passing signals at danger had already happened. And it was not the first time that this control center was not manned properly. So you can see it was, so these are called safety barriers. So there is a safety barrier that it shall be properly manned. There is a safety barrier of a protocol, all these things. But all these safety barriers had broken when the train went and crashed. So this is just one example, I'm only in the introduction. I don't know how much is the time left. Then we come to the next sector, that's vehicles, autonomous vehicles. And when we think of autonomous vehicles, you can think of Tesla. Of course, they are not the only ones. Tesla vehicles are very interesting. Every Tesla which is automated, all the records are coming to the, whatever the Tesla headquarters. So for every year, there is billions of miles of data which is available at Tesla. More than 9 billion miles, kilometers of records. And over the last 2 years, there's an increasing trend of incidents and accidents. But of course, you have to normalize this with the number of vehicles which are plying on the roads. But overall, the Transportation Safety Board in the United States believes that there is an increasing trend. Some of these accidents with Teslas have happened with crashing, vehicles crashing, and of course, drivers have also got killed. They are crashing onto police vehicles which are parked. They are crashing into emergency vehicles, fire tenders. So you may start asking yourself the question, if such prominent vehicles or obstructions on road can be met with collision, what with others, for example, a woman carrying a pram across the road? It may be even poorly recognized as compared to a vehicle with flashing lights. So that's the second example. And there is an increasing trend, you can go into it. And the most interesting part of my story, yesterday evening we heard about stories, but this is not a story, it's all facts, is about the Boeing 737. In aviation, when you build a new design, like naval architecture, you have to put everything through a series of tests which are standards, which are laid down by the ICAO. So in Boeing, what happened, if you think of the 737 model, it has been in existence for over 50 years. So it is a recognized model and it is registered and everything is being tested. So what happens in aviation is, to avoid all the series of tests and certification, so you upgrade the model. So there is less number of tests and certifications required. So that is what was happening in Boeing. 50 years back, you had the 737 and you keep adding different models. You had the MAX and then you had the MAX 8. And over the years, you want to carry more and more passengers in the same fuselage. So you increase the size of the fuselage, and if you want to carry more weight, then you need bigger engines. So it reached a stage where in this MAX 8, the size of the engine had created a less ground clearance. So the minimum required is 17 inches, and that was not enough. 17 feet, sorry. So that was not enough. So what they do is, they shift it a little bit higher along the pylons. So when they do that, when you shift, so the plane has a tendency to come nose up. So it is pitching up. Now, it's a certified design. If you change anything, you need to include it in the operations manual. If you include it in the operations manual, the pilots will have to undergo a new training program. So the training program will have to be certified before they can undertake the program in the first place. It is like the STC will do. To avoid all this, Boeing says, let's do something which is automated. So we don't have to change the operations manual. So they do an automation. It's called the MCAS. So the moment there is a pitch up tendency, the automation will kick in, so there will be a stabilizer. So you put two sensors in the forward and the aft. It's called the angle of attack. You pitch it down automatically. So the pilot doesn't have to do anything. We don't change anything for the pilot. So no training change, no additional certification. It looks fine. But what if one of the sensors fails? So there is an incorrect angle of attack. You don't know what is the angle of attack. And that is what happened in these two accidents. And initially all the blame was on the pilots because one was in Indonesia and one was in Africa, India. The pilots are not doing a right job. But later on, when more investigations happened, especially in the Lion Air crash in 2018, you realized it was not the fault. The pilots are very well trained, the Boeings. So what you do is you try to manually pull up the aircraft, but at such a high speed because you are having the highest speed when you want to climb. And it was beyond the capacity of the stabilizer to level up. So despite the best efforts of these pilots in these two accidents, the aircraft continued to go down at very high speed, which was very unfortunate. And the pilots found it very surprising that because it requires physical power, it's like the truck. The plane is acting downwards, the automation is acting downwards, and you are manually trying to resist all that and take up. And that led to the crash. So this is a good introduction, and now we come to the rest of the slides. This is the interesting part, the rest is very manual. This is aviation, rail, transportation. On the other hand, in maritime, we are going at great speed. There are projects all over, including in Asia. You have in Korea, for example, they are now a leader in all these projects. So there is a lot of thing happening, research happening. And in the EU, for example, there have been several projects over the last 20 years. I have all of them here. And Norway, you are possibly already aware, the Yara Berkland was one of the first vessels. So, oblivious to all these things, Tesla and MAX 8 and all, there is a lot happening. And fortunately, so far, at least I have not heard of any incidents with the existing maritime autonomous surface ships. So, but it's not that the IMO or the maritime is not doing anything about safety. You must be aware, this week, while we are gathered here, there is the Maritime Safety Committee of the IMO, and there are already discussions. One of the most important topics currently for the Maritime Safety Committee is the MAS code. It will be initially voluntary like all other codes, and later on it will become a mandatory code. To come up with the MAS code, as a proactive measure, that's what the IMO says, they said, let's look at all our instruments, and when we say the instruments, the conventions and the codes under them, SOLAS, for example, and all the codes under SOLAS, and let's see what needs to be changed if we are going to have even cold rigs, for example. collision regulation. So what's need to be changed for the automation ships? So, and that was called the regulatory scoping exercise. The person who led it is from Sweden. We have heard him many times. Now, if you think of all the IMO instruments and the regulatory scoping exercise, it's an inward-looking exercise. In the maritime, the question for me was, are we looking at the Tesla accidents? Are we looking at the automation in Boeing and how it can cause? What about the railway automation? Because traffic signaling is automated. And tomorrow you think of the VTS, it's all going to be automated. There is a lot happening under the FAL convention to automate all these things. So nobody will be talking physically. It's only instruments will be talking to each other. They will be communicating over Starlink or whatever you have. So are we prepared for all this? So this was an inward-looking exercise. So the question is, can we think outside the circle? The IMO has its regulatory scoping exercise, RSC, and I mentioned to you MCI is Maritime Casualty Investigation. And I have one project which the moderator mentioned, the GESIS database, where all countries in the world report their maritime accidents. Some report, some do not report, some report everything, some also provide the qualitative report. So we have the project to look at all these accidents and see what are the trends and how we can use those trends to prevent similar accidents from happening in the future. So that is inward-looking exercise. What we try to do is, let's look at Tesla, let's look at the rail accidents, and let's look at the Boeing crashes. 2 more minutes, yes. I've given the full overview. And these are all the different standards where we can look at. Yeah? So this was the conceptual framework. Results I've already explained to you, so this is the figure. I explained the whole concept, how it works, and you can read it in your own time, and I've explained this to you. Because the story is more interesting. I never like to follow the slide as it is. So what was the learning? I already mentioned to you. What was the basis for designing the system? How about the cockpit? Why it did not receive any failure notification? So these are questions to ask. So how about such activation to the pilots? Until these accidents happened, the pilots didn't know. They were completely unaware of the existence of this system. And don't be surprised. Similar things may happen for the automation ships. Whether it is level 2 or 3, you will say that there is a captain on board and he will be oblivious to how the system is functioning because it is done by algorithms. And you will say the captain need not know. We have perfect designs for it. We have the naval architects and they have done their job. So what went wrong? Tesla, it's a similar thing. I mentioned the whole story to you. It's again the algorithms which are working. There are many cases where the drivers got locked inside. It never happened in the past. You could open your car and exit. Now with automation, you have to call the Tesla center, oh, I'm in my car, can you please help me open it? So it's a stage where you cannot even exit your own car and sometimes not enter your car. So that's the challenge. Imagine the captain locked in the bridge, oh, I cannot go to the bridge wing and now I'm entering the fairway channel. Yes? So system randomness, unpredictability. And you say it's for security because you can have the Red Sea pirates coming in, so it has to be locked at all times. So debugging complexity and so on and so forth. These are the technical aspects. I gave you the lighter ones. Yeah? Trend analysis. So how do I learn for the future? I hope if I can take a minute extra because we started. Sorry. Yeah. If you can be kind. Yeah. So there can be various ways. There is already many things happening in the transportation system. So can we add more functional elements? So this is one of the cases which I'm trying to make. Even in the IMO, there are 440 fields. When you look at the database, there are 440 fields. But my preliminary estimate is it doesn't look at automation at all. There are no fields where you can say this was this so and so, this was for the automation systems and so. So how do we develop the functional requirements? So these are the first thing. The taxonomy I already mentioned, and this is the example of maritime. Reporting requirements. In the US, there is one best practice. So while you're doing the testing, and testing goes on for many years, like the Yara-Birkeland, so these should already be reported to the transportation safety authorities into the database. So this way, you're not waiting for them to be commissioned and start actions. So that's a best practice which maritime could already start. So how was it done for the Yara-Birkeland? How was it done for the others in Singapore, for example? They have the tugs over there, automated tugs. So how can you learn from them before they're already put into service, commercial operations? Responsibility for casualty investigation in the ICAO, there is Annex 13 which deals, and there is a lot of difference the way it is done in aviation as compared to maritime. So my suggestion is, can we have a look at Annex 13 and can we revise, in the maritime we have a casualty investigation code which is mandatory. Can we review the procedures and see what we can learn from the aviation? There are several standards. This is a bit boring, but the main idea over here is, there's the DEFSTAN, ISO. One thing I would like to highlight is ISO 26262. This is for road vehicles, and it defines the functional requirements. There is a safety case requirement, and it's widely implemented in countries like the United Kingdom. So should we have something like this, a safety case? Do we need a standard like the ISO 26262 for the maritime? This is one of the most important considerations which I would like to highlight as a recommendation. Scoping study, the functional I already mentioned to you. The mother of all codes is in the center, IEC 61508. I think we have the regulators here and we can discuss them more. So, this is the last slide. It's called the goal-based standards, and that's the IMO approach safety level. So, my recommendations are for Tier 2. Tier 1 is the goals, Tier 2 is the functional requirements. Can we review the functional requirement process which is under SOLAS? Can we review them to see what we need to do for MAS? And then there is the verification of conformity, level 3, Tier 3. Tier 4 is rules and regulations which can be at the national level or the class rules and regulations. And the last but not the least is the best practices and standards. So, can we think of something similar to the ISO for the maritime? So, that's the learning recommendations. Thank you very much, and apologies for exceeding my time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very inspiring. It should just be, let's just stay there in case we can just take one single question before the next presenter. Hang on a second for the mic so we can hear.
Good morning. My name is Lubomir Ribarov. I'm an associate professor in marine engineering, US Merchant Marine Academy. Thank you for the very enlightening presentation. Your comparison with the Boeing 737-8 MAX is dear to my heart. 18 years in aerospace engineering prior to joining maritime. As you know, in addition to the angle of attack sensor and MCAS, there were some issues also with the engine integration system with the overall control, which we can discuss later. But my question is, how do you see anything similar to this happening in maritime industry, where perhaps naval architects design the ship, and then we have engines coming from a different company perhaps, and the integration between the engine and propulsion system with the hull, similar to what we had in the frame and the engines in the MAX. How do you foresee that becoming a problem perhaps in the framework of your presentation? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. When I rushed through my slides, it was in the last part of the presentation. So thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak about that part. It's not that we are not doing anything in the maritime. We have the ABS here on the floor. There's the DNV, which is also a market leader. There's Lloyd's Register. There are a couple of these who are working a lot, and Korea Register. Each of them is associated with the shipyards, and engine integration, as you mentioned, is one of the most important aspects. And there is a concept which is called the system concept. It was introduced by Nancy Levison more than 25 years ago. And system concept, and the goal-based is also following the system concept. And in a sense, a system concept, there are many entities who are working in isolation. And then you need somebody to do the integration. So system integration and integrator is one of the most important concepts when we think of the MAS, Maritime Autonomous Surface Ships. And this is already mentioned in some of the ISO standards. And that was one of my points as well. So and it's already included in the DNV. So the DNV is already thinking of the system integrator. It's in the ISO 26262, for example. So the roles, currently when we think of SOLAS, because that's our instrument or Bible for safety, and the codes under SOLAS. So as of now, there is no mention of any safety integrator or anybody. There is a lot of discussion under the MAS code for the captain of the vessel, the insurers and others, but there is no discussion on the integrator. So I think the most important concept which needs to be discussed and responsibility is clearly defined is that of that integrator. Because the integrator will have the role, because engine is one part. There are many other subsystems on board the ship, and all those feeds will be coming either to the bridge or the engine, wherever. So your question, I would say, relates to that integrator who has a role and the overall overview of that whole system. It's like the MCAS, the pilot was not aware, because they are finally supposed to see how is the system health. It's like the health monitoring of the system. It goes to the Tesla, for example, but not to the driver, who is in charge and who is sitting inside the vehicle. So somebody needs to have that overall health system of the stasis, and it's also for that Malaysian Airlines. So the health, in fact, 8 hours after that crash, the signals were still coming. I don't know if you have followed that story of the Malaysian Airlines, and that was because the engine was still transmitting the parameters. So I think that relates very much, that aviation accident relates to what you're discussing. So somebody will be able to see the health of that engine somewhere, but it should not be only Wärtsilä or somebody. It should be somebody who is responsible, the ship owner and the flag. Because in maritime we say the flag is ultimately responsible for everything which happens on board that ship. But if you are a flag state with 5,000 ships, are you going to monitor the health of those 5,000 ships? No. Just give me the tonnage tax and ask the class to do it. But if the class has 10,000 ships, are they going to see the health of all the 10,000 ships? So who will look at that? If you think of the ROCs which are being created, now they are saying, master need not look for one vessel, they can be responsible for several vessels. And that's already happening. 10 vessels, he'll keep looking. So in how much detail will you look? And will you be prepared to respond to emergencies, simultaneous emergencies on all the 10 vessels? Is there somebody standby? Because we should always prepare for the worst case scenario. So if I'm commanding 10 vessels at the time, I should be able to respond to 10 emergencies on 10 different vessels, and each of them could escalate with multiple emergencies on each of them. So I don't know if I've answered your question, but I think it relates to that integrator, and which was in one of my slides, so I don't know if you will get the full presentations in the papers. But thank you very much.
Okay, now we have it. All right, so thanks for your inspiration, and if we have more time in the end, we might be able to address some more questions from your interesting presentation. Thank you so much, Dr. Nish. Yeah, and let's move on to the next speaker. Now we have Dr. Sagar Mane Deshmukh from Tulane Maritime Institute. And Dr. Sagar is a distinguished academic and professional with over 18 years of experience in mechanical engineering, including roles in teaching and industry. Currently, he serves as a senior assistant professor and head of research and consultancy at the Tulane Maritime Institute in Pune, here in India. He holds a PhD in mechanical engineering, along with a master in heat power and a bachelor in marine engineering. Dr. Deshmukh's contributions to mechanical engineering and maritime education are marked by a commitment to innovation, research, and excellence in teaching. The stage is yours.
Good morning to all of you. Maybe in this session I'll be playing with fires, and I have designed a small nozzle which will be actually quenching the fires, just to take nervousness away from me and from all the nice people who are there in front of me, including chairperson. There is one Hindi share which I would like to share first, and then I'll start with my presentation. Good morning to one and all present here. I'm Sagar, and I'll be presenting my topic. So I'll just share this Hindi, this thing first. ना करो किसी से नफरत, नफरत आग लगा देती है. ना करो किसी से नफरत, नफरत आग लगा देती है. प्यार की एक बूंद बड़ी से बड़ी आग बुझा देती है. प्यार की एक बूंद बड़ी से बड़ी आग बुझा देती है. So just this आग means fire. So I'll start with my presentation just to others, those who don't understand Hindi. Don't hate anybody, it creates a fire in the minds of people. Don't hate anybody, it creates fire in the minds of people. Love everybody, which will quench the fires of hatredness in the minds of people. Okay, so with this quote, I'll just start my presentation. My topic of presentation is computational fluid dynamics, that is CFD analysis of hyperviscid formation using single orifice nozzles used to extinguish the fires in containers or closed chambers. I have prepared this paper along with my colleague, Dr. Jitendra Pal. Well, my paper includes these points: introduction, research gap, what is the proposed project and part of it, results and discussion, conclusion, acknowledgement and references. So, this fire extinguishing on ship plays a vital role, mainly to protect lives and different systems on board. Of course, while designing the system, we are supposed to follow some standards or codes. Example is mentioned here, IMO's Fire Safety System Code, but that is not the only one. We have other standards to be followed while designing the system. Research highlights the importance of prompt and adequate supply of the water tailored to the fire stage. So we have different types of, heat generated in the room or closed chambers. There may be hotspots, there may be small fires, or there may be big fires in the room. So depending on what type of the nature of heat generated in the room, we can supply either jet, water-based or hyper-based in the room. Just to make you understand how water droplets can be formed, example is given here in the diagram. So on the top side, we can see injector nozzle is there. Basically, when water flows through the pipeline, it has a certain pressure, higher pressure, maybe about 30 bar or 40 bar. When that jet comes out from the small orifice or small hole, pressure energy is actually converted into kinetic energy. High kinetic energy will always have high velocity in the liquids. So you can see there is liquid core of the jet, which is actually broken into primary droplets. You can see large liquid droplets or bodies will be formed first. Then it will be converted into secondary breakups here in this zone. And so this first zone is called as a spray formation zone. And then second zone is actual spray zone where spherical droplets are formed. And then these spherical formed droplets will be transported to a required location. And then if this water droplets comes in contact with water fire, that will be evaporated. So my study is actually based on that, how these water droplets will be supplied to a location where there is a fire in the room. So when high velocity water jet comes out from the nozzle, it is actually sensing two main parameters, that is aerodynamic force and surface tension. And air resistance, which is sensed by that jet, will actually develop these water droplets. So water has naturally tendency to form the cohesive droplets due to surface tension, which resists the stretching of the liquid and helps to form the discrete droplets. So these are the basic things. Like when water mist system is to be designed, we are supposed to consider several parameters, which includes type of the fire, class A, B or K, several nozzle parameters, like we can have size of the orifice, pressure, and then droplet size, etc. So water-based system is designed to suppress fires. Three main mechanisms are involved. It will first cool the area. There will not be oxygen displacement in the room, and smothering effect is there. And this is some data related to typical type of fires for which this hypermist system can be used. So what are the different benefits of water-based system? This is non-toxic and safe for occupants because it is not developing any smoke. Oxygen which is trapped in the envelope, here you can see in this diagram, there is a fire and you are supplying water spray. So this envelope of water spray will actually keep oxygen inside the envelope, inside only. It will not allow it to escape from that envelope. So this burning of that fuel will keep on happening till the time oxygen is actually available inside the envelope. Once that oxygen is finished, there will be quenching of this fire. Then environmental friendly, it will reduce the water usage and it is highly effective in extinguishing fires by cooling and preventing reignition. Now, these are several parameters on which efficiency of the system is so these parameters are rate of flow per unit area, size and distribution of droplets, entrained air velocity, distribution of water spray, direction of application. So, research gaps highlights, even though hypermist or water mist systems are available, there is still scope for improving the system's efficiency by developing several understanding several parameters like spray pattern formation, spray angles, distance traveled by spray, supply of water to a particular location. So, what is the main proposed system? We are actually developing artificial intelligence based system which will be taking a heat related feedback from the room, and then that feedback will be supplied to a system which has pumps and all other arrangement, and we are expected to supply a required amount of water to a particular location depending on the requirement. So we propose that wherever hotspots are there, jet should be supplied, and wherever large fires are there, we will be supplying a fine mist. So small part I am presenting here, that is CFD analysis of hypermist formation in the nozzles to extinguish the fires in the closed chambers. So current study will be based on two-dimensional analysis. If I consider this as a room and fire is there, my work only presents a two-dimensional analysis of the fire. So it is in the container, and I have considered variables as mass flow rate of the water. So numbers are mentioned here. It is ranging from 0.025 to 0.125 kg per second. And output parameters which I observed here in my study are spray travel distance, spray pattern formation, spray angle, turbulent kinetic energy, and residence time. This is a container which I have considered here as a model for understanding purpose. So there are boundary conditions which are assigned. Spray will be supplied from, this is the exit of nozzle from where spray will be supplied, and this is wall of container, this is outlet, this is half portion, like I have considered this as a symmetric axis. So one part is below it and one part is above it, and I will be basically supplying spray from this location. Dimensions of the model are mentioned here. This is mesh. So when I am developing, trying to solve this problem in CFD software, to get the parameters at multiple locations in the room, I am supposed to divide domain, and that process is called as meshing. So here quadrilateral mesh was considered in this study because it is increasing the computational efficiency, it is easy and it will be more accurate. These are the solver inputs which are given. Of course, this is what is to be given to system as input, where general settings were pressure based, velocity formulation, time transient, 2D axisymmetric. Models chosen were viscous models, mainly 2K epsilon 2 equation model was used. Discrete phase model which allows me to break jet into water droplets, so I chosen that. And the boundary conditions were inlet outlet wall. Solution methods were pressure velocity coupling and spatial discretization. So this is technical content of CFD actually. Of course, I have used this set of instructions in the software to solve the Navier-Stokes equations. Results and discussion. Well, I have studied the diagram in the middle portion, middle column. I have actually the red colored one which you can see here. These are the water droplets which are formed. So this was the nozzle exit location from where water spray was coming out from the nozzle. And then in the softwares, I have actually put that bevel protector to make you understand what is the specific angle of the spray which I obtained. So you can see in the left column there are mass flow rates which are increasing, and in the second column and third column you can see angle of water spray, which I found was decreasing along with increasing the mass flow rate of the spray. So I have observed at 0.125 kg per second, the angle of spray was 14 degree, and at 0.025 it was 20 degrees Celsius. The more concentrated dispersion improves the fire suppression efficiency and by enhancing coverage and reducing the water wastage. These are the results of particle residence time. So different colors are indicating number of residence time mainly here. And the near to the, as I am increasing the mass flow rate, I have observed that the jet is actually moving, it is shifted towards the right side. So it is moving away from the exit location of the nozzle. So the residence time of water droplet is shorter near to the nozzle. This indicates the quick dispersion of water droplets. This rapid movement is due to initial momentum imparted by the injection, and it helps cover a larger area, ensuring even fire suppression across the affected zone. So we have observed minimum and maximum values of the residence time here. That was 3 e to the power minus 6 second and 3.59 e to the power minus 6. Then we have obtained results of the static pressure varying with the mass flow rates, and we have observed negative pressures which allows to achieve a water droplets in a particular system. Numbers are mentioned here, and this negative pressure indicates a suction effect at the droplet location, and it is a main parameter which will be actually helpful in deciding a trajectory of or traveling of the water droplets once it is formed in the nozzle. So at last conclusion, size of the water droplets in fire extinguishing system is always influenced by two main parameters, and that is orifice size and mass flow rates. Shorter residence times and increased flow rates improve coverage of water sprayed in the room and reduce the water wastage. Of course, our target is always to quench the fires. Negative static pressures and controlled spray angles help optimize droplet momentum and dispersion, improving the system's efficiency and effectiveness. These are future scope of work which we are proposing, and we are also working on this. We have also done few experimental studies, and part of it, it is not actually, I am not presenting that today, but only CFD analysis will be proposed here. So we are working on optimizing nozzle design, controlling residence time, which helps us to understand the remaining time of water droplet at a particular location, and utilize, we have to understand location suction effects and how it can be used to improve, to make a better system. Both of us, myself and Dr. Jitendra, would like to thank all the people who have helped us in preparing this draft research paper. And these are the references which I have used. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much. Very interesting and indeed also a very relevant problem issue you're dealing with how to cut off fires, especially in containers, as we've seen. So we'd like to open the floor for questions to Dr. Deshmukh. And yeah, we have a hand there if we can get the microphone down.
Hello again, Dr. Ribarov, Merchant Marine Academy. Very nice talk. I was reminded of some work we've done in the past in aerospace and aviation, fire suppression systems, where we actually used inert gases as well as noble gases mixtures in a two-phase flow with water suppression system. I was wondering, my question is, if you had considered perhaps using some of the nitrogen or argon or xenon or krypton, any of the noble gases in a two-phase flow mixture with the water. For your hypermist proposal, it will limit the amount of water, which is what you're trying to do. And I think your K-epsilon turbulence model can handle the two-phase flow construction. So I'm just curious whether you may be considering that in the future. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, sir. Sir, honestly speaking, we have just started working on this, and this work is divided into small problems, and different teams are working on it. Just to start with, we are only working on CFD simulation of this water spray type of stuff now at this moment. But of course, your suggestion is taken, and we'll also try to learn from that viewpoint. Thank you, sir.
All right, thanks. Any other questions from the floor?
It was a very nice presentation. I learned a lot today, sir. My question is that orifice, when you were talking about, is that opening will affect the spread angle? Like one which is like we take coefficient of contraction for orifice. So will that factor will affect it?
Coefficient of contraction.
For the orifice, when we have a very straight opening or inclined opening,
Right.
like you give the nozzle shape to the orifice, the end part. So
Well, I think.
I hope I have conveyed my question.
Yeah, I understood your question.
If you
You're
give
talking
a-
about contraction of this jet which is coming out from.
Yeah, at the exit part, when we have a very straight cylindrical opening, or let's say a nozzle shape opening.
It was actually a 1 mm length was actually considered there for orifice, and that for 1 mm length, the diameter was kept 0.1 mm in my study. So it was having some length at the orifice. But
Okay,
then initially it was coming from the pipe, and then it was like, it some taper, and then some smaller orifice of, let's say, 1 mm. This sort of design was there. But in the diagram, as that 0.1 mm was very small, so it was actually not visible.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Got it, sir.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else? All right, let's, before we move on, give Dr. a big hand.
Thank you, sir.
So thank you, Dr. Deshmukh. So now we move on to the last speaker for this session. And I'll just take a second to introduce Dr. Subhas Chandar Atikesavan. I hope I pronounced it more or less correctly. Dr. Subhas is a senior engineer in Global Electrification Center, GEC of American Bureau of Shipping, ABS, in Singapore. Since he joined ABS in 2021, he has worked with various maritime stakeholders to evaluate the energy and efficiency of their vessel design with various decarbonization options. He's leading the initiatives on simulation model-based evaluation, vessel design, decarbonization options and measures in Singapore. Prior to ABS, he was working as a senior research fellow at the National University of Singapore in US in SimCorp Corporate Laboratory. He has a doctorate degree from NUS, and his areas of expertise are modeling, simulation, data analysis, and product development. And Dr. Subhas will be speaking of modeling and simulation-based design evaluation of a hybrid propeller system for pilot launch boat. Let's give him a warm hand and welcome.
Hello everyone, good morning. Thanks Mikkel for the introduction. So I'm from Global Electrification Center, Singapore. ABS has three different departments: engineering, survey and technology. I'm from technology. So engineering, they do plan review. Survey, they do survey by checking machineries and everything. So we develop rules and guides, and also we do R&D like modeling and simulation and so on for both internal and external stakeholders. So today I'm going to share about one of our projects that we carried out with our clients in Singapore. The project is on modeling and simulation based evaluation of the design using the data which is available at the preliminary design stage of a boat. So I'll start with the background for this project.
Then I'll move on to the introduction, problem statement, modeling and simulation, and the recommendation from the lessons that we have learned from the modeling and simulation exercise for this project. Finally, conclusions and acknowledgement. So let me start with the background. So as a part of the long-term low-emission development strategy in Singapore, Singapore has set the target for net zero emission by 2050. So from 2030 onwards, all new hovercrafts which are going to be operated in Singapore waters must be full electric, or it should be capable of using biofuels such as B100, or it should be compatible with net zero fuels, or it can be combination of any of these three options. Thank you. So due to the LEDs, aircraft stakeholders has been exploring different options. Right now, they are actually exploring the short-term options such as hybridization of the existing vessels or moving to full electric-based hovercrafts. So the Port Authority of Singapore Marine, PSAM, they were planning to build 2 full electric-ready plug-in pilot launch boat. So what does this mean is, they want to build a full electric-ready boat, but for time being, they would like to operate the vessel in a hybrid mode. So they want to build this boat in compliance with what the Singapore has set for the emission reduction target. So for hybrid electric vessel, the emission is dependent on so many operational variables as well as parameters. For example, operation profile, the speed profile of the boat, the number of times the battery has to be charged for the hybrid electric boat, and it could also be the specification of the equipment like motor size, battery size, and so on. So before building the vessel, the stakeholder would like to evaluate the emission reduction efficacy for that particular boat. For full electric, it is pretty straightforward because there is no tank to wake emission. But for hybrid vessels, since the main engine or the generator engine would be operated in addition to the battery, so it needs to be evaluated in a proper way. So based on the requirement from PSA Marine, one of the system integrator, Brunel, they approached ABS technology to carry out the system level energy efficiency study, so which is what I'm going to share in the upcoming slides. So conventionally, the vessel design is evaluated using a very rudimentary calculation, maybe perhaps it could be based on an Excel. So one of the stakeholders, they did a calculation for the hybrid electric vessel which they have proposed, and they found out that this hybrid design is going to give some substantial fuel emission, emission as well as fuel consumption reduction. So in a hybrid propulsion system, there are different modes, and these modes are selected based on the engine speed, which is basically the RPM. So for example, if there is going to be a permanent magnet machine attached to the main engine, that could be operated either in PTO, which is power takeout mode, or it could be PTI, power taking mode. And because of these different modes, the battery charging and discharging would happen, and there is a dynamics in the system. So such a hybrid system, one cannot actually easily evaluate using a Excel sheet or by just coming up with the average values. So simplified average calculations cannot consider the dynamics of a system, so some sort of new methodology which could leverage the existing data must be developed in order to come up with a reliable way of evaluating the vessel design at the design stage. So we did a literature review to find out what methodology would be appropriate to evaluate the vessel design at the preliminary design stage. And of course, we found the 3 methods, which are the usual suspects: physics, data, and a combination of these 2 methods. All of these methods have their own advantages and disadvantages. And what we found out was the physics-based models are good to evaluate the vessel design at the preliminary design stage. However, it needs the values for a lot of parameters. In most of the cases, these parameters needs to be extracted from a model test or factory acceptance test and so on. So we do not have those values at the preliminary design stage of a vessel. In addition to that, the physics-based model must be calibrated in order to get a meaningful results, especially in terms of fuel consumption, which is not actually possible at the design stage of a vessel. So we need to come up with a method which would leverage the existing data from different stakeholders. So the data what we had, what we will have, especially for a vessel design at the early stage, are operation profile of a similar vessel, a specification and control strategy of any power system that is going to be adopted, a speed power curve, of course, based on the model test, then electrical load analysis. So using this data, we need to come up with a method which would give a reliable result about the fuel consumption of a vessel. So we have come up with a hybrid modeling approach that leverages the data which is available at the design stage, and this data usually comes from the owner, shipyard, system integrator for that particular vessel design. So let me move on to the modeling and simulation. So here I showed the conceptual model of the hybrid electric power system which was proposed by Brunel for PSA Marine. And the specifications are shown over here on the right hand side table. We can see that the design speed for this vessel is 24 knots. It is a 17-meter pilot launch boat. It has 2 main engines and 1 generator engine. And the system integrator has come up with a hybrid concept with 2 permanent magnet machines attached to the main engine, and it has a lithium-ion battery of 187 kilowatt hour. So we can see that the design has 2 fixed pitch propellers attached to the main engines, and the permanent magnet machines are attached via gearbox. The output of the permanent magnet machine, which is electrical power, is directly pumped into the DC switchboard, and there is a battery connected to the DC switchboard. The total load is supplied by the generator engine, and the design concept also has the capability to get the power from shore. And of course, there is a converter in between the AC and the DC switchboard. So this is the operational profile, which is shown in the right-hand side in the pie chart of a 15-meter operational boat. So PSA Marine wanted to design the new 17-meter pilot launch boat, and that boat should use the same operational profile as that of the currently operational 15-meter boat. So what we can observe from this pie chart is most of the times the vessel is in either idle or it's a drifting mode, which is about 50 plus, which is typically less than 5 knots. So the bar chart which is below the pie chart shows the distribution of the engine speed in RPM. The reason why we have to come up with this is the hybrid concept proposed by Brunel is based on the engine RPM. Depending on the change in the engine RPM, different modes were selected. So the bar chart shows a comparison of 15-meter pilot launch boat and 17-meter pilot launch boat. We can see that most of the time the engine RPM is less than 650 RPM. And the second dominant region is more than 1500 RPM, which is about 30% for a 17-meter boat. So what we did here is we took the data of a 15-meter pilot launch boat, and we used the speed power curve of 17-meter pilot launch boat to transform the data from 15 to 17-meter, and we compared both 15 and 17-meter pilot launch boat engine RPM. So the table here shows the proposed operating philosophy provided by Brunel. So they have come up with 5 different modes. When the engine is operating at a very high speed, which is typically more than 1500 for this design, so it is considered to be diesel mechanic. In the diesel mechanic mode, the permanent magnet machines are used to charge the battery as well as to provide power to the hotel load. The hybrid mode is between 800 to 1500 RPM. So in the hybrid mode, one of the permanent magnet machine would be operated as a generator and another one would be operated as a motor. And in the full electric mode, of course, the battery would supply power to the motors, and the main engines, both the main engines would be shut off. So we developed the model using the data, and we adopted a hybrid modeling approach, a combination of empirical plus physics-based model. Then we simulated the model using the operational profile shared by PSA Marine and also the operational philosophy shared by Brunel. So what we observed during the simulation exercises, when we simulate a model using a real-world operational profile, which is shown in the first figure on the top, it has lots of ups and downs. It is actually fluctuating. We need to actually verify the model to make sure that whatever we get out of the model is reliable. So each and every component in a simulation model needs to be cross-checked, and to make and we it needs to be make sure that it follows the operational profile input. So we had a lot of difficulties in verifying this model because basically the outputs are variable and it is fluctuating a lot depending on the input variable. So what we decided is, why don't we go for a power flow based verification approach. So that is what has been shown in this table over here. So there are different modes. Here I'm showing only one mode, which is a hybrid, and two equations for the hybrid mode. For example, if we look at the equation 1, as I said earlier, there are two permanent magnet machines for this particular proposed design. One machine would be operated as a motor and another would be operated as a generator. So if we look at the equation 1, the machine which is operated as a motor, as a generator, it is generating a power. This power should be equal to the power consumed by the battery and the motor and the total load. So basically we check all the power generated is equal to the consumed, and if it is same, basically it is zero. So we automated this process in our simulation model to make sure that all the components in the models are properly verified, so that we can tell the client that the model has been completely verified and the results which comes out is reliable. So here I present one of just the results for the battery. So as per the proposed concept from Brownwell, the battery is supposed to discharge after it reaches 93% of state of charge, and once it reaches 13%, it needs to charge again. So we can see that that pattern is followed from 13 to 93%. And during the charging mode, that is when the battery state of charge reaches 13%, until it reaches 93%, the battery was not allowed to discharge. But whereas in the discharge mode, the battery is allowed to charge. For example, the regions which are shown with the black color box, there is a discharging mode, but during the discharging mode, the engine RPM would fluctuate depending on the throttle given by the captain. So when the mode changes, hybrid or full electric or so on, the battery may get charged during hybrid and diesel mechanic mode. Yeah. So here I share some interesting results. So the first bar chart is on the running hour savings. So for the hybrid design proposed by Brownwell, the main engine 2, they were able to get about 17% reduction in the running hours when compared to main engine 1. It is because the permanent magnet machine which is attached to the main engine 2 was actually providing the propulsion power while the vessel was operating in the hybrid mode. And there was significant running hour savings for generator engine because there was a battery and the battery was able to provide the power for the total load. And the fuel saving wise, so the proposed design was not able to yield that much results based on the initial calculation done by one of our stakeholders. So they expected more than 20%, but when we did the simulation, we got only 0.3%. It is mainly because of the hybrid and the diesel mechanic mode. So in the hybrid mode, what happens is, one engine was shut off and the motor which was coupled to the engine was providing propulsion power. The another motor which was coupled to the second engine was acting as a generator. So that particular machine was loading the main engine more to consume more fuel. So this part was not considered in the initial calculation, but the modeling and simulation study, we were able to have more insights on what was going on, and we were able to show them that this is a reason why this design was not suited for this particular operation profile. So based on this study, we recommended to our client that if you want to evaluate a hybrid design, we need to come up with a dynamic simulation model, and that model should integrate the control philosophy of any system integrator with a reference operation profile. And a power flow based verification approach is must in order to make sure that the results are reliable. Then for the hybrid design, one should take the first specification as a baseline. That specification needs to be further optimized by conducting a design space exploration study to come up with the optimal spec for a specific operation profile. So in conclusion, modeling and simulation is crucial to evaluate a vessel design at its early stage. We have seen a lot of maritime stakeholders approaching us to evaluate their vessel design with various decarbonization options. So the proposed design It was able to get a fuel saving of only just 0.3% per year, but in terms of running hour savings, it was quite good. And this is because of that specific operational requirement from PSA Marine, for which the proposed design didn't work well. So hybrid modeling approach is required due to the limited availability of data at the design stage of the vessel. And any modeling for the hybrid design should actually consider the dynamics and also the control philosophy from the system integrator. So finally, the power balance based verification approach must be adopted for any modeling and simulation for hybrid vessel design. So I would like to acknowledge our partners, Brunvoll and PSA Marine, for their valuable input and support throughout this modeling and simulation exercise. Thanks, that's all.
All right, very, very interesting. I think it also reveals some of the complexity introduced by decarbonization, and especially when you move into hybrid systems. So we just have a chance for a few questions from the floor.
Good morning, sir. First of all, congratulations to you. Nicely concluded the hybrid electromechanical system in the boats. Sir, my question is, in the hybrid system, the biggest challenge is when you are moving from the conventional source to the hybrid system. The electromechanical transients, they are playing a very interesting role. So when the boat, like in your example, the highest speed of the boat is 1500 RPM. So when the boat is going on such a high RPM, and when you are shifting it from conventional source to the hybrid source, which is nothing but lithium ion charge battery. So the lithium ion charge battery has got a disadvantage that even the industry is facing this challenge, that they have a very low rate of discharging. So how it is avoiding, or how you have faced the challenge during your research work, that electromechanical transients or the low torque or sudden fluctuation in the speed? So how you are avoiding these things, or what all are the measures taken by?
Okay, this, actually the design is done by the designer. So our role here is to gather the data from the client, like yards and system integrator, and evaluate the design. So we normally evaluate the design for the steady state condition, because we evaluate any design for the fuel consumption or emission, which is the compliance requirement. But what you are asking is the transients, which is the design part. We usually don't do that because we are not classification society, we are not designers, we just evaluate.
It's okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Anybody else? But just one question from my side. With this work you have done, what are the possibilities to scale this to other ship types? I mean, going from pilot boats, we also see ferries with hybrid technology and other, say, coastal trading ships.
Yeah, in fact, we have worked with LNG carriers, containers, VLCCs, bulkers. So for the ships, normally the people tend to prefer energy efficiency technologies like air lubrication system, rotor sails. In some cases, they would like to put batteries on board for peak shaving as well as for load smoothing. So we have done a lot of projects for ships.
All right, thank you. Anybody else? Then, yeah, please give me a hand and take a seat, and I'll just make a short summary. Well, we've been taking through a keynote and 3 wonderful, insightful presentations focusing on what we actually can learn from other industries with the themes of safety, decarbonization, where we listen to automation, piloting, and pilot boats, design of that, and firefighting. In the keynote speaker, in the keynote we had from Mrs. Kumar. We had a total of 7 lessons, and I hope you all listened and noted down, because if we're not learning from others, how can we actually move this industry forward? I don't believe we are conservative. I think the maritime industry have always been pioneering, but it doesn't help to look inward. We also need to look outward. So we need to learn from tech, retail, automotive, aviation, healthcare, Hollywood, or maybe Bollywood. I don't know what is to prefer, and big pharma. But there's a lot to learn there. We had an insight in how we actually learn from accidents, and with the rail networks from Teslas and all the data points collected from the airline industry. And I think we also need to make sure that our industry opens up in terms of data, so that this data collected can actually be shared. Then we had some very interesting presentation also on how to fight fires in container, and how to use HibernMist systems, and also looking into the deep analysis of how that actually takes place in the CFD models. And last but not least, we looked into hybrid propulsion systems for pilot boats, and the learnings from this and this complexity it actually introduces when you move from not only the traditional MFO, HFO, or battery electrical, but actually have the mix. We know that it's a complex, the cars are complex, pilot boats are also complex, and how actually to make the right decisions is also a complex task. And thank you for that insight. So that concludes the session, and we are ready for a tea break, and I think a little word from our host here.
So thank you, Mikkel, for the great sharing of this session, a wonderful session. And I had just, you had made a comment whether the presentations and the papers will be available. Actually, I would just like to tell you that, the feedback that we've been getting, and what also has been decided, the steering committee, we had a meeting on the 3rd. And there are so many wonderful papers, because the WMTC, unlike many other conferences, there are many conferences, like Norway has one, and then SMM is one, but they are all mostly market-driven. But this is very independent, and you have all the people who are part of the steering committee are all PhDs. In fact, I think except for Mikkel and me, most of them write doctor in front. So the papers are also extremely, very well researched. So this year we had almost 110 papers, and we had to choose just 50 of them. So it was very tough to cherry pick them. So those papers will be kept in the website, and you will get not only of this year, but also the previous year and sent. So it's going to be archived for a long time, to answer that question. Thank you, and as a token of appreciation, I would like to call Mr. Mohanty, Ranjit Mohanty, one of the coordinators and facilitators of the WMTC 2024, and a senior marine engineer, to kindly give a token of appreciation to all our presenters. So, please. Mr. Mikkel Hansen. Thank you so much. Dr. Anish Haddad. Thank you so much, Doctor, for the wonderful paper. Dr. Sagar Manu. Thank you, Doctor. Mr. Adikeshwaran. Thank Thank you so much. And I also give our deep gratitude to Miss Meera Kumar. And I think the only way we can give her the present is digitally. Thank you, Meera, for your participation. Thank you. We will close for tea and we'll be back after tea. Thank you, sir.
Discover the future of maritime innovation at the World Maritime Technology Conference 24 from December 4 through 6 at the luxurious Hotel Leela Palace, Chennai. Organized by the Institute of Marine Engineers, India, this global event brings together the brightest minds in maritime technology to tackle challenges and unlock new opportunities. Chennai, India's historic trade hub, is the perfect setting for visionary discussions on sustainability, cutting-edge technology, and industry transformation. Connect with global leaders, share groundbreaking ideas, and immerse yourself in the vibrant culture of Southern India. World Maritime Technology Conference 2024, shaping the future of shipping. Join us and navigate tomorrow. Global shipping, a battle for survival.
Shipping. We are more than a classification society. We are leading the efforts in transition to a new fuel ecosystem. By promoting cleaner and more sustainable fuels, we are contributing to a greener future for our planet. We are working with the industry by leveraging virtual twin technology to drive digital transformation with a global presence spanning 4 continents. IRS plays a pivotal role in shaping the future of the maritime industry. Indian Register of Shipping, setting the standard for maritime excellence. At Indian Register...
For the maritime industry, for all of us, this is more than a moment of change. It's a time of transformation. Inspired and informed by our expertise, you will be empowered to make smarter business decisions. As the trusted voice to tackle global transformations, DNV is here to provide practical solutions and advice. Together we can turn uncertainty into confidence. For the maritime industry.
Headquartered in Chennai, India, is a diversified global conglomerate. Sanmar Shipping Limited, a part of the Sanmar Group, has been holding a distinguished position in the domain of the Indian shipping industry. Sanmar Shipping's customers include major oil companies, both domestic and international. Sanmar Shipping is committed to meeting the increasing environmental challenges and stays focused to its motto of safe ships and clean seas. Sanmar Group,
the practical voice of shipping, supporting members in the shipping industry since 1905, creating and delivering contracts, explaining and informing regulation, providing expert knowledge and business services to the industry. BIMCO, the practical voice of shipping.
Global shipping, a battle for survival or a torchbearer of hope? Discover the future of maritime innovation at the World Maritime Technology Conference 24 from December 4 through 6 at the luxurious Hotel Leela Palace, Chennai. Organized by the Institute of Marine Engineers, India. This global event brings together the brightest minds in maritime technology to tackle challenges and unlock new opportunities. Chennai, India's historic trade hub, is the perfect setting for visionary discussions on sustainability, cutting-edge technology, and industry transformation. Connect with global leaders, share groundbreaking ideas, and immerse yourself in the vibrant culture of Southern India. World Maritime Technology Conference 2024, shaping the future of shipping. Join us and navigate tomorrow. Global shipping, a battle for survival.
Shipping. We are more than a classification society. We are leading the efforts in transition to a new fuel ecosystem. By promoting cleaner and more sustainable fuels, we are contributing to a greener future for our planet. We are working with the industry by leveraging virtual twin technology to drive digital transformation with a global presence spanning 4 continents. IRS plays a pivotal role in shaping the future of the maritime industry. Indian Register of Shipping, setting the standard for maritime excellence. At Indian Register...
For the maritime industry, for all of us, this is more than a moment of change. It's a time of transformation. Inspired and informed by our expertise, you will be empowered to make smarter business decisions. As the trusted voice to tackle global transformations, DNV is here to provide practical solutions and advice. Together we can turn uncertainty into confidence. For the maritime industry.
Headquartered in Chennai, India, is a diversified global conglomerate. Sanmar Shipping Limited, a part of the Sanmar Group, has been holding a distinguished position in the domain of the Indian shipping industry. Sanmar Shipping's customers include major oil companies, both domestic and international. Sanmar Shipping is committed to meeting the increasing environmental challenges and stays focused to its motto of safe ships and clean seas. Sanmar Group,
the practical voice of shipping, supporting members in the shipping industry since 1905, creating and delivering contracts, explaining and informing regulation, providing expert knowledge and business services to the industry. BIMCO, the practical voice of shipping.
Global shipping, a battle for survival or a torchbearer of hope? Discover the future of maritime innovation at the World Maritime Technology Conference 24 from December 4 through 6 at the luxurious Hotel Leela Palace, Chennai. Organized by the Institute of Marine Engineers, India, this global event brings together the brightest minds in maritime technology to tackle challenges and unlock new opportunities. Chennai, India's historic trade hub, is the perfect setting for visionary discussions on sustainability, cutting-edge technology, and industry transformation. Connect with global leaders, share groundbreaking ideas, and immerse yourself in the vibrant culture of Southern India. World Maritime Technology Conference 2024, shaping the future of shipping. Join us and navigate tomorrow. Global shipping, a battle for survival.
Shipping. We are more than a classification society. We are leading the efforts in transition to a new fuel ecosystem. By promoting cleaner and more sustainable fuels, we are contributing to a greener future for our planet. We are working with the industry by leveraging virtual twin technology to drive digital transformation with a global presence spanning 4 continents. IRS plays a pivotal role in shaping the future of the maritime industry. Indian Register of Shipping, setting the standard for maritime excellence. At Indian Register...
For the maritime industry, for all of us, this is more than a moment of change. It's a time of transformation. Inspired and informed by our expertise, you will be empowered to make smarter business decisions. As the trusted voice to tackle global transformations, DNV is here to provide practical solutions and advice. Together we can turn uncertainty into confidence. For the maritime industry.
Headquartered in Chennai, India, is a diversified global conglomerate. Sanmar Shipping Limited, a part of the Sanmar Group, has been holding a distinguished position in the domain of the Indian shipping industry. Sanmar Shipping's customers include major oil companies, both domestic and international. Sanmar Shipping is committed to meeting the increasing environmental challenges and stays focused to its motto of safe ships and clean seas. Sanmar Group,
the practical voice of shipping, supporting members in the shipping industry since 1905, creating and delivering contracts, explaining and informing regulation, providing expert knowledge and business services to the industry. BIMCO, the practical voice of shipping.
Global shipping, a battle for survival or a torchbearer of hope? Discover the future of maritime innovation at the World Maritime Technology Conference 24 from December 4 through 6 at the luxurious Hotel Leela Palace, Chennai. Organized by the Institute of Marine Engineers, India. This global event brings together the brightest minds in maritime technology to tackle challenges and unlock new opportunities. Chennai, India's historic trade hub, is the perfect setting for visionary discussions on sustainability, cutting-edge technology, and industry transformation. Connect with global leaders, share groundbreaking ideas, and immerse yourself in the vibrant culture of Southern India. World Maritime Technology Conference 2024, shaping the future of shipping. Join us and navigate tomorrow. Global shipping, a battle for
Register of
survival.
Shipping. We are more than a classification society. We are leading the efforts in transition to a new fuel ecosystem. By promoting cleaner and more sustainable fuels, we are contributing to a greener future for our planet. We are working with the industry by leveraging virtual twin technology to drive digital transformation with a global presence spanning 4 continents. IRS plays a pivotal role in shaping the future of the maritime industry. Indian Register of Shipping, setting the standard for maritime excellence. At Indian Register
For the maritime industry, for all of us, this is more than a moment of change. It's a time of transformation. Inspired and informed by our expertise, you will be empowered to make smarter business decisions. As the trusted voice to tackle global transformations, DNV is here to provide practical solutions and advice. Together we can turn uncertainty into confidence. For the maritime industry.
Headquartered in Chennai, India, is a diversified global conglomerate. Sanmar Shipping Limited, a part of the Sanmar Group, has been holding a distinguished position in the domain of the Indian shipping industry. Sanmar Shipping's customers include major oil companies, both domestic and international. Sanmar Shipping is committed to meeting the increasing environmental challenges and stays focused to its motto of safe ships and clean seas. Sanmar Group,
The practical
quoted
voice
in
of shipping,
Chennai.
supporting members in the shipping industry since 1905, creating and delivering contracts, explaining and informing regulation, providing expert knowledge and business services to the industry. BIMCO, the practical voice of shipping.
Global shipping, a battle for survival or a torchbearer of hope? Discover the future of maritime innovation at the World Maritime Technology Conference 24 from December 4 through 6 at the luxurious Hotel Leela Palace, Chennai. Organized by the Institute of Marine Engineers, India. This global event brings together the brightest minds in maritime technology to tackle challenges and unlock new opportunities. Chennai, India's historic trade hub, is the perfect setting for visionary discussions on sustainability, cutting-edge technology, and industry transformation. Connect with global leaders, share groundbreaking ideas, and immerse yourself in the vibrant culture of Southern India. World Maritime Technology Conference 2024, shaping the future of shipping. Join us and navigate tomorrow. Global shipping, a battle for
Register of
survival.
Shipping. We are more than a classification society. We are leading the efforts in transition to a new fuel ecosystem. By promoting cleaner and more sustainable fuels, we are contributing to a greener future for our planet. We are working with the industry by leveraging virtual twin technology to drive digital transformation with a global presence spanning 4 continents. IRS plays a pivotal role in shaping the future of the maritime industry. Indian Register of Shipping, setting the standard for maritime excellence. At Indian Register...
For the maritime industry, for all of us, this is more than a moment of change. It's a time of transformation. Inspired and informed by our expertise, you will be empowered to make smarter business decisions. As the trusted voice to tackle global transformations, DNV is here to provide practical solutions and advice. Together we can turn uncertainty into confidence. For the maritime industry.
Headquartered in Chennai, India, is a diversified global conglomerate. Sanmar Shipping Limited, a part of the Sanmar Group, has been holding a distinguished position in the domain of the Indian shipping industry. Sanmar Shipping's customers include major oil companies, both domestic and international. Sanmar Shipping is committed to meeting the increasing environmental challenges and stays focused to its motto of safe ships and clean seas. Sanmar Group,
The practical
headquartered
voice
in
of shipping,
Chennai,
supporting members and the shipping industry since 1905, creating and delivering contracts, explaining and informing regulation, providing expert knowledge and business services to the industry. BIMCO, the practical voice of shipping.
Global shipping, a battle for survival or a torchbearer of hope? Discover the future of maritime innovation at the World Maritime Technology Conference 24 from December 4 through 6 at the luxurious Hotel Leela Palace, Chennai. Organized by the Institute of Marine Engineers, India. This global event brings together the brightest minds in maritime technology to tackle challenges and unlock new opportunities. Chennai, India's historic trade hub, is the perfect setting for visionary discussions on sustainability, cutting-edge technology, and industry transformation. Connect with global leaders, share groundbreaking ideas, and immerse yourself in the vibrant culture of Southern India. World Maritime Technology Conference 2024, shaping the future of shipping. Join us and navigate tomorrow. Global shipping, a battle for survival.
Shipping. We are more than a classification society. We are leading the efforts in transition to a new fuel ecosystem. By promoting cleaner and more sustainable fuels, we are contributing to a greener future for our planet. We are working with the industry by leveraging virtual twin technology to drive digital transformation with a global presence spanning 4 continents. IRS plays a pivotal role in shaping the future of the maritime industry. Indian Register of Shipping, setting the standard for maritime excellence. At Indian Register...
For the maritime industry, for all of us, this is more than a moment of change. It's a time of transformation. Inspired and informed by our expertise, you will be empowered to make smarter business decisions. As the trusted voice to tackle global transformations, DNV is here to provide practical solutions and advice. Together we can turn uncertainty into confidence. For the maritime industry.
Headquartered in Chennai, India, is a diversified global conglomerate. Sanmar Shipping Limited, a part of the Sanmar Group, has been holding a distinguished position in the domain of the Indian shipping industry.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We will expect to start the session in 5 minutes. The moment we have a little bit more fill up of the hall, we will be good to go. I am sure the speakers need a little bit more people to appreciate what they're going to talk about. So I think we will give them some time for people to decide which hall they want to go to. Once they're sure and once we have a little bit more, then we will start off. And yeah, I'm sure it's going to be a very, very interesting session. So just 5 minutes, maximum 5 minutes before we start. Bear with me.
Check.
Ajay, I think we'll start off because you will not have enough time to speak. Hopefully people will join in. So let me start off. Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. This is Hall B. The next session is on duty of care, safety management and crew welfare. I am David Birwadkar, Chairman of the Mumbai branch of Institute of Marine Engineers, and I am the coordinator for this particular session, if not for more. And I welcome you all. I'm sure it's going to be a very, very interesting session. We are very lucky to have somebody like Captain Ajay Achutan as the chairperson of this session. I know Ajay for many, many years. He's a lovely orator. He can convince you with anything. He can say, for a stone he can say this is diamond and we'll all be convinced it's a diamond. So that's Ajay for you. But very briefly to tell you about his credentials. He is a highly motivated extra master MBA. He's a national award winner for National Maritime Education and Training, certified Karma Yogi, behavior assessor, logotherapy educator, author of Spirituality Leadership, competency model. If the learner has not learned, the teacher has not taught, as he says. And he has 2 other books. He has diverse experience of founding maritime academics and structuring maritime associations. As an ex-ship captain, he keeps himself abreast of the latest developments and design program for education, training and developing the effect on the maritime sector. His credential runs into pages, so I'm not going to go into a lot of details. I will straight away hand over to Captain Ajay Achutan. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Ajay. Can it be a little louder? I think the tea was very, very stimulating, so let's have it for Ajay. Thank you so much.
Thank you, David. Thank you, WMTC. And let's take an intentional statement here. We have about 30 people now in the audience. In the next 5 minutes, let's make it 50, okay? Just be intentional. And let's see some magic happening. The diamonds in the room. So, it's indeed a privilege to be here with all of you and be invited for this conference, World Maritime Technology Conference. And I work on human technology and the human empowerment. The mission statement of my company is to empower, enable people and organizations to fulfill on their dreams. Now, each of us have dreams and those visions, when we try to convert it, one important aspect which sometimes we miss out due to emotional reasons is safety. And so being proactive seems to be a very important word, and one of the core competencies of being proactive is risk management of risk. And we have some excellent papers today of people who have dedicated their time and effort to share with you their findings and about safety and well-being of seafarers, which could be applicable in any sector. So those of you who are not seafarers, I want please listen to it as if it's applicable to you or people around you. And though the term seafarers is mentioned, I wouldn't like you to restrict your thinking only to that. We had some excellent presentation in the previous session, and I'm sure we will be leading ourselves into more in-depth, deep dive, as they say, into those areas. And we will start with our keynote speakers. Each person will have about 15 minutes to speak, and we'll take the questions after the session. So, it's like to start with a saying, especially where safety is concerned. For people like you who like to smell the flowers, some of us have to pull out the weeds, to make those flowers more beautiful and to make seafarers more acceptable, adaptable, and keep the world trade alive. It is people like us who have sort of dedicated our lives to pull out the weeds, and management of risk and safety is pulling out the weeds. So we Let me introduce our first speaker then. With about 30 years of experience in the shipping industry, Captain Rahul leads Swastha. I like the word Swastha, so it's about psychological well-being, a service dedicated to supporting maritime stakeholders. He's a passionate mental health advocate and a trained life coach. And Rahul, that's an area which I also work a lot in, and believe spirituality competencies are required for mental health well-being, and I'm really looking forward to your paper. Adopting the human-first approach, he focuses on fostering a culture of resilience. Resilience, as we know, is the art of bouncing back. And in Synergistic Solution, we have redefined resilience as the art of bouncing forward, not backwards, so that progress is consistent. Focus on the fostering a culture of resilience and compassion in the high-stress marine environment. So very important to me. So for today's presentation, he will be talking about psychological safety and how we can cultivate a culture of well-being in our sphere of influence. So the floor is yours. Please give him a big hand. And I'm sure after the presentation, the clap will be louder. Right. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll keep it, sir. Okay. Walk and talk, that's why. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Captain Achyutan, for the introduction, and thanks a lot for setting the context here. You know, when you spoke about, you know, how we have to connect spirituality with mental health, I can't agree more, you know, how it matters the most. And especially when you spoke about, you know, how we have to pull out the weeds. I mean, pulling out the weeds is one part, but I guess sowing more flowers and cultivating, you know, more such beautiful flowers is also important. And when we do it at the right time, at the right space, I think it becomes more and more relevant. So today I'm going to talk about psychological safety. So let me just dive in. Excuse me. Yeah. So, thanks a lot. Now, I, would just like to start with, we work in a, we all work in a marine environment. We know the risk, we know the inherent risks that are there, we know the inherent physical risks that are present, and now we have to prepare them, in order to, deal with the task at hand. Now, when you see this picture, what do you think about this guy? Do you think he is physically ready, adequately having good PPE to take on any task which comes for him on the ship? What do you think? Just a yes or no, we good? Let's have some interaction. What does it look? Looks yes, right? Great. So you all agree that he is well suited, booted, safety helmet, goggles, safety torch. Maybe he's got an SCBA ready to do a drill or a fire, whatever comes his way, and he looks pretty physically safe and ready to me. But how is it psychologically? Can you make out if he is psychologically safe by looking at this picture? By looking at him, can you make out he is psychologically safe? Right? So that's what you can say the psychological aspect of things are. Today you have a physical injury, you can see it. Today if I have a cut, I've injured myself, I'll see some blood coming out, I'll see some bruises. But if there is a mental injury, are you able to see it? That's the question. So that's the thing that I'm going to talk about today. And
So let's look at some global data first, just to set the context. I know, we have seen these numbers, we have done this thing a lot, but just to jog your memory a little bit, just see, let's say what WHO is talking about mental health. So we know that, almost 1 in 8 live with a mental health condition, some sort of, mental health condition everybody experiences in their life. It can be stress, it can be anxiety. When it takes a little higher shape, it can go into depression or even more. And after COVID-19 pandemic, these all instances have only increased. They have further increased by almost 25%. And those being seafarers as a working community, we have been very resilient, and we know that, because that's how our job is. That's how we are, trained by the work that we do, by the situations that we live in. But even COVID-19 was a big challenge for seafarers. It tested their limits as well. Suicide, now we know that 1 in 100 deaths are accounted, that's what suicide. Now, this is globally, but is it a concern for seafarers? I know now people are definitely, past couple of years, we all are waking up to it. We all are addressing it, we all are putting these things in context, but let's see how it is. Now, this is a data of top 10 crew illnesses from a report published by GARD recently. And what we'll see is that the mental health issues, they focus in the top 10. We know that, the other data, how it is, about the suicide, though we all know that it goes underreported as well. So it is definitely out there. It is definitely out there for us to address. So now the thing is, okay, now we have this person. We have this person who is all ready, like I showed you, and you all said, yes, he looks pretty good, pretty ready to take on any work-related things that come up. But then the thing is, what if he's not feeling that good on the inside? How is that combination looks to you? Should this be a concern? Now this is a person who is going to do a high critical job in the environment of a ship, surrounded by so many risks already, though he is pretty ready on the outside, but he is having some emotional distress on the inside. But should that be a concern? Should that be a concern? What do people think? Do you think that should be a concern? I mean, do you think he's ready now to take on any task that comes across his way? Right. I see some nods, some no's. Okay, let's understand a little bit about, I'm just going to go a little basic about it. See, our brain has got a very finite amount of energy. So we can use that energy to either for critical thinking, for making decisions where high cognition is required, problem solving, focus, decision making, or we can use the same energy, and we have to use the same energy as well for emotional regulation as well. So when we have that finite energy, we are using that finite energy to process both the things, for making those decisions in that environment, for making those critical decisions, whether you are navigating the ship, you are handling a machinery, bad weather, and at the same time you have to use the same energy to process your emotional regulation as well. So just look at, this is a small, pictorial presentation which I wanted to share, that now the blue line is one where things are happening pretty normally, and you see how the energy levels and the attention level are faced. So if things are normal, things are pretty normal, things are going right, in the right way, we have got the normal scenario which is going on, so your energy levels will be processing all that, you will be attentive in different things that you do, and you will be managing your emotional part as well. But if there is any emotional or psychological distress, then there will be a drop in your attention level. And you can see that red line, that's what it signifies, that how our attention is compromised when we are battling something else. Now, there are a lot of triggers. So let's look at what can be the triggers which can lead to this psychological distress and then ultimately affect our cognition. Now, what are those things in the workspace? Something out of the blue, something not normal. A normal sailing day is very, very good. Sunny day, good weather, clear seas, no traffic, none at all. But the minute you add in the challenges that come in, the challenges which maybe you have never faced in your life before, things start getting complex. So what can happen in a workspace which can throw you off balance? Say there is a fatality on board. How many of us as sailors have experienced that thing? Most of them, they finish their careers and they never experience that thing. If there is an injury to a person, so many people we know that we have very critical injuries, people losing their fingers, people losing their limbs, and we know how difficult it gets. And this can cause trauma, not just for the person who is injured, but also for the person who is assisting the person during that phase. During a crisis, such as a grounding, a collision, these are all out of normal scenarios, right? So we know that. I mean, it is not usual. We don't experience grounding or collision every day. But what matters is how do we react to that scenario? How do we process that incident that has happened? If there is a person which is missing on board, we have dealt with many such cases where we know that somebody with whom you were having dinner last night can't be located. He can't be seen. So somebody with whom you were just chatting up yesterday night, how is your family, how's your son, how are your friends, etc., can't be located. How do you think you'll feel at that time? And all of this, you have to do your watch, you have to do the search and rescue, you have to do the reporting, you have to deal with the pressures that are coming along from the other sides. And what happens in the personal space? I mean, not just the workspace that comes in, then your personal space comes in. There can be family issues back home. We are more connected on the ship right now than we ever were. But how is that connectivity helping us? Is it all good with that connectivity? How are we handling it? So there are family issues that can just impact you. You get a message, something happened, and then what goes in your mind, how you process that emotionally. Grief and bereavement, you lose somebody out there, in your family, in your close one, and you know that you being on the ship, you can't be there. You just can't be there. Today I know that if something like that happens, I'll just drop everything, be wherever I have to be, but I'll be with that person or that family. But can I do that when I'm on the ship? I can't. Stress comes in all shapes and factors. Stress comes in, there are a lot of contributory factor to stress. New regulations, new equipment. You'll hear about more of the papers that are going to come in. They're going to talk about it. Relationship issues, again. And one thing which actually I'm not, adding up into this one is the distraction that comes in with respect to in the today's connected world, with respect to your cell phone, your social media, the fear of missing out. Because today being a young generation, the first thing they would ask once they come on board is, what's the Wi-Fi password? I can have the safety briefing later, but I need to tell my folks that I'm all right. That's first important. I have to upload a selfie somewhere, I don't know. Right? So when you are in this kind of situation, when you are in this kind of scenario, you are maybe ready on the outside, but facing all those troubles on the inside, what impact it's going to have on the team? Because we know ultimately on the ship, we all work as a team. One person can never run a ship. One person can never run any organization for that matter. We need a team, we rely on our team. But what impact it will have? Reduce collaboration, because we'll see that person is not as already his attention is compromised, he will never be able to collaborate well. And that will lead to increased strain on others. We have only so many people. We are dealing with skeletal manning these days. If one person is out of action, how much workload that is put on the others? Rather than becoming an asset to the team, just like that you become a liability. Compromise on safety. So there is this person who is dealing with all this, and at the same time he's operating a critical machinery. He's operating a critical machinery, he's part of a critical operation in which a lot of other people are involved. That's where I remember, when I used to sail, there was a poster that we used to have, engage your mind before you engage your hand. And I think that stayed with me somehow. But it's not easy to practice. I completely agree. Impact on morale and cohesion. Because definitely when you're going all this, when you know that one team member is facing like this, the transference happens. The other team members also start feeling like that, facing like that. Now say today, if there is a person who is missing on the ship, you can't find him. What kind of feelings that particular incident invokes in you? These days in the newspaper, we are reading about suicide every day. I don't see a day where I don't see a news about suicide. So what it does to you? So, having shared the problem statement, I would just like to share with you that what we are doing, what Swastha is doing to counter this, and just a little bit about ourselves. We have been about 6 years in this psychological well-being industries, and we have traded a lot. There's a lot of experience that we have acquired. We run a multilingual helpline. We have bespoke trainings. And the idea is, when we started these trainings, that was the whole idea to how we can build that culture. And now we just want to impact the maritime industry and share the best practices, how we can impact the best practices for mental well-being within the industry. We have dealt with so many scenarios which I just shared earlier, and that has only made us stronger how to deal with those situations. So what are we doing? Now for seafarers, we have different things that we do. We publish a monthly newsletter. We have regular webinars where we are talking about. We have created specific guidebooks, how to deal with somebody with suicidal thoughts, how to cope with when you lose somebody on board, because this is what happens. Like I told you, these are very unique situations and nobody has experienced it before. So when I've spoken to the masters, I realize that they are at their wit's end and they have to do so many other things at the same time when these things happen. So these are all things, the best practices that we have built, they just help them cope better, they just help them manage that situation better. And what are we doing for the people in the office? Because another thing is, that we cannot think that mental health is only for people at sea. Like, Captain Achyutan also said, it's for everybody. And in fact, I see for the people in the office who are working in the maritime space, it's even more critical. They are also 24/7, 365 there. So we have done different campaigns in the office. We do different workshops, sensitization, office visits where we discuss about it, create inclusive environment. And this is our training program, which we are giving you, especially it is mandatory for our top 4, which empowers them to give psychological first aid. It tells them about the challenges and how we can train. This is a training that we have developed. We have trained more than 2,000 plus well-being champions as of date. We acknowledge our well-being heroes. We acknowledge them, we acknowledge for their good work, because ultimately it's the culture that will support, and that culture has to come everywhere. It just doesn't have to be for the people on the ship, but it has to come from all around. It has to come from all around, and it has to come from all the touch points that a seafarer goes through. But then the question is, people always ask, why do we invest in these things? What's the need? What's the ROI? That's a question that come up. So one of the researchers that talks about is, why, it's important to, or why it helps to invest in psychological safety is because in these kind of environment, the psychological safety teams are much more resilient to take care of uncertainty. They are much more resilient in that environment. They are likely to stay longer with the organization, and a happy worker is definitely a productive worker. So, that brings me to the close of, my presentation here, and I would just like to put it out that psychological safety in today's time is not a luxury, but it's a necessity. So let's commit, to create those psychological safe workspaces around our sphere of influence. It can be in your office, it can be in your home, it can be anywhere, it can be whomsoever you talk with. It's about just how to go about living your life. So thanks a lot for your patience, thanks a lot for listening to me. I hope I made little sense and I didn't bore you at all. So thanks a lot. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Sajdev, and thank you for the insights and creating an ability in us to look deeper within human beings rather than just their safety gear. And we all know when logic fails, we turn to psychology. And my invitation is just to germinate some thoughts. What if psychology fails? And that's where spirituality comes into being. So, and there's abundance there to sort of take from. And India is the greatest country which has shown the world how that can be done. So we need to bring that to our seafarers and everyone around. So thank you, and we will take the questions in the end. Let me just get the next speaker. Yeah. So the next speaker is Anshuman Ghosh. Anshuman is a UK PNI Club Director of Risk Assessment, as well as a marine engineer with Club Loss Prevention Department based in Singapore. He began his career at sea as an engineer and achieved the rank of Chief Engineer. He stepped ashore in 2006. Prior to joining the UK club and between 2006 and 2018, he worked at a leading classification society in Singapore, later as a principal surveyor and account manager for a key Singapore-based clients and as a technical director of a ship owning and service company. Anshuman joined the UK PNI Club in 2018 and is responsible for risk assessments and technical aspects within the club, working closely with the claims and underwriting teams. Risk assessment is very close to many of our hearts, and this is something which we all look forward to, Anshuman. So please welcome, put your hands together and welcome Anshuman.
That's fine. This is fine for me. Good morning, everybody. My name is Anshuman Ghosh, and I work for the UK PNI Club. So the group company is Thomas Miller. That's why probably you will see my, Thomas Miller in my signatures. Thomas Miller is the group company, and under Thomas Miller, that's UK PNI Club, UK Defence Club, and various other organizations. So the main is the UK PNI Club and the UK Defence Club. So what we do is we are the liability insurers for ship owners, and the UK PNI Club is one of the biggest mutual marine protection and indemnity organization. And So we are also part of the international group, so this, the IG group. So within the IG group, there are 12 other clubs, P&I clubs, and within this structure, we ensure about 90% of the world's ocean-going tonnage, which actually has gone down a bit with the dark fleet, which is happening right now as I speak. So, and we insure about 6,000 plus vessels. That's about 250 million gross tons of owned and chartered tonnage from probably 50 different countries around the world. So with this unique structure of the IG group, what happens is the member clubs, they have an idea of ship owner liabilities, and they share the significant loss exposure, and also they share their expertise, knowledge on member losses, and the insurance and the reinsurance of these liabilities. That's how the clubs work, And today my topic is on safety management, on crew welfare, and I will be providing kind of an update on what we see in the industry right now, what's going on, give you a P&I perspective to it. And what happens in my role as a guy from loss prevention, we do go and attend a lot of seminars, and we speak to a lot of seafarers from different places, from officers from different countries. It's mostly in India and Manila, sometimes in Myanmar, sometimes in Bangladesh. So when I speak to the seafarers, I do get to know a lot of things which is happening within their minds and what is actually troubling them. So I'll bring out those issues right now and give you all a perspective of the P&I clubs, what we are concentrating on. Right. So moving ahead, if you look at the chart, the pie chart on your left, you'll see that there are different headings of claims which comes to our table, right? 46% is claims related to people. So basically people getting sick on the vessel or getting injured, or they have to be repatriated by an air ambulance, or maybe a deviation is involved, the vessel has to go to port somewhere and get that person down. So it is not only people on the vessel, it's not only the crew of the vessel, but it is also for third parties like your surveyors coming on the ships, or maybe pilots coming on the ship. That the ship owner has a duty of care for everybody coming on the vessel, and there can be liabilities from these people coming on the vessel. But of course, crew is the biggest head of claims which we get. Of course, then there is casualty. Casualty is related to basically a collision or an allision where a vessel goes and hits a vessel, or a fixed object like maybe a crane, and there is liabilities coming on from that particular terminal or another vessel. It can also be a fire-related issue. So that is all clubbed under a casualty. That's about 30% of the claims which we pay out. And then, of course, the other big heading is the cargo damage and losses, which also is quite common, especially for certain types of vessels like chemical tankers, bulk carriers. We have a lot of cargo issues. So if you see, the common thing in all this is people. People handling ships, people making mistakes at times, and how what is the environment they are working on. So everything is related to people, and in between I have written there that 70 to 96% of all the claims are actually human error, right? That's probably a known fact for many people here. But human error is actually an analytical dead end. You can't do much with human error. So what's happening now is there's a shift. We saw the last presenter. There's a shift from attacking the individual and looking, and the shift is towards the environment and the social condition where the seafarer is operating. So everybody is concentrating on that environment, and that is where we can actually bring in changes and probably create a safer atmosphere on the vessels. And it's quite well known to people that seafaring is a very stressful role. People are working at at different levels of noise, vibration. There is long periods of stay away from home, multinational crew. so on and so forth. So when people are working in this stressful environment, it often creates an imbalance between in their psychological and also their physical aspects of safety. And if this is not addressed properly, then this can lead to incidents, accidents, and you are actually setting up people for failure. That's all. So it's very important to address this part of which is basically the human factors. So from human error, the industry has transferred, and now we are looking at human factors, which is nothing but the entire environment and the entire space where the seafarer is working. So we have to improve this human factors, and crew well-being is nothing but a subset of human factors. So now there is so much of emphasis on crew well-being, and it is good to see ship managers, owners really working towards a better environment for seafarers. They are trying to provide psychological safety where people can actually speak out and not feel ashamed. There's a lot of young people behind there, so people are worried about their esteem, their self-esteem. They're worried about their self-actualization needs and all, So everybody wants to feel inclusive, in that atmosphere. When you go from as a cadet or a young officer on a vessel, that is a period of time where you need a lot of support from the senior officers in terms of mentoring, in terms of leadership. And you need to provide a psychological safety to these young seafarers. Otherwise, the Gen Z and the new seafarers will not be able to continue on board. There will be desertations, and people will be leaving this profession. So that is an outcome which we are seeing if it is not really catered to properly, the human factors. Right. Going ahead, there are evolving scenarios right now. So what we are seeing is there is a lot of workforce skills shortage. In terms of talent, I would say there are seafarers ready to join ships, but in terms of talent gap, there's a lot of talent gap, not only for the shore staff, but also in the office staff, and that is also creating another kind of pressure for the seafarers, because everybody is learning, and there is so much of new technology on these vessels right now. It started with your scrubbers and your ballast water management systems, and now you have your new fuels coming in and different kinds of fuels, automation, digitalization. So there's a lot of change in the working atmosphere of our seafarers. And these changes are actually bringing in a lot of stressful scenarios for the seafarers. Whenever I go for these events, for these seminars, what happens is one thing which everybody asks in these events is, why are our children not going into a seafaring role? That's a common question in all the seafaring events. They are saying we see a lot of nepotism in Bollywood or in the medical profession, or even in the naval, in the defense people. But where do we see those kind of nepotism issues, or people, our children going out to sea? Why not? There is a fundamental issue. The fundamental issue is that the industry is not being able to attract the right people, because people are getting threatened by the difficult conditions on the vessel and a precarious career at sea, which is playing on their minds right now. And this young seafarers, they would like to have a better kind of an atmosphere on the vessels. So apart from that, as I said, automation has the potential to improve a lot. When I talk about automation and digitalization, these things will actually bring in a lot of shore jobs, and that is good for the young seafarers which will be going. So what happens is, with automation, we are seeing a lot of kind of stoppages at sea, electronics and electrical problems coming in where vessels are getting stranded at sea. So this is requiring a lot of shore support. And with this, there will be a lot of shore jobs also. So that's a very good part for our young seafarers. Then apart from that, we are seeing AI and machine learning coming in. You can actually have data from your vessel and compare it with the data from other sources. With the right calculations, you can have better fuel consumption. You can have better port operations and general better routing of the vessels. This is coming in. Apart from that, also we are seeing this new fuels is changing the way people work on the vessels. Right now we have a conventional black diesel oil or the heavy fuel oil, which is actually very difficult to manage. You need a lot of management of this fuel on the vessel. once the new fuel comes in, if you go to an LNG carrier, an LNG ship, which has got a dual fuel LNG engines, have a look at the engineers there, Of course, there are a lot of issues, a lot of operational things to take care of, but they are not dealing with that black, heavy, conventional fuel oil, which has got immense amount of efforts which goes into managing this fuel oil on these vessels. And hopefully that will end at some point of time, and we'll have more different high-value fuel, which will change the operations a lot, which is again a good part. Another thing which is playing on our seafarers' mind is the unjust detention of seafarers. We are seeing, we had a Chinese master who was detained in Honduras because without trial for a period of 2 years because there was some drugs found on the vessel, and he was nowhere connected with those drugs. So drug smuggling has become a menace, and we are seeing a lot of unjust detention of seafarers. So that is another area where we need to work on. And these all acts very negatively on our seafarers' mind. Apart from that, there are geopolitical issues, there is climate change, there is piracy, and so on and so forth. These also have a very, very bad effect on seafarers. We know a vessel which was detained last year in November, Galaxy, right? Right. So Galaxy Leader was detained, and that has been, the vessel is lying there. So a good thing which is happening is there's a lot of diversity, equity, and inclusion. These things are creeping into the seafaring world. We see a lot of female seafarers these days. And this is all because of the reporting requirements companies have, ESG reporting, and so on and so forth. This is another positive trend, and this will be good for the seafarers. But there is a digital divide which is kind of developing. There is, when you look at different ship types, you go to LNG ship crew and you see a dry vessel, a bulk carrier crew, there's a huge difference in motivational levels, and there are reasons for that. These vessels, the crew which is going on these specialized ships, they are going because they are good, because they have been allowed to shift over from a bulk carrier to an LNG. They have a better kind of a performance report, of course. Apart from that, these crew are paid better, their salary structures are much better, and there are shore job opportunities for these crew. So their motivational levels are much, much higher than the other ship types. Even in terms of internet, there is a lot of digital divide. You get to seafarers who are actually struggling with almost zero connectivity, and there are seafarers who are really grateful for the connectivity they have. Apart from that, in terms of knowledge about new fuels and all, there's also a digital divide. The older people are not being allowed to go into trainings of new fuels, and that is kind of restricting them, and they are feeling left out. So we need to address the divide which is happening between people, between the haves and the no-haves in the industry, and that is another where the challenges lie. So just in summary, we need to kind of empower our seafarers who are there in the front line, and human factors, looking at the human factors is the right way to go about it, because there are a lot of challenges in the industry. There is automation, digitalization, new fuels, and the entire structure of a mariner's role, mariner's life is changing, and looking at human factors and developing human factors is the key right now. Thank you. I hope you all are having a great moment here, a great learning moment, and also enjoying yourselves. Thank you so much for the organizers here, and I'm here to take any other questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anshuman. That was quite a comprehensive presentation you've given, and as you can see, the PNI Club would react when the incident occurs, and the previous speaker, Sastev, worked at a more proactive role. So both are required to bring a comprehensive solution. The systems work on proactive, active, and the reactive, and a lot of data gathering. I look at PNI Clubs as a great source for gathering data, analyzing that data, and then taking corrective action and retuning. And that's where we can see where the weeds are more. So thank you for the presentation. He did speak about the risk assessment, a bit of a controversial area, the DEI, the diversity, equity, inclusivity, and the way it's being implemented in USA, but that's another topic. And very nicely brought about the aspect of the digital divide. At one point he did bring about the concerns of seafarers, and it sort of goes well with the next speaker who actually has done a research on the effect of decarbonization on seafarers. Chirag is an amazing human being who has survived piracy and is a case study for the piracy survivors. He spearheads the operation and development of SWAN international initiatives, working closely with regional stakeholders to establish vital support systems for seafarers and their families in times of need. And I've had the opportunity to work on some projects with him, and I've seen the amazing work they do. Chirag has begun his career at sea in 2004, followed by his graduation as a marine engineer. Over the years, he climbed the ranks and attained the chief engineer license. He holds an MBA in Maritime Business Management with merit from Middlesex University, UK, and is a fellow of the Governing Council, a member of the Institute of Marine Engineers. Chirag was held hostage by the Somali pirates on a hijacked vessel in 2010 and has since devoted his life to assisting seafarers and their families affected by piracy and other challenges. So Chirag, as he walks up, just share again with you. He's going to talk about his research on how our decisions are impacting the seafarers, especially with respect to decarbonization.
A very good morning, and first of all, thank you very much to the organizers for having us here. It's a lovely pleasure to be back in Chennai after a long gap and to be amongst you from the last couple of days, and I think it's going to be a very important discussion on the impact of decarbonization on the well-being of seafarers. My previous predecessors, they have mentioned about the various impacts on seafarers' health and well-being. If you look at, I'm going to be talking a bit more deeper into the decarbonization thing. I think Anshuman also highlighted about the neo fuels, how it is making impacts on the seafarers' health and well-being. So I'll go more deeper into it to try and make you a bit, realize that the report that we have launched last year, what were the key findings from it, and how we can further work on or collaborate further to try and support our seafarers and their families worldwide. So this report was funded from the Ship Owners P&I Club, and we worked together with them to try and launch this survey. But before I do, I just want to take you through to make you understand what is a bit more on ISWAN. It's a seafarers welfare charity based in UK. We try and provide support to the seafarers and their families worldwide. We have various projects and programs working on where the seafarers and their families can be supported on especially psychological well-being. I think Captain Sachdev already mentioned about some of the important aspects about it, as well as Anshuman also highlighted. So we do work very closely with Synergy as well as UK P&I clubs. Both of them are our members. Thank you for all support as well as I present. So I think we run various resources and helplines for the seafarers and their families worldwide to try and understand what's going on around them, and then take out projects and programs to further support their overall health and well-being. One of the things that, that we have been already talking about is fast pace of technological changes which are happening in the maritime space. And it is much required because we need to pace up with the overall technological advancements which is happening across the globe. But if we look at the IMO's mission as well, the IMO mandates that the greenhouse gases, we need to reduce the greenhouse gases as well, and they have a mandate. They have taken on that strategic decision on how we can reduce the greenhouse gases. There are a lot of technological advancements that have been made, innovative ideas have been put into it, as well as structural design of the ship have been also made. A lot of changes are happening on the structural design of the ship as well. Some of the innovative ideas are also highlighted in the slide, where some of the companies are taking keen interest and some of the researchers are doing a lot of work around it. and I think in this conference, a lot of people have put up their papers as well on how we are going forward in the decarbonization process. The Paris Agreement also mandates that we need to do it at a much faster pace than what we are doing right now. I think that puts a lot of pressure on the CFAs as well, that how they can be part of this entire change, because ultimately they have to implement what we are designing, or what the changes are being brought up at shore, how that can be implemented on board as well. So I think the seafarers have to be part of this entire thing, and that's where, when we were talking about with the seafarers, we interact with a number of seafarers worldwide because of the helplines that we operate, because of the physical things, interaction sessions we organize with seafarers. We realize there is a lot of gap around when the seafarers, give us a feedback that we are struggling. Actually, we are trying to make up to the pace of fast decarbonization. There's a techno stress and techno fatigue which is coming into place. And that also reminds me of the Just Transition report, which said that there's a large, huge gap of the skilled labor that they foresee because of the fast technological advancement and decarbonization which is happening. And because of that, it is also very highlighted the need how we can retain our crew, how we can attract more young talent at ships. I think that's the bigger question altogether, that how are we going to retain and attract the new talent at sea. So while acknowledging that we need to train and reskill our people, but are the seafarers are happy with that? Are the seafarers are getting along with all of these things which are happening? So how we can make our adjustments, how we can make our policies, how we can make our training programs which can suit our seafarers much more, where they are happier to be part of it, with the changes which are happening, and then the workload on them, right? The workload and the fatigue which is adding a lot more stresses on them, that can be mitigated, that can be addressed. This is how we started looking at how we can shape up this survey. And when we carried out this survey, the aim of this survey was about how we can look into the well-being part of the seafarers. Along with that, we look into the psychological safety, which I think has been picked up very well in the initial presentation. We looked at what is the rate of the job satisfaction among the seafarers because of the change in technological advancements and the decarbonization. We asked the seafarers what they think about the future will look like, because ultimately we need to retain seafarers as well as shipping. And we also offered some solutions that the seafarers feel could be a better place, that if we offer this kind of solution, they would feel much more psychologically safer, or that will make our shipping more attractive to join back. So that was, we did the survey with 29 nationalities participated in the survey. India was the majority, followed by Philippines. A lot of engineers, as you notice that they have mentioned, they participated in the survey. There were seafarers who participated there. The ships were trading in different patterns. They had fixed routes, or they had flexible trading routes, and different age ranks were also been highlighted. Obviously, because of the percentage of men and women, still very fewer women are sea, so that also reflected in the survey. 97 were men and only 2% were women who participated in the survey. Now the findings, the best thing what I find from the findings was that almost every seafarer mentioned that they have been proud to be part of the technological advancements which are happening, and they would like to be part of the greener shift and to be part of this, the green planet as we are talking about. They want to be part of it, but the entire process at how rapid pace it is happening is actually they are not very comfortable with the pace what is happening, and they are not comfortable with the processes which are involved in the way that is happening. And that's why we, nationalities from different sectors mention about that the journey to zero carbon are negatively impacting their health and well-being. And this survey was also, we reached out to about different shore staff as well, because ultimately it's not just the seafarers who have to do this, it's also the shore staff who has to be part of it to achieve the target of net zero emissions. Now, some of the very interesting feedback, as I mentioned just now, that I really find, and that's why I mentioned the real quotes here from the seafarers who took part in the survey. they mentioned about that they would like to be part of this newer ships, new design, clean fuel, clean environment. One of them mentioned that I get more motivated knowing that the reason for all this carbon regulations is for the planet. So they're very inspiring quotes we receive from the seafarers, which signifies that the seafarers are principally with us in this entire journey, which is a good motivation to start thinking about what can be done further. Well, once we go back deeper into the survey, we find that nearly 70% of the seafarers felt it is impacting a lot on their mental health and well-being, which is a significant number of seafarers who mentioned that there is some ways that we need to find more better ways of the processes involved in decarbonization. And that is where my next slides will go on. We also looked into the engineers and the deck officers, how it is impacting the engineers and how it is impacting the deck officers, the change in the decarbonization. And what we find that both of them were affected. In comparison, the engineers were having a more significant impact, but the engineers were impacted more because of the fuel storage, because of the change in the frequent, the fuels or the storage of the newer fuels is concerned, the extra manpowers and the workload that has been impacted on them. But whereas the deck officers, they were more impacted because of the inspections which are happening or because of the newer training programs which have been implemented on board. So they were impacted because of that. The engineers were also mentioning about, that the filters, the centrifuge, they have to frequently clean, change for the newer fuels, the change in fuel, they have to adapt to newer things with the same manning power. And if you look at this, the quote, the ballast treatment, the ballast water treatment or the scrubber arrangements which have been put into a lot of seafarers, if you talk to them in private, they will share about the difficulties or the challenges that they are facing with the day-to-day operations of these newer machineries. And remember, I'm again quoting about there are only the same manpower on board who are doing this entire work, and that's why they are feeling a bit more stressed out, and they're not finding time for their social things. There are more challenges that are coming in to operate these kind of newer technologies on board. So as I mentioned about the workload, stress level, fatigue, and the important point about was the fear of criminalization was also very significant reported in the entire survey. The crew morale is almost, it's declining as well because of this, I'll share some of the quotes again, where the seafarers mentioned about that the extra work with the same manpower, frequent changeover, affects routines and frequency of overhauling a purifier, fuel pumps and injectors. Some ports have regulations, some ports unfortunately do not have the standard regulations as well. If your ship is trading in different zones or different ports, it becomes extremely tough for the seafarers on board to manage to the next, what is the next regulation in that port. And they fear, they have a psychological fear that I can be criminalized or my ship can be fined because of that. And that puts another burden on their mind on how to prepare your vessel for the next port and whether they are complying with those regulations or not. So again, that was a significant portion. Some of the people who are having a fixed trading pattern, they had a lesser stress as compared to people who are, or the seafarers who are trading in no fixed pattern trades. So one of the other quotes was about, that how can we increase the manpower and the compliance has to be standard across the globe. And they mentioned about that the world is not divided and there are so much of different interpretations to the regulations. What they understood and probably the port may have understood it differently and they fear for their own safety and well-being because of that. So that's also something which they clearly highlighted. Another important quote was about so many new things to implement, but wages and care from the company are still the same. Why would the crew sacrifice their mental peace for someone else's experiment? Some of them, they really mentioned about that we are feeling like everything is being experimented on board right now. We are becoming the testing blocks on board where everything is left to the seafarers to experiment on board and they feel like there's no proper research have been done. I think there's a lack of communication between the shore and the ship in that sense, that what they need to understand, how they need to do it. They've been told that do this, do that, do this, do that, but they do not know what the background is coming in, what's the background of the entire thing. I'm not saying that no proper research has been done. I'm sure that proper researches and everything has been done beforehand, but I think the CFAs are not very well informed in the entire journey about how these changes are going to be done. And that's also the one significant factor about it, that they're feeling psychologically unsafe as well. So again, the shore staff also has a significant impact. A number of shore staff people, also superintendents or technical superintendents also participated. They also mentioned about nearly 70% of them mentioning that this has added a lot of work pressures on the technical staff as well, or ashore, because finding the compliance issue, the commercial pressures been put on the technical staff, that, and as you all know, there's so much of commercial pressures right now that you have to do this, you have to do it in time, you have to find the newer bunker or fuel is available or not in that particular port to meet the requirements. Sure. So all of this has major impact as well. So for the next 5 years, the CFAs predicted that the workload will keep on increasing on them. They still fear for criminalization, as Anshuman also mentioned about drugs cases, but this is also something which they really fear about, that this will go on and on as we move towards more decarbonization things. So training will be definitely part of it. Nobody is shying away from training, but that will also impact them. Who is going to pay the bills for the trainings? They also fear for that. Some of them also mentioned about that they fear that it is going to be put additional financial burden on the CFAs as well. Some of the solutions been shared by CFAs around it was about how we can improve the entire process. How can we have a no-blame culture? Unfortunately, that is something which we always keep on blaming the CFAs for everything. Can we have the no-blame culture? Can we have the just cultures in place? Can we have inclusive cultures? Can we have the proper leadership skills among the CFAs been developed so that people can lead on ship, people can share their feelings out, and how companies can provide a safer environment and inclusive environment for all the CFAs. We need to take the regular feedback from CFAs, what they are going through, how they're feeling about these technical changes which are been implemented. So I think those things we really need to look into. The human-centered designs and the policies which we are having it, we need to have the human-centered approaches into them as well. We need to collaborate further, we need to learn from each other. And I think the harmonized reporting regimes, and I would request again that we need to push it a bit more about to have the standards across, so that the CFAs feel that they are doing everything what they can and in a safer environment. Some of the very inspiring quotes again, that I'm a big supporter of decarbonization. Again, two things here. One side, the CFA is saying that I'm a big supporter, but at the same time, I wish it could have been done in a better way. So thank you very much for listening to me, and you can download the full report from our website. I've also left few leaflets outside at one of the stalls when you enter this conference hall. So you can also pick up one of these and you can download the report, and we'll be more than happy to collaborate. One of the other thing is that we are also producing a guidance on it, how companies can implement these kind of findings in their systems in place. So that guidance also will come out hopefully in January. So that is also something which we are following up on this. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Chirag, for the excellent presentation and the sharing and the work that's gone behind what you've done and the organization has done. And I'm sure, I don't think I've seen such a presentation ever where technology is coming into a picture and somebody has done a survey, the impact of that on seafarers. So I want to acknowledge you, especially your organization, for that. As we all know, technology progresses so fast, leaving the legality behind, and the training and counseling lags far, far behind. So it's very difficult for 60% of our GDP is service-oriented. So it's sometimes become very difficult to keep the people ready for that technology. And I hope the implementers take cue on this, and together with the human factors during the risk management, they take this into account, that they need, along with technology, to build up the human being to deal with the technology. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is, it's so logically arranged, and that's something I'd like to commend WMTC. The way each presentation is sort of relling into each other. When we have such technology and such stress on board, naturally it affects the working, the rest hours, and for those of you who may not be aware, we have stipulated rest hours as per STCW or whichever formation the company choose to follow, whether rest hours or the work hours. And that in fact has an impact on the safe manning of a ship. So the different governments look at safe manning differently, and the safe, how many people should be there on board is governed by the safe manning principles, and there has been a great need to ensure that the safe manning principles actually are reflected in the safe manning document of each flag state. And here's a young man who has actually researched, and he's got some good suggestions for us. Captain Sujit Kumar Pathak joined the Shipping Corporation of India in 1996 and sailed on various types of ships till 2015. He joined the IMU in 2016 and is presently working as an associate professor HOD in the School of Nautical Studies at IMU Kochi campus. He holds a BSc degree in Nautical Science and PG Diploma in Ship Management from Narottam Moraji Institute of Shipping Management. He also holds a BA degree in Public Administration and MA in Political Science. I mean, what other degrees are left for you? And maybe a degree in spirituality is good. He's currently pursuing his PhD program from Indian Maritime University. Please put your hands together and welcome Captain Sujit Pathak. And the presentation acknowledges the work of Dr. Bharadwaj, who's his guide, which I'm sure he'll...
Yeah, good afternoon to all. Thank you, sir, for the introduction. So, like others, along with my guide, Dr. Bharadwaj, tried to go inside what is safe manning and what is troubling the seafarers. So, do we have any regulations in place or something more is required? So, we find that we have a resolution, IMO resolution 1047, which give broad guidelines. And if we talk about fatigue, so IMO has a circular on that also, MSC Circular 1598, that talks about the effective fatigue management. But both of this involves two things. One is safe manning and other one is workload assessment. How do you assess the workload? Based on that only, something can be done. So I'll just go through the slides. What we have at present. Next is. So if we define safe manning as per the IMO resolution, safe manning is the number of people who has to be employed on board a ship. Not only the number, but he has to be a qualified person also. If we see what is workload assessment, so workload assessment is how much load is coming on your cognitive. It can be due to some manual work or it can be a perception also. So workload depends not only on the person, it is an interaction between that person and the task which he is doing. So what are the factors which contributes to the workload? So some of the points were already included by the previous speakers. Stress, mental and physical workload, and one of the speakers told about the first round, which you can see organizational support and motivation. So if that is not there, that can also cause a stress, including vibrations, noise and all this. If we go to the history, what is the history? Has IMO done something on that? We see there is a long history starting from 1960 onwards, that all ships should be sufficiently and efficiently manned. It started in 1960, and the present one which we have now, that is principles of But when you see the terminology from start, it is all sufficiently, efficiently manned. Then if you see 2003 principles of safe manning, but when you see 2011, it is not principles of safe manning, it is principles of minimum. That point you have to see. They are highlighting on the minimum. They want minimum. What is the minimum? So that is a change. And if you see on fatigue, have they addressed that issue on fatigue? Yeah, fatigue also has been addressed since 1993. When you talk about this work, rest hours and hours of work, how much we have to do, that also came in 1996. It was addressed for the first time by ILO Convention 180. Then presently we have the latest guideline circular 1598, which gives a guidance on fatigue. So this was the history. And do we have relevant conventions on safe manning? Yes, we have. SOLAS Chapter 5, SOLAS Chapter 11, STCW, MLC talks about that, ISM also highlights. Then for registration of ships also Article 9 talks about safe manning. Are there control measures? Are there any checks and balances? Yes, that's also we have. If you see, if we talk about seaworthiness, it is not only the structure or the design of the ship, but if you see the last line, it includes safe manning also. If the manning is not correct, your ship is not seaworthy. And we have post-state controls in place, which keeps on checking whether your ship is having minimum safe manning or not. These are the controls which we have. So this is the current resolution which is in place. This is 2011, 30th November it was adopted, and it recommends the government to have a minimum safe manning levels. It is left to the governments to have the ships which are registered, suppose it is an Indian registered ship, so it is to the DG Shipping to regulate what is the minimum safe manning. Then in this document you have 5 annexes, but if you see all the annexes, it is starting with guidelines, then Annex 4 also guidance, then 5, they are not mandatory. They are all guidelines and recommendations which are just open-ended. So anybody can interpret in any form, so it is just open-ended. If you see the annexes, it is all guidelines. And at last they have given the framework. What should be the framework for that? So all the country needs to have a framework on that. So what I tried myself and my guy, Dr. Bhardwaj, to we did a pilot study on that. So what can be done? Do I have a better method or anything which we can suggest? Then we saw that we can do a pilot study, and do we have any tools, or is there any theory behind that? Is that theory, can that theory be related to the observed data? So we tried to do that, a pilot study. And we did a pilot study on the ships which were on a similar run. Mainly I visited the ships in Cochin Port, Vallarpadam Port, and the ships which were doing coasting, all container ships, similar route. I targeted that type of ships only, so that the work, suppose if they are doing some operations, so that operation also must be almost similar, and they should be on a similar route. If you see the safe manning document at present, mainly it addresses GRT of the ship, what is the kilowatt power of the engine, and the third trading route. If you see the document, these are the main things which they highlight. So I thought, okay, why not take the ships which are on, and I used a survey method, qualitative method, and the operation, suppose what are the operation I targeted? Deck offices, not all. So the deck offices I targeted, and the operation of the ship was divided into 9 different tasks, and for each task, it will come in the slide, and for each task I collected the data, and how it was done, I'll just go through that. So this was the objective, to understand the workload distribution. Because if once we understand this workload distribution, then we can proceed further. So hypothesis is nothing but a educated guess. If I make a hypothesis, like current manning on merchant vessel is causing increased workload, And this hypothesis, if you form, it should be supported with some theory. And you should have some method. How can you access that? Is this statement correct? If this statement is not correct, then this is only a speculation. So do we have any method for that? So this is the theory, and theory is like a guide. It does not come in black and white, so theory is a guide. So we have a theory in place that is called multiple resource theory. It was developed by Vikens in 2008. So what is this theory? It works on three things. One is demand, second one is resource overlap, and third is allocation policy. Means in normal language, if we talk, suppose I am driving a car. So while driving a car, I have a resource, my eyes, I am looking forward. And at the same time, while driving, I listen to the music also. So while driving a car, I look forward, I am using my eyes, and at the same time, while listening to the music, I am using my ears. So I am using two resources. But while driving, if I am looking forward at the same time, I am looking at the mobile also. So what I am doing, I am using my eyes for mobile also, and I am using my eyes to look forward also. So resource, now what is happening on the ships also, since you are doing multitasking. It is not that I am doing a particular task and I am doing that only. Since we are doing multitasking, so resources it will have a bottleneck. So that may cause increased workload. This is the theory on which we had worked. And do we have methods to collect the workload? How to collect the workload? Can it be done by task simulation method? So it is difficult, because if you adopt the task or you make somebody sit on the simulator, so that real stresses or the social factors will not be there. He will not be so much serious. Can we use the observational technique method? If you observe a person while doing a work, the things which the first speaker told, that the psychologically what is going on inside, that cannot be captured. You can only capture his physical work, what he is doing. Can we use the activity sampling? That also means some of the studies what they do, they will see that how much time was spent on doing that particular job. This much time, but since all the jobs are not automated, many of the jobs require cognitive. So that also cannot be done. So we used a subjective method in which the participant himself has to tell how much he was loaded or he was less loaded. So since your workload is a latent variable, we cannot see that. It is hidden. Latent means hidden. So the participants themselves have to tell that. And if you want to measure workload, the workload cannot be only in sense of it can be subjective, or sometimes while the performing also you can see that whether his performance is good. So there can be three criteria: performance based, subjective based, or sometimes he is overloaded or underloaded. You can check his blood pressure or maybe blood content. So that is little bit medical field, so that I have not used. I have not used the performance based also. So middle one I use, subjective. So in that, the tool which many tools are available, like Cooper-Howard scale, Bedford scale, SWOT scale, NASA task load, all these tools are there to collect the workload data. So the tools which I used was NASA and Bedford scale. If you see these two tools, and this has been validated by widely, so it is not a new one. So on the left side is the Bedford scale, where the participants give their verbal description of the workload. And if you see on the right hand side, this is a NASA task load. In that, a particular participants, since earlier I told operation of the ship is divided into 9 different tasks, for each task he has to tell whether the task load, mental load was, first one is mental, second physical, third temporal means time, then performance, could he perform the task properly, then you see effort, how much effort was required for completing the task, and last is frustration means stress. So he has to mark. So for one seafarer, suppose I am targeting a third officer, he has to fill up all the 9 forms for one ship. So likewise we have to collect. Then some result was there. So what was the result? See, if you see the task, there are 9 tasks for masters, chief officers. So I collected all, and the first one, if you see the first task 1, master, 66.13. For task 1, that was the mean, first. Then you see at the last. For task 1, task 2, task 3, task 4, if you just see the master thing, the mean is coming 77.57. That means, if I I see the range will be from the least to the maximum, and we have the mean. So we can see that all tasks, some of the tasks workload is below the mean, but some of the tasks where we require more involvement of the people, or whether that amount of people can meet the workload requirements, that we'll have to see. So this is the issue we have to address. Which all tasks require more workload, or can, with the available strength what we have on the ships, is it sufficient, or do we need to increase? So it should have some objectivity to that, not that it should be based on GRT and this kilowatt hour and trading area. So if we collect the data from the practitioners and have some database of the ships which are applying in the similar route, so and it is for the administrators to see where they accept, okay, this much is below acceptable or this is above. So they have to decide on this. So this can be one of the methods which can be useful for deciding on the workload. So this can help the companies to have a more formalized system. Now they don't have any formalized system for upscaling and downscaling. Now the companies, what they do, they just submit a proposal, and based on that, the administrations and all, they just give, okay, this is the GRT, between this to this GRT, you should have this many deck officers or this many ratings, this many engineers based on GRT, and this is a factor. So this can help the companies. And at last, I would say this is not the only solution. If you see the quote, what science does is to reduce uncertainty. It cannot eliminate, it cannot be in black and white. Okay, since we are also so this was told by Hoover K and Donovan T. So this was my presentation. Thanks a lot for your patience listening.
Thank you, and a special thank, brother, you didn't even require a reminder, and you stopped right on time, and each of you did very well in your timing. Thank you so much. As we approach digitalization and digitization, our next speaker is in the digital mode. So that is excellent research you've done, and I'd like to know more about it. We'll discuss about this, but I'm sure people will have a lot of questions. So as we go on board the ship now, and there are so many youngsters, cadets here, they may find the next session really interesting. We have the issue of addressing seasickness of technicians on board working vessels. Now, for many of us seasoned seafarers, seasickness, that's something which we shouldn't be worried about, you know. I mean, I remember when I was a young cadet, 1975, I was on a ship called Lal Bahadur Shastri, a tanker, and the captain gave me some work to do, and it was quite rough. So he saw that I wasn't doing that work, or we didn't even go on deck to do that work. He took 3-4 of us and sent us to the forward part of the ship called the forecastle, and from 2 to 5 in the afternoon after lunch we were there, and we threw up and threw up and threw up, and till today, I promise you, I've never felt seasick, whatever the condition we are in. So there's something unconsciously which he taught me, but then when we have technicians on board, I don't think they have such captains and or the authority the captain doesn't have authority to tell this to them. Compassionately, it requires a woman to understand that, and she has done work right now. She is in Denmark, I presume, and she will be sharing her study of addressing sea sickness technicians on board. Let me just introduce her, and so she has expressed regret that she could not be here personally, she'll be doing the presentation online. She's a PhD student at the Institute of Mechanical and Electrical Engineering at the University of Southern Denmark. I do research, she does research on motion sickness on board smaller working vessels that operate in offshore wind farms. The main aim of the project is to develop a model that will be able to predict the risk of motion sickness based on vessel movements as well as the weather and sea conditions. The paper is presented at the WMTC conference as the part of the larger project. So, Elmar Radic, welcome, and I hope you can see us and it's all clear? Yeah.
Yes, amazing. And you are here.
Thank you, Elmar. So the screen is yours. I can't say the floor is yours. The screen is yours. Yeah, we can. Thank you.
I'm just going to turn on my microphone. I can hear myself twice. That's not so nice.
Now you'll have to speak a bit slowly, I think. Can you speak a bit slowly so that your voice is going across?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
I will have to take my off now. Otherwise, I can. Okay. Thank you so much for having me. It's an honor to be part of this, especially the people who are presenting. Very well. My name is Elsa. I'm a PhD student at the Faculty of Engineering, more specifically Department of Mechanical Engineering in South Africa. I'm so sorry about it, but I'm happy to set it up online. So I'm thinking that I submitted for this conference, which was titled Addressing Technicians from Vessels. So just a small agenda, presenting for the next review. So first I will talk about the motivation for the paper and the project. Then I will do a walk through the features and the most findings of the paper, and finally how it from here. So of course we have both the numbers and wind turbines. Higher demand vessels and offshore to, for instance, maintaining the offshore wind turbines. And when technicians offshore, their sister contains super so all of these different tasks are at all times, that is happening. And that's everything from then forming the transfers from the vessels the line, then climbing, working in heights, high voltage. Each of these different work tasks require concentration. And so in order to address these people, at least try to minimize this or maybe even eliminate this catastrophic events and seasickness. So there were two main things. The first one was that I wanted to develop a general understanding of motion sickness and its preventive measures. And then I wanted to investigate the approaches that are currently being used in academia to quantify the threat of motion sickness. And this is focused mainly on this last aspect. So as I introduced the paper is a foundational brick in a larger project. So it's a standalone project. What I'm trying to develop is a human disease support system that will account disease when they plan and how they operate the vessels. So given the nature of the problem, we have a human and psychological aspect, so a health scientific one, but we also have a technical one, which is where I'm as an engineer.
Emma, can you hear me?
Scientific aspect.
Emma, may I just intervene?
More specific to this paper, the motion.
Hello, Emma, can you hear me?
Into the procedures that we conducted as a systematic where we were to find the physical of the paper. So trying to synthesize the papers and trying to iteratively come up with the most optimal general search string for us to use different databases. using words and operators. We then, with our optimal search string, we then the main search where we apply this search string, of course, modify the criteria of each database on the main search across all. And a common thing for all that is cross-disciplinary, which again the nature of the project requires. We then remove the faulty records and move on to the screening phase. And here we had 560 records to be screened. In this phase, we come up with exclusion criteria, kind of to filter the most relevant ones. So I'm not going to list all the criteria, but some of them were, of course, highly relevant records, motion sickness related to animals rather than humans. An important one also that focus on seasickness and not on discomfort, which a lot of literature also investigates, and there's a really clear distinction between discomfort and motion sickness also in the standards. And then we of course had our second phase where we found availability of text. And in the end, we ended up having 167 records included in the review, which is quite a hand. So moving on to the findings of motion sickness in literature is generally quantified through either questionnaires or models. With the questionnaires addressing susceptibility or sensitivity. So susceptibility meaning okay, how prone or to get seasick based on personal information, so age, gender, etc. And then we have the sensitivity, so how seasick are you or get from a voyage. And you can say that all of them is that there are questions that relate to personal information, so as I said, age and gender, but also history. So have you previously been motion sick? Not only vessels, but also other transportational objects. And often you can see a combination of those two, so they will hand out questions except to question susceptibility, then they will have the voyage, and then they will be answers of that on that voyage. And then the most interesting part, which are the models that quantify motion, put numbers to, and here you can again divide main categories. We have theoretical ones and the ones. And when you look into the theoretical ones, these are purely based on theory of how we expect the human brain to react to certain external impacts and motion sickness. And when you look into the empirical ones, have that humans are either exposed to certain external movements or other external factors, and then you measure the outcome, the sickness of these people, and then you try to find a relationship in some way. And here we saw across all the categories that the MSI incidence is found to be more model, probably as expected. It depends on the motion size, the original movement, and the ISO standard being the most employed points. And motion sickness is a percentage of people, so it's basically that gives us the percentage of people likely to vomit or emesis after a certain time, after certain frequencies and accelerations. So the first one is that it's solely based on emesis, so only as vomiting or emesis as an indicator to being seasick, which is I mean, I guess we can all agree that you have to be vomited which you can also just heavily fatigued or have a really hard to be disoriented and not concentrated when you're performing these quite dangerous work tasks in these hazardous environments. So only basing it on one symptom of motion sickness, I would argue, is not sufficient in this case. And then lastly, it's also based on vertical accelerations and given the structural and dynamic properties of a smaller volume. So it's a lot different when you look at container ships or with passenger ferries. So we expect some other freedom of emotion to be more influential or at least just as influential as the vertical ones. And then thirdly, because as I mentioned, that it's a percentage, so it's a statistical measure, and you can kind of question statistical significance of such metric if they're only a handful, or as they are with smaller working vessels. So if you employ this method onto a vessel with 100 people, then maybe, okay, it's statistically significant. But on a small vessel, a handful of people, it's a bit more questionable. Then we tried to see if there was a relationship between vessels that were being employed in the research and the models that were being applied to these vessels. And generally, you can see we defined model larger vessels as more than 50 meters, but generally you can see that most of these vessels are larger vessels, especially MSI. We see that mostly employed in larger vessels, but also around 50 project vessels were employing the MSI to address seasickness on board smaller vessels. So the question is, where do we go from now? Here we see that we can conclude that the literature addresses motion sickness primarily through models, often in some sort of combination of those two. We also see that the MSI is foundational across all vessel types. And of course, in this setting, a vessel type is just the varying lengths, but the fundamentally the same for different specific vessel form and different widths and whatever there are in specification of vessels. But it remains a cornerstone across all literature. So when they refer to motion sickness, it's mostly MSI that is referred to as the main measure. So all in all, we can conclude that more research of smaller vessels are needed. First of all, to account for the nature of the vessel. So consideration that a small vessel is a lot more sensitive to waves and wind conditions than big, large vessels. And another important aspect in this case, because we're working with, is that including other systems than just vomiting as an indicator is highly fatigue, headache, other symptoms just as dangerous as vomiting voyage can be. And lastly, I just want to say that this introduction this time, of course, serves as a motivation for joint work in projects. We're currently doing a bigger project on this where we have this tablet installed on one of the vessels in Europe, where they register symptoms, intensities of these symptoms. The aim is then to see if there's a relationship between these registered subjective symptoms and the different motion in all the cases. So both the translational and interpretational ones, and also try to combine that with whether it's symptoms conditions to see if there are any other ways, alternative ways these people can, that the crew on board can save the vessel in order to minimize the risk of it occurring through ignitions during voyage. So that was actually, thank you all for listening, much appreciated. I have the paper attached to the program of today. So if there is anything you would like to know more about or questions, please let me know on email.
Okay, thank you, Emma, and thank you for reaching out to us digitally across the world. And your excellent work on this very important subject, especially for a seafarer. So it's good that technicians are going out to sea and they get sensitized to what the seafarer goes to. So we can bridge that gap. Can I request all the previous speakers to please come up? Yeah, so we have, please do stay on the line, Emma, and if we got any questions, we'll address them to you. So, the floor is now open for questions, and I promise you, if you all don't have questions, I've listed many questions here, so you better ask before I start asking. And let's have some of the youngsters. I want some of the cadets in there. to ask some questions and participate. I know you're doing a great job there. Hello, young cadets, yeah. The future of seafaring? No, I think they're busy with something. So, do you have any questions, any hands raised? I know we are standing in between you and lunch, but don't let that be the fact of we're not asking questions. Okay. So, we've had some excellent presentations, and I'm going to introduce here a term which may be very important, and even the previous session we discussed this term. And so once you put a term around a particular experience, it helps us in retentivity and, bring that as a research topic for the future. And the term is risk homeostasis. Anybody heard of this term, risk homeostasis? So risk homeostasis is a state where we've done a lot of risk management. I mean, like in any system, there's an active process, there's a proactive which has gone before the active takes place, where risk management is one of them. And then when the reactive one, the incidents, the accidents reporting, which again goes and impacts the proactive and the active systems, and is a continuous improvement process. But despite the best efforts to do risk management, there is a lot of residual risk and unseen, unconscious risk. For example, when we started using fossil fuels many years back, we didn't know that these are the problems which will occur. So considering that progress, the question is, any one of you could answer, or you could just, what do you see? Is there any study being done as to what are the unconscious impacts going to be of the new fuels, decarbonization, digitalization, etc.? Anything which you all can think about? Yeah? I hope my question was clear.
Yeah, so I don't really have any study on that, this subject, how it will affect. Probably what Chirag presented was one of the studies related to decarbonization. But things have not really moved so far, in terms of new fuels. We are still with LNG and LPG in terms of 99% of the world fleet, I would say. We have maybe 30 methanol fuel vessels and no vessels with ammonia. So it's more of the energy efficiency and the management of the energy efficiencies is what exactly right now what is happening. There's more regulations right now on how to really have systems and ships where...
So just want to raise a red flag here so that in case we get present to that, because we may do a great job with all sincerity, but still something happens and then we realize, like take the case of Evergiven. In the previous session, there was a very nice term which was introduced because a question was asked, and the speaker, of course, didn't have time to address that. It's called system integrator. It's a thing called system integrator. Right? The technician, they change some systems, and then the operational person are not aware of it, and then we have problems. Now, as a captain on the Evergiven, did he know that as the wind speed increases, at what stage to say, I will not take the ship across the canal? You're filling up the windage area. At what windage area vis-a-vis the wind speed could he have put his foot down? Is there any document backing that up? And if the question opens the audience also. This is an example of what we call risk homeostasis. I mean, you build ships, your containers, that goes up. And I think most of your work is dwelling into that area. You're going into that, which I really want to encourage you all to keep that on, and you're in the right direction, because
for Evergiven, I think it was a reliance on the pilot, which should not happen generally.
No, but even the pilot or captain, they can't just say, I will not take my ship. There should be some calculation that says, normal ships have got 5,000 windage area. This had 20,000 windage area.
Yeah, exactly. So the ship structures have changed, and there was probably no risk assessment in terms of how the windage will affect the high freeboard of the vessel. And there was kind of, the pilot is doing this job every day, so he will know, that is another thing which probably might have played on the captain's mind. Yeah.
So the other question which I would like to put across to you all is, you must all know of Shell Goal Zero program. Okay, Shell Goal Zero, for instance, Shell, an oil company, they give their ships out to charter, and they created a partnership with the ship management companies and the ship owners, saying that we are partners to create a zero incident program. Now, when you say zero incident, the way zero is mentioned here, the incident here is a combination of accident and near misses. In the European style, incident is a near miss, and accident is something which, an event which occurred which is undesirable. But even if that undesirable event did not create a loss, it's called a near miss. And so these two together, clubbed together as incidents. And the intention is not just to keep accidents zero, but the incidents as zero, which requires another part, another structure below the pyramid, which is behavior and acts. So we have to have such appropriate behavior that the incidents come to zero so that the accidents come to zero. And towards that, one of the competencies, which are called spiritual competencies, is called chronic unease. So we got to be at chronic unease stage at all times, not just because it's lunch and we need to fill up a stomach, but in the years to come, this is the way I see the path of seafarers and seafaring organizations and technology moving ahead. So as technology grabs on, if we do not formally introduce chronic unease, which is a very good term, but it keeps people stressed out at all times, hence the manning levels will have to be looked at. And somehow I think so wonderfully the organizers have made each topic relevant to each other, and each of you have done a great job in this, and please keep up that job and serve the entire maritime profession. So I want all of you to put your hands together, give them a big hand, please. Thank you. So I think I've earned my lunch, so David is coming to take over from here.
Can I use Thank you, Ajay. A wonderfully conducted session. Very, very enlightening. A lot of things spoken on safety, welfare, and crew management, and crew welfare and safety management, basically. Thank you, Elma. You did a wonderful job online. Unfortunately, I'm not able to present you the memento, but your work and your presentation has really enlightened us on motion sickness. So thank you for joining in despite your hectic schedule. I will go in the reverse order for giving the memento. So can I have you, can you come? And so we'll start off with Sujit Pathak, Captain Sujit Pathak. Is Captain Dr. Bharadwaj here? He is not here. So I think we'll just do for Sujit Pathak. So, and I have been given the good honor of presenting the memento. So first I will do for Captain Sujit Pathak. Let's have a round of applause, please. Thank you so much. Let's have the applause going louder because I think they have done a good job. So we need to appreciate that. Next is, of course, my good friend Chirag Bahari. Again, a stalwart in his line of business, and whatever he does is very, very good. Thank you. Thank you so much, Chirag. Next is Anshuman Ghosh, of course. Yeah. Thank you, Anshuman. A wonderful job. Moving on to the keynote speaker, Captain Rahul Sachdeva. Wonderful job indeed, and great work. Keep up the good work, not only the presentation but the good work. So thank you so much. Let's hear it for Rahul. Thank you. Finally, of course, our chairperson for the session, again Ajay, in your usual flair, you have done wonderfully well conducted session, and I must say that he has a flair for talking, but not only that, his knowledge is absolutely intense in whatever he does. So thank you once again, Rahul. Ajay. Let's have a group photograph along with Elma. I think, can we see Elma on the screen, please, if you can? I think it's always a privilege to have a group photograph with all the speakers for the session. Is Elma there? Can we just pin her, if you can? Yeah, Elma, you are with us in the group photograph. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for being patient and having been there for the session. I hope you'll have a good lunch. Don't eat too much, otherwise you'll fall asleep during the next session. It's equally interesting. So come back in time at 2 o'clock for the next session. Have a wonderful lunch. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Torchbearer of Hope. Discover the future of maritime innovation at the World Maritime Technology Conference 24 from December 4 through 6 at the luxurious Hotel Leela Palace, Chennai. Organized by the Institute of Marine Engineers, India, this global event brings together the brightest minds in maritime technology to tackle challenges and unlock new opportunities. Chennai, India's historic trade hub, is the perfect setting for visionary discussions on sustainability, cutting-edge technology, and industry transformation. Connect with global leaders, share groundbreaking ideas, and immerse yourself in the vibrant culture of Southern India. World Maritime Technology Conference 2024, shaping the future of shipping. Join us and navigate tomorrow. Global Shipping, a battle for survival.
Shipping. We are more than a classification society. We are leading the efforts in transition to a new fuel ecosystem. By promoting cleaner and more sustainable fuels, we are contributing to a greener future for our planet. We are working with the industry by leveraging virtual twin technology to drive digital transformation with a global presence spanning 4 continents. IRS plays a pivotal role in shaping the future of the maritime industry. Indian Register of Shipping, setting the standard for maritime excellence. At Indian Register...
For the maritime industry, for all of us, this is more than a moment of change. It's a time of transformation. Inspired and informed by our expertise, you will be empowered to make smarter business decisions. As the trusted voice to tackle global transformations, DNV is here to provide practical solutions and advice. Together we can turn uncertainty into confidence. For the maritime industry.
Headquartered in Chennai, India, is a diversified global conglomerate. Sanmar Shipping Limited, a part of the Sanmar Group, has been holding a distinguished position in the domain of the Indian shipping industry. Sanmar Shipping's customers include major oil companies, both domestic and international. Sanmar Shipping is committed to meeting the increasing environmental challenges and stays focused to its motto of safe ships and clean seas.
Sanmar Group,
The practical
headquartered
voice
in
of shipping,
Chennai,
supporting members and the shipping industry since 1905, creating and delivering contracts, explaining and informing regulation, providing expert knowledge and business services to the industry. BIMCO, the practical voice of shipping.
Global shipping, a battle for survival or a torchbearer of hope? Discover the future of maritime innovation at the World Maritime Technology Conference 24 from December 4 through 6 at the luxurious Hotel Leela Palace, Chennai. Organized by the Institute of Marine Engineers, India, this global event brings together the brightest minds in maritime technology to tackle challenges and unlock new opportunities. Chennai, India's historic trade hub, is the perfect setting for visionary discussions on sustainability, cutting-edge technology, and industry transformation. Connect with global leaders, share groundbreaking ideas, and immerse yourself in the vibrant culture of Southern India. World Maritime Technology Conference 2024, shaping the future of shipping. Join us and navigate tomorrow. Global shipping, a battle for survival.
Shipping. We are more than a classification society. We are leading the efforts in transition to a new fuel ecosystem. By promoting cleaner and more sustainable fuels, we are contributing to a greener future for our planet. We are working with the industry by leveraging virtual twin technology to drive digital transformation with a global presence spanning 4 continents. IRS plays a pivotal role in shaping the future of the maritime industry. Indian Register of Shipping, setting the standard for maritime excellence. At Indian Register...
For the maritime industry, for all of us, this is more than a moment of change. It's a time of transformation. Inspired and informed by our expertise, you will be empowered to make smarter business decisions. As the trusted voice to tackle global transformations, DNV is here to provide practical solutions and advice. Together we can turn uncertainty into confidence. For the maritime industry.
Headquartered in Chennai, India, is a diversified global conglomerate. Sanmar Shipping Limited, a part of the Sanmar Group, has been holding a distinguished position in the domain of the Indian shipping industry. Sanmar Shipping's customers include major oil companies, both domestic and international. Sanmar Shipping is committed to meeting the increasing environmental challenges and stays focused to its motto of safe ships and clean seas. Sanmar Group,
The practical
quoted
voice
in
of shipping,
Chennai,
supporting members in the shipping industry since 1905, creating and delivering contracts, explaining and informing regulation, providing expert knowledge and business services to the industry. BIMCO, the practical voice of shipping.
Global shipping, a battle for survival or a torchbearer of hope? Discover the future of maritime innovation at the World Maritime Technology Conference 24 from December 4 through 6 at the luxurious Hotel Leela Palace, Chennai. Organized by the Institute of Marine Engineers, India. This global event brings together the brightest minds in maritime technology to tackle challenges and unlock new opportunities. Chennai, India's historic trade hub, is the perfect setting for visionary discussions on sustainability, cutting-edge technology, and industry transformation. Connect with global leaders, share groundbreaking ideas, and immerse yourself in the vibrant culture of Southern India. World Maritime Technology Conference 2024, shaping the future of shipping. Join us and navigate tomorrow. Global shipping, a battle for survival.
Shipping. We are more than a classification society. We are leading the efforts in transition to a new fuel ecosystem. By promoting cleaner and more sustainable fuels, we are contributing to a greener future for our planet. We are working with the industry by leveraging virtual twin technology to drive digital transformation with a global presence spanning 4 continents. IRS plays a pivotal role in shaping the future of the maritime industry. Indian Register of Shipping, setting the standard for maritime excellence. At Indian Register...
For the maritime industry, for all of us, this is more than a moment of change. It's a time of transformation. Inspired and informed by our expertise, you will be empowered to make smarter business decisions. As the trusted voice to tackle global transformations, DNV is here to provide practical solutions and advice. Together we can turn uncertainty into confidence. For the maritime industry.
Headquartered in Chennai, India, is a diversified global conglomerate. Sanmar Shipping Limited, a part of the Sanmar Group, has been holding a distinguished position in the domain of the Indian shipping industry. Sanmar Shipping's customers include major oil companies, both domestic and international. Sanmar Shipping is committed to meeting the increasing environmental challenges and stays focused to its motto of safe ships and clean seas. Sanmar Group,
The practical voice
quartered
of
in
shipping,
Chennai,
supporting members in the shipping industry since 1905, creating and delivering contracts, explaining and informing regulation, providing expert knowledge and business services to the industry. BIMCO, the practical voice of shipping.
Global shipping, a battle for survival or a torchbearer of hope? Discover the future of maritime innovation at the World Maritime Technology Conference 24 from December 4 through 6 at the luxurious Hotel Leela Palace, Chennai. Organized by the Institute of Marine Engineers, India. This global event brings together the brightest minds in maritime technology to tackle challenges and unlock new opportunities. Chennai, India's historic trade hub, is the perfect setting for visionary discussions on sustainability, cutting-edge technology, and industry transformation. Connect with global leaders, share groundbreaking ideas, and immerse yourself in the vibrant culture of Southern India. World Maritime Technology Conference 2024, shaping the future of shipping. Join us and navigate tomorrow. Global shipping, a battle for survival.
Shipping. We are more than a classification society. We are leading the efforts in transition to a new fuel ecosystem. By promoting cleaner and more sustainable fuels, we are contributing to a greener future for our planet. We are working with the industry by leveraging virtual twin technology to drive digital transformation with a global presence spanning 4 continents. IRS plays a pivotal role in shaping the future of the maritime industry. Indian Register of Shipping, setting the standard for maritime excellence. At Indian Register...
For the maritime industry, for all of us, this is more than a moment of change. It's a time of transformation. Inspired and informed by our expertise, you will be empowered to make smarter business decisions. As the trusted voice to tackle global transformations, DNV is here to provide practical solutions and advice. Together we can turn uncertainty into confidence. For the maritime industry.
Chennai, India is a diversified global conglomerate. Sanmar Shipping Limited, a part of the Sanmar Group, has been holding a distinguished position in the domain of the Indian shipping industry. Sanmar Shipping's customers include major oil companies, both domestic and international. Sanmar Shipping is committed to meeting the increasing environmental challenges and stays focused to its motto of safe ships and clean seas. Sanmar Group,
The practical voice
headquartered
of
in
shipping,
Chennai,
supporting members in the shipping industry since 1905, creating and delivering contracts, explaining and informing regulation, providing expert knowledge and business services to the industry. BIMCO, the practical voice of shipping.
Global shipping, a battle for survival or a torchbearer of hope? Discover the future of maritime innovation at the World Maritime Technology Conference 24 from December 4 through 6 at the luxurious Hotel Leela Palace, Chennai. Organized by the Institute of Marine Engineers, India. This global event brings together the brightest minds in maritime technology to tackle challenges and unlock new opportunities. Chennai, India's historic trade hub, is the perfect setting for visionary discussions on sustainability, cutting-edge technology, and industry transformation. Connect with global leaders, share groundbreaking ideas, and immerse yourself in the vibrant culture of Southern India. World Maritime Technology Conference 2024, shaping the future of shipping. Join us and navigate tomorrow. Global shipping, a battle for survival.
Shipping. We are more than a classification society. We are leading the efforts in transition to a new fuel ecosystem. By promoting cleaner and more sustainable fuels, we are contributing to a greener future for our planet. We are working with the industry by leveraging virtual twin technology to drive digital transformation with a global presence spanning 4 continents. IRS plays a pivotal role in shaping the future of the maritime industry. Indian Register of Shipping, setting the standard for maritime excellence. At Indian Register...
For the maritime industry, for all of us, this is more than a moment of change. It's a time of transformation. Inspired and informed by our expertise, you will be empowered to make smarter business decisions. As the trusted voice to tackle global transformations, DNV is here to provide practical solutions and advice. Together we can turn uncertainty into confidence. For the maritime industry.
headquartered in Chennai, India, is a diversified global conglomerate. Sanmar Shipping Limited, a part of the Sanmar Group, has been holding a distinguished position in the domain of the Indian shipping industry. Sanmar Shipping's customers include major oil companies, both domestic and international. Sanmar Shipping is committed to meeting the increasing environmental challenges and stays focused to its motto of safe ships and clean seas. Sanmar Group,
The practical
headquartered
voice
in
of shipping,
Chennai,
supporting members in the shipping industry since 1905, creating and delivering contracts, explaining and informing regulation, providing expert knowledge and business services to the industry. BIMCO, the practical voice of shipping.
Global shipping, a battle for survival or a torchbearer of hope? Discover the future of maritime innovation at the World Maritime Technology Conference 24 from December 4 through 6 at the luxurious Hotel Leela Palace, Chennai. Organized by the Institute of Marine Engineers, India. This global event brings together the brightest minds in maritime technology to tackle challenges and unlock new opportunities. Chennai, India's historic trade hub, is the perfect setting for visionary discussions on sustainability, cutting-edge technology, and industry transformation. Connect with global leaders, share groundbreaking ideas, and immerse yourself in the vibrant culture of Southern India. World Maritime Technology Conference 2024, shaping the future of shipping. Join us and navigate tomorrow. Global shipping, a battle for survival.
Shipping. We are more than a classification society. We are leading the efforts in transition to a new fuel ecosystem. By promoting cleaner and more sustainable fuels, we are contributing to a greener future for our planet. We are working with the industry by leveraging virtual twin technology to drive digital transformation with a global presence spanning 4 continents. IRS plays a pivotal role in shaping the future of the maritime industry. Indian Register of Shipping, setting the standard for maritime excellence. At Indian Register...
For the maritime industry, for all of us, this is more than a moment of change. It's a time of transformation. Inspired and informed by our expertise, you will be empowered to make smarter business decisions. As the trusted voice to tackle global transformations, DNV is here to provide practical solutions and advice. Together we can turn uncertainty into confidence. For the maritime industry.
Chennai, India is a diversified global conglomerate. Sanmar Shipping Limited, a part of the Sanmar Group, has been holding a distinguished position in the domain of the Indian shipping industry. Sanmar Shipping's customers include major oil companies, both domestic and international. Sanmar Shipping is committed to meeting the increasing environmental challenges and stays focused to its motto of safe ships and clean seas. Sanmar Group,
The practical voice of shipping, supporting members and the shipping industry since 1905, creating and delivering contracts, explaining and informing regulation, providing expert knowledge and business services to the industry. BIMCO, the practical voice of shipping.
Global shipping, a battle for survival or a torchbearer of hope? Discover the future of maritime innovation at the World Maritime Technology Conference 24 from December 4 through 6 at the luxurious Hotel Leela Palace, Chennai. Organized by the Institute of Marine Engineers, India. This global event brings together the brightest minds in maritime technology to tackle challenges and unlock new opportunities. Chennai, India's historic trade hub, is the perfect setting for visionary discussions on sustainability, cutting-edge technology, and industry transformation. Connect with global leaders, share groundbreaking ideas, and immerse yourself in the vibrant culture of Southern India. World Maritime Technology Conference 2024, shaping the future of shipping. Join us and navigate tomorrow. Global shipping, a battle for survival.
We are more than a classification society. We are leading the efforts in transition to a new fuel ecosystem. By promoting cleaner and more sustainable fuels, we are contributing to a greener future for our planet. We are working with the industry by leveraging virtual twin technology to drive digital transformation with a global presence spanning 4 continents. IRS plays a pivotal role in shaping the future of the maritime industry. Indian Register of Shipping, setting the standard for maritime excellence. At Indian Register...
For the maritime industry, for all of us, this is more than a moment of change. It's a time of transformation. Inspired and informed by our expertise, you will be empowered to make smarter business decisions. As the trusted voice to tackle global transformations, DNV is here to provide practical solutions and advice. Together we can turn uncertainty into confidence. For the maritime industry.
headquartered in Chennai, India, is a diversified global conglomerate. Sanmar Shipping Limited, a part of the Sanmar Group, has been holding a distinguished position in the domain of the Indian shipping industry. Sanmar Shipping's customers include major oil companies, both domestic and international. Sanmar Shipping is committed to meeting the increasing environmental challenges and stays focused to its motto of safe ships and clean seas. Sanmar Group,
The practical voice of shipping, supporting members in the shipping industry since 1905, creating and delivering contracts, explaining and informing regulation, providing expert knowledge and business services to the industry. BIMCO, the practical voice of shipping.
Global shipping, a battle for survival or a torchbearer of hope? Discover the future of maritime innovation at the World Maritime Technology Conference 24 from December 4 through 6 at the luxurious Hotel Leela Palace, Chennai. Organized by the Institute of Marine Engineers, India. This global event brings together the brightest minds in maritime technology to tackle challenges and unlock new opportunities. Chennai, India's historic trade hub, is the perfect setting for visionary discussions on sustainability, cutting-edge technology, and industry transformation. Connect with global leaders, share groundbreaking ideas, and immerse yourself in the vibrant culture of Southern India. World Maritime Technology Conference 2024, shaping the future of shipping. Join us and navigate tomorrow. Global shipping, a battle for survival.
Shipping. We are more than a classification society. We are leading the efforts in transition to a new fuel ecosystem. By promoting cleaner and more sustainable fuels, we are contributing to a greener future for our planet. We are working with the industry by leveraging virtual twin technology to drive digital transformation with a global presence spanning 4 continents. IRS plays a pivotal role in shaping the future of the maritime industry. Indian Register of Shipping, setting the standard for maritime excellence. At Indian Register...
For the maritime industry, for all of us, this is more than a moment of change. It's a time of transformation. Inspired and informed by our expertise, you will be empowered to make smarter business decisions. As the trusted voice to tackle global transformations, DNV is here to provide practical solutions and advice. Together we can turn uncertainty into confidence. For the maritime industry.
headquartered in Chennai, India, is a diversified global conglomerate. Sanmar Shipping Limited, a part of the Sanmar Group, has been holding a distinguished position in the domain of the Indian shipping industry. Sanmar Shipping's customers include major oil companies, both domestic and international. Sanmar Shipping is committed to meeting the increasing environmental challenges and stays focused to its motto of safe ships and clean seas. Sanmar Group,
The practical
quoted
voice
in
of shipping,
Chennai,
supporting members in the shipping industry since 1905, creating and delivering contracts, explaining and informing regulation, providing expert knowledge and business services to the industry. BIMCO, the practical voice of shipping.
Global shipping, a battle for survival or a torchbearer of hope? Discover the future of maritime innovation at the World Maritime Technology Conference 24 from December 4 through 6 at the luxurious Hotel Leela Palace, Chennai. Organized by the Institute of Marine Engineers, India. This global event brings together the brightest minds in maritime technology to tackle challenges and unlock new opportunities. Chennai, India's historic trade hub, is the perfect setting for visionary discussions on sustainability, cutting-edge technology, and industry transformation. Connect with global leaders, share groundbreaking ideas, and immerse yourself in the vibrant culture of Southern India. World Maritime Technology Conference 2024. Shaping the future of shipping. Join us and navigate tomorrow. Global shipping, a battle for survival.
Shipping. We are more than a classification society. We are leading the efforts in transition to a new fuel ecosystem. By promoting cleaner and more sustainable fuels, we are contributing to a greener future for our planet. We are working with the industry by leveraging virtual twin technology to drive digital transformation with a global presence spanning 4 continents. IRS plays a pivotal role in shaping the future of the maritime industry. Indian Register of Shipping, setting the standard for maritime excellence. At Indian Register...
For the maritime industry, for all of us, this is more than a moment of change. It's a time of transformation. Inspired and informed by our expertise, you will be empowered to make smarter business decisions. As the trusted voice to tackle global transformations, DNV is here to provide practical solutions and advice. Together we can turn uncertainty into confidence. For the maritime industry.
India is a diversified global conglomerate. Sanmar Shipping Limited, a part of the Sanmar Group, has been holding a distinguished position in the domain of the Indian shipping industry. Sanmar Shipping's customers include major oil companies, both domestic and international. Sanmar Shipping is committed to meeting the increasing environmental challenges and stays focused to its motto of safe ships and clean seas. Sanmar Group,
The practical voice
quoted
of
in
shipping,
Chennai.
supporting members in the shipping industry since 1905, creating and delivering contracts, explaining and informing regulation, providing expert knowledge and business services to the industry. BIMCO, the practical voice of shipping.
Global shipping, a battle for survival or a torchbearer of hope? Discover the future of maritime innovation at the World Maritime Technology Conference 24 from December 4 through 6 at the luxurious Hotel Leela Palace, Chennai. Organized by the Institute of Marine Engineers, India. This global event brings together the brightest minds in maritime technology to tackle challenges and unlock new opportunities. Chennai, India's historic trade hub, is the perfect setting for visionary discussions on sustainability, cutting-edge technology, and industry transformation. Connect with global leaders, share groundbreaking ideas, and immerse yourself in the vibrant culture of Southern India. World Maritime Technology Conference 2024, shaping the future of shipping. Join us and navigate tomorrow. Global shipping, a battle for
Register of
survival.
Shipping. We are more than a classification society. We are leading the efforts in transition to a new fuel ecosystem. By promoting cleaner and more sustainable fuels, we are contributing to a greener future for our planet. We are working with the industry by leveraging virtual twin technology to drive digital transformation with a global presence spanning 4 continents. IRS plays a pivotal role in shaping the future of the maritime industry. Indian Register of Shipping, setting the standard for maritime excellence. At Indian Register...
For the maritime industry, for all of us, this is more than a moment of change. It's a time of transformation. Inspired and informed by our expertise, you will be empowered to make smarter business decisions. As the trusted voice to tackle global transformations, DNV is here to provide practical solutions and advice. Together we can turn uncertainty into confidence. For the maritime industry.
headquartered in Chennai, India, is a diversified global conglomerate. Sanmar Shipping Limited, a part of the Sanmar Group, has been holding a distinguished position in the domain of the Indian shipping industry. Sanmar Shipping's customers include major oil companies, both domestic and international. Sanmar Shipping is committed to meeting the increasing environmental challenges and stays focused to its motto of safe ships and clean seas. Sanmar Group,
The practical
quoted
voice
in
of shipping,
Chennai,
supporting members in the shipping industry since 1905, creating and delivering contracts, explaining and informing regulation, providing expert knowledge and business services to the industry. BIMCO, the practical voice of shipping.
Global shipping, a battle for survival or a torchbearer of hope? Discover the future of maritime innovation at the World Maritime Technology Conference 24 from December 4 through 6 at the luxurious Hotel Leela Palace, Chennai. Organized by the Institute of Marine Engineers, India. This global event brings together the brightest minds in maritime technology to tackle challenges and unlock new opportunities. Chennai, India's historic trade hub, is the perfect setting for visionary discussions on sustainability, cutting-edge technology, and industry transformation. Connect with global leaders, share groundbreaking ideas, and immerse yourself in the vibrant culture of Southern India. World Maritime Technology Conference 2024, shaping the future of shipping. Join us and navigate tomorrow. Global shipping, a battle for survival.
Shipping. We are more than a classification society. We are leading the efforts in transition to a new fuel ecosystem. By promoting cleaner and more sustainable fuels, we are contributing to a greener future for our planet. We are working with the industry by leveraging virtual twin technology to drive digital transformation with a global presence spanning 4 continents. IRS plays a pivotal role in shaping the future of the maritime industry. Indian Register of Shipping, setting the standard for maritime excellence. At Indian Register...
For the maritime industry, for all of us, this is more than a moment of change. It's a time of transformation. Inspired and informed by our expertise, you will be empowered to make smarter business decisions. As the trusted voice to tackle global transformations, DNV is here to provide practical solutions and advice. Together we can turn uncertainty into confidence. For the maritime industry.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Can I request you all to settle down? We'll start in a minute. Okay, I think we're good to start. So, good afternoon once again, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you all had a good lunch. Enjoyed? Was it good enough? I hope it was not too much. But then somebody will say, okay, I better go to the room and have a little bit of nap or something like that. Or you'll snooze it between the session. I don't think Captain Neil or Captain Sabraj will want that to happen as chairperson or the keynote speaker. So I guess it's going to be a lovely session. I think it's a very, very relevant topic on managing and hedging risk, assets, cargo and currency. And we have Captain Neil Jaijit Nair, MD of Nautix Maritime Private Limited as a session chair. I'm sure it's going to be a good one. To say a little bit about Captain Neil J. Nair, he has a sea career of almost 19 years, 10 years as master. He specializes in ship management, marine risk management, insurance and offshore oil field logistics, having held senior management role in these areas. In addition to that, he has an MBA. He is a fellow of the Company of Master Mariners of India and a former chairman of ICS East India branch. With such a multifarious CV, who better than Captain Neil Nair to chair this afternoon session. So let's welcome Captain Neil Nair with a big round of applause. Louder, ladies and gentlemen, louder. Thank you so much. I hand over to Neil Nair for taking up the session. All the best.
Thank you, David. Good afternoon, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, as David said, I hope all of you had a good lunch. And today we're going to talk on the subject of risk and its management. Every human endeavor, every human activity entails risk. And risk is initially managed by risk mitigation and then by risk cover. And risk mitigation is a complicated fine art. For even today's event, there's a risk of low attendance. And the event managers have to manage that by having the lunch just sufficient to keep you awake, not too less that will make you walk away, not too much that will send you for a snooze. So I hope they got it right, and I hope the hall fills up very soon. But it brings to light that risk management is a part of everybody's life, every activity, every business, every enterprise. And today we have a panel of eminent experts in the field to talk on this subject. Effective risk management is, of course, mitigation. Most efforts of every corporate business house goes towards risk mitigation because it's the cheapest and most effective way to manage risk. But having said that, with the best of intentions, things go wrong, and that's when the insurers have your back. Insurance, like shipping, has a myriad of branches, myriad of experts in different fields, starting from insurers, liability insurers, special risk insurers or special operations insurers. You have average adjusters, you have brokers, you have insurance agents. Each one of them come with their stockpile of expertise, put together an industry that covers risk to an extent of hundreds of billions of dollars a year. The risk, the way it is spread across the market, no individual economy or insurer is immune from any major event that upsets the insurance industry. So insurance, just because you have an insurance, doesn't mean that the consequences of things going wrong doesn't affect one and all of us. So the subject of insurance thereby is of utmost importance. And today we have speakers from specialized fields of insurance like P&I, hull and machinery, average adjustment, insurance broking, pollution insurance, All of them are going to share their knowledge, and we hope this will be a very fruitful session. And to start this, we invite first Captain Savraj Mehta, who is very well known in the P&I industry worldwide. Having been a master mariner, having been over 12 years at sea, 4 years as a master mariner, he went on to become a marine superintendent, operations superintendent, ship owning companies, where he served for about 4 years and took a law degree, after which he joined insurance with North Standard in 1995 as in the underwriting department, went on to head underwriting, and then in the year 2019, he went on to become the Chief Commercial Officer of North Standard. And today, he is in the core management team of the insurer, dealing with directors, dealing with ship owner directors, dealing with reinsurance, dealing with business strategy, dealing with the entire gamut of P&I operations. And there's no better person than him to enlighten us on P&I and its significance in shipping. He has also been recognized for his sustained and outstanding contribution to the maritime sector. He was conferred with the Eminent Overseas Maritime Personality Award by the Indian National Maritime Day Celebrations Committee in 2019. We look forward to his presentation, and I invite Captain Savraj Mehta onto the dais, please.
No pressure. You see a lot of experience in this room in spite of post-lunch session. And when we talk about experience, it reminds me what George Bernard Shaw said. We learn from experience that men learn nothing from experience or never learn anything from experience. In spite of a very good lunch, let's try to see if we can change this. When I was invited by the committee to come and present here last week, it's a very difficult ask to say no to Mr. Subbarao, who's a very eminent personality in shipping and well known. So please bear with me. Now, I didn't do a Google search. I don't believe in Google because my wife knows it all. So I asked my wife, what am I supposed to do as an eminent speaker, as one of the keynote speakers? And then I spoke to Rishi also. He said, you don't have to worry. Just speak your heart, your mind. And I dedicate this talk to the future masters and chief engineers, my dear cadets. It shows again experience and age when you share the platform. So I'll not mention for how many years. Lena and we have been sharing the platform for many, many years. And it's a pleasure to be with you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, future masters and chief engineers, and indeed a pleasure to be back here in Chennai. This is probably my third or fourth trip in last 12 months for different reasons. I heard the morning session where Captain Narasimhan was talking about future, and that reminded me, it was a very interesting talk. He covered most of the good points. Or very good points. In 2008, a book was published called Too Big to Fail. And the gist of that book was, nothing is too big to fail. And then also, one of the lessons was, we cannot predict, but we can prepare. As there is a lot of discussion on alternate fuels, sustainability, so, Lena, please do forgive me if any of my anecdotes and jokes are repeated, but that's what sustainability is all about. We are here to recycle things. Our industry has experienced many interesting challenges in the last 30 or 40 years. It almost feels that before that life had stood still. When I went out to see certificate of competency was a lifetime achievement. But now, it's almost immediately when an accident happens, you are seeing it live while things are going on. Whether it's sustainability, whether it's technology, it's all happening in milliseconds. So the rate of change has indeed been very profound. So let's start. I'm not going to talk about PNI, I promise Jonathan, he's not here. It's going to be a little bit of sports and a little bit of other stuff. So this is what our family is. This is what we are, what you see on the screen. And 150 nations, so 50,000 ships. And this is what we do. The seaborne trade estimates over the period of time. And this increase is not showing any sign of abatement whatsoever. So things will continue to grow. Things will continue to happen. So what are the challenges? We've heard there'll be alternate fuels, probably nuclear fuel. We had a very interesting talk last week by the new nuclear experts. They feel very confident. Don't ask me on that. I'm not an expert on alternate fuels. I'm a very average person. So there is a lot of challenges. So when we look at it, so what is it that is most important? I'm sure it's not finance only. Strategy, not only strategy, not only technology which will take us forward, just to give self-importance, not even PNI. I think it's teamwork that remains the ultimate competitive advantage, both because it's so powerful and so rare. What a fantastic way to put across what the future entails. Today when you go home, future masters and chief engineers, my dear cadets, I never address you as anything less. Please remember, future masters and chief engineers, that's the minimum you will achieve in life. That is what Michelangelo said. The biggest danger in our life is not that we aim too high and we miss it, but we aim too low and we achieve it. So today when you go home, don't think that I must go out to sea or I must go after my degree or after I finish, I'll go on the ship. The minimum is master or a chief engineer. So when we talk about teamwork, we're not talking about different stakeholders, but the most important thing going forward is the teamwork and the crew. You have competent crew on an average ship, the whole dimension changes. You have not a very competent crew on a brand new ship, and the ship becomes a disaster. So our teamwork, our focus has to be, how do we have that connection with the crew? In today's world of digitalization and social media, we look upon celebrities, we look upon influencers, we look upon sports person. Roger Federer, after winning Wimbledon, or Djokovic, what does he say? I thank my team. I thank my physio. I thank my coach. I thank my family. It's all teamwork. If Bumrah is a successful bowler, he needs the 10 people with him. Such is the importance of teamwork. And then, what does Michael Jordan, the famous Michael Jordan says? talent wins games, but teamwork wins championships. Don't let the I be bigger than we when we are going. And also, what is extremely important is it's the star team which is not important. It is the star team which is important and not team of individual stars who are fighting their individual battles. And that's where it's so important and significant that the crew becomes an important and the most important thing on the ship for running the ship and making the future happen. The only thing about hedging only thing about how markets can be hedged and all is after reading books. And Ray Dalio puts it across, when it's 1 + 1 is equal to 3. The people who collaborate will be about 3 times as effective as individuals operating. So how do, I'll soon end, and I want to leave a message. So what is it that we want to take forward? It's such an important element of teamwork on board as well as in the office. A famous guru not far away from Chennai in Coimbatore made a very interesting statement. For the first time in the humanity, we have the necessary resources, capabilities, and technology to address every issue on the planet. Almost every issue on the planet. That's my take. Never before has generation of people known the comforts and conveniences we have today. So how do we ensure that this is passed on to the next generation, to our grandchildren? What can we do when we stand here? What message we can give to the next generation? And there's a beautiful Greek proverb, a society grows great when old men plant trees in whose shade they shall never sit. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to be present here. My dear future masters and chief engineers, you are the future, and I dedicate this to you all. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's all give one more big hand of applause to Captain Siraj Mehta, person who brings with him decades of experience. And instead of talking to us about P&I and its intricacies, he teaches his life lessons about success and the role of teamwork and individual contribution to an overall team, the importance of a chariot pulling in one direction, and its ultimate goal of success. I invite Mr. David to come forth, and because Mr. Siraj Mehta has to leave, so Mr. David will do the honors before we continue with the session.
Mr. Mehta, Captain Mehta has been very kind and gracious to be here despite his busy schedule. But if any of the budding captains or chief engineers have any questions for him, because maybe you have something to ask him because he was directly addressing you all, so maybe there is something which you would like to know from him, from his tons of experience, so we'd be glad to take a question or two before he leaves. So you can come on the stage there. Anybody has anything to ask him? If not the budding masters and chief engineers, maybe anybody else? Any question for him? I'm sure he can have appropriate responses for all your queries, if any. Well, if none, then I am going to be requesting Mr. Subbarao to come and hand over a token of appreciation from WMTC to Mr. Captain Mehta. So can we have the memento, please? Yeah, come. Thank you so much, sir. Yeah. Let's hear it for Captain Mehta. Thank you so much. Thank you so much indeed. Thank you, Mr. Subbarao. Thank you. Thank you, sir. So we move on. I'll hand over back to Captain Neil for taking the session ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Thank you, Captain Mehta. Now we come to our next interesting part of this session. And I'm going to kind of set the framework with a small example. Now, two guys have a dispute. They go to court with a number of allegations against each other. The interesting thing that happens in court is that each of those guys knows exactly what crime they have done and knows exactly what the other guy has done. Both are very clear in their minds that they have defaulted somewhere, and they also very well know that the other guy has defaulted somewhere. The only poor guy in that courthouse who doesn't know this is the judge. And now he's put in a position where he has to decide who is telling what and which is correct and which is wrong. And that poor person's fate has to be accepted by both, and then each has to suffer their individual consequences. And this role in the insurance industry is played by a unique character called an average adjuster. The average adjuster is appointed by the ship owner, in the case of shipping industry, and is approved by the insurer. And then it is the average adjuster's job to go through the huge list of bills and claims filed by the ship owner, to study each item in that for its individual merit, to interpret the applicability or admissibility of that particular item under insurance law or the practices of the trade, and then to adjudge as to what of that particular line item is payable and what is not payable. And this kind of a judgment goes into each line item, and any typical maritime claim goes into a minimum of 100 or 200 line items, starting from air bills to food, whether he ate in a five-star hotel or in a roadside dhaba, whether it's a washer or a liner, whether it's a accident coming due to non-compliance with the rules of the road, who is responsible, what is applicable, what is payable, whether warranties implied in the contract have been satisfied by the ship owner, whether there has been any default against the warranties, whether the contract is valid or void, a whole lot of gamut that the adjuster needs to look into before pronouncing a so-called judgment. And there are very, very few adjusters worldwide in the maritime industry. And India, to my knowledge today, we have just people who can be counted in the palm of a hand. And the senior-most adjuster we have in India today, a very unique qualification, person with over 4 decades of experience is, or 3 decades of experience is Mrs. Leena Modi. And we are happy and privileged to have her here and share her knowledge with us. Mrs. Leena Modi qualified as a fellow of the Association of Average Adjusters, UK, and was the first lady in Asia to qualify as a fellow member of the association. Currently, she is the only independently practicing female fellow of the Association of Average Adjusters in Asia. In 2012, she started her own firm, Leena Modi and Associates, which provides average adjusting and marine claims consultancy to the shipping and insurance fraternity within India and overseas. That is after having headed the average adjusting branch of JB Boda for 10 years. Over the last 22 years, she has been serving on the advisory and dispute resolution panel and the examination committee of the Association of Average Adjusters, UK. She manages all kinds of marine claims, ranging from simple particular average claims to complex general average and salvage claims. And particularly when it comes to multimodal transport, where a ship has 20, 22,000 containers on board, each container having maybe some are single consignee or single consignment containers, some are LCL, so multiple shippers and multiple receivers for each container. So each major general average claim on a general cargo ship, on a container ship, would probably involve maybe 25,000 parties on the receiving side, 25,000 parties on the shipping side, plus their insurers. So you're talking of 50, 60,000 people involved in that particular claim. And to make an average adjustment, to collect average bonds, to satisfy everybody of the genuineness of the adjustment, it is really some task. And to explain the intricacies, and taking for example the case of Dali, we invite Mrs. Leena Modi to make a presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I won't be seen otherwise. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to all of you. I have had a sumptuous lunch, and probably I'm going to get you into some crashes and bangs to wake you up if you're sleeping. Is it necessary? Yeah? Fine, fine. And Dali case here has been taken as an example because it's a recent one, and it's a container ship GA. And we'll just go through the sequence of event, how it happened to create a scene. But since this matter is sub judice, all is a without prejudice presentation, and it's an opinion. Okay? So this is before the incident. How was the bridge, Francis Scott Key Bridge of Baltimore on the river Patapsco, how was it looking before the incident? And this Pier 17 and 18, between that Dali was supposed to transit. However, it hit the pier number 17, and there was an accident. All of us know of it, but just building up the case to give an idea of what the claims would be like. This was a Singapore flagged vessel owned by Grace Ocean Private Limited, Synergy Marine were the managers, Maersk were the time charterers, and she had loaded 4,680 containers before leaving Baltimore terminal. She came out till the Fort Henry Mech Channel with 2 tugs. Tugs were let go as per the normal practice, and she started her outbound passage. Just when she was about 3 ship lengths away from the Key Bridge, she had a power failure, total power failure. Both electrical and propulsion power both failed. The reason was tripping of breakers. Okay, this I will go a little fast so that we can concentrate on claims. If you have any queries, you can of course tell me, but this will go a little fast. Then she again, within a minute or so, the power was restored, but she, a minute thereafter, so within 2 to 3 minutes, there was a second blackout. But by that time, emergency generator was, emergency lighting was connected to the emergency generator, and the ship had the emergency lighting on board. But there was no propulsion power. She was just 0.2 miles away, and the length of the vessel was 985 feet. So about 300 meters. So it was almost impossible to stop this incident. So at 1:28.48 hours, the starboard bow of Dali, we'll see this in a small video clipping which most of us must have seen it. The starboard bow of Dali struck the pier number 17, and there was an accident. An accident which was very different from the normal accidents that we see on ships. A very large accident. It is believed that it is estimated to cross even the loss that's estimated and paid for Costa Concordia. You can see that. The second power loss, and then she strikes the pier, and there goes the bridge, like a pack of cards. It's too late. Nothing can be done. Okay, most of us must have seen this video. Now, as a result of Allison, this is not a collision, this is Allison, the deck and the truss span of the bridge went and fell on the ship. Okay, now this wreckage had to be removed before the ship can go out. And even the wreckage from the ship, from the river had to be removed. The wreck of the bridge from the ship and the wreck of the bridge from the river, both had to be removed. One to get the ship out and the other to start the channel with the normal shipping lane. Okay, there were 6 people working on the bridge. They were the main, 8 people were working, 6 lost their lives and 2 were saved. They were doing maintenance work on the bridge. Fortunately, the Maryland Transport Authority, just before half a minute, had informed either side of the bridge to halt the traffic, and that's the reason we didn't have many cars going down the river. Now this is the salvage. This is just shown to give you an idea of what the claim, what would be the components of the claim on salvage, general average, and the loss of the ship, loss and damage to the ship. Containment booms were put, salvers transferred the hazardous containers from the ship to a barge and then to the shore to facilitate removal of the ship. This was a crane which was specially mobilized. 1,000-ton crane was specially mobilized to remove the wreckage of the bridge from the river. Now, almost 2 months after the incident, the vessel was towed back to Baltimore, where she reloaded the containers which were discharged, and almost 2.5 months had gone and the channel was open for normal shipping traffic. Then on 24/6/24, the vessel sailed out from Baltimore on own power, but was escorted by 3 salvage tugs of the US Corps to Norfolk, where the containers were discharged and transshipped to destination. Some small repairs were carried out in Virginia, and the vessel then went to China for permanent repairs. These are all, this is the entire brief overview of what happened on Dali and where is Dali today. Dali is undergoing repairs in Chinese shipping yard. Okay, now we go to the claims. Now in adjusting claims, there are 2 types. One is what would go under the hull policy, the other one which will go into the P&I policies. And of course there are ancillary policies like loss of hire policy, like freight forwarders liability insurance policies, which would be responding to some of the losses, but not majorly. Now, we divide into 5 broad categories. The physical loss of the property, that is physical loss of the vessel, the cargo, the containers on board the ship, and even the physical damage to the bridge. Now, all these were insured, and the physical loss or damage would be payable by the respective insurance policies, depending on the cover provided. Today, for the limited time that we have, we'll confine our talk to the physical loss and the other losses payable under the hull policy, while briefly covering, if time permits, P&I and loss of hire. Now, other than physical loss, the hull policy also covers salvage or cost of recovering the damaged property at sea from the peril. We'll come to that. Then there is a liability cover which goes mainly under the P&I based on the cover of the P&I. Then there is loss of profit, delay or business interruption policies, where even port has a port package policies where due to this incident, the port was affected very badly. The workers, the dockers, the longshoremen, all of them were out of employment, and that liability where it will be covered, we'll discuss that. And then there is legal cost which would be incurred to defend the liability or to defend the claim. Now, H&M. H&M cover policy only covers physical loss, does not cover any liability except the 3/4 collision liability. This is not a collision, this is an allision, so this won't be covered under the liability arising from this incident won't be covered under the hull policy. Then you have damage, the estimated damage of Dali is $28 million. Salvage is approximately 19 million. Salvage charges here, which is paid by the ship for the ship interest, cargo for the cargo interest, and containers for the containers interest, will go into the melting pot of general average and will be contributed by all the interest in the proportion of their value when arrived at destination. We'll come to that later. Then there is storage charges, then there is removal expenses. Removal expenses of the vessel from Baltimore to Norfolk, first to discharge the container, then the transshipment cost, and later on removal from Virginia to, after carrying out temporary repairs, from Virginia to China. Then legal cost in defending all this claim, all will go under the hull policy. This is a hypothetical situation taking into consideration what all could arise from an incident like this. This is not pertaining to Dali. This is without prejudice. This Dali is taken as an example to explain that what sort of claims could come out from this sort of an incident. Now this is a PA claim. PA claim is a loss which is particular of the ship. Particular average loss is a particular to the ship. It does not include loss to the cargo. So, sorry. This is very important. The second bullet here is very, very important to understand that this cover is subject to one cause being one of the named peril under the policy. So what is a named peril under the policy is the contact with the dock or the harbor equipment. Now dock or the harbor equipment contact is covered, but one has to go into the cause of cause. So first cause is loss of propulsion. Then why did the ship lose propulsion? Was because there was power failure. Then why was there power failure? That matter is still under investigation, but all this will be looked into before certifying this loss by the surveyor. Now, I have put a caveat there. The hull underwriter is not liable for any loss proximately caused by express exclusion under the hull policy, which is war, strike, malicious damage, nuclear exclusion, cyber exclusion, and a loss is excluded under the Marine Insurance Act, which is wear and tear, ordinary leakage and breakage, inherent vice, some of them. So if the loss, when we say power failure, if loss falls within any of this gamut of causes, it wouldn't be recoverable. PA loss is payable, always subject to the deductible excess under the policy. Okay, but if it is contact with key bridge, it is not subject to the due diligence proviso of the assured, owners or managers. Now general average. What is a general average claim? General average claim is a claim which is incurred to save the entire common maritime adventure. So when any extraordinary sacrifice or expenses incurred, reasonably incurred I would say, reasonably, intentionally and voluntarily incurred at the time of peril, common peril, for preserving the common maritime adventure is a general average act. If it satisfies all these criteria, which we'll come to on the next slide, these would be payable. Okay, these are York-Antwerp rules. Generally your charter party provides one or the other version of York-Antwerp rule, the latest one being 2016. Prior to that was 1994 and before that was 1974. So port of refuge expenses, cost of discharging, storing cargo while she was ashore, and even the insurance charges that the owner would have paid to store the cargo when at shore, go downs, is also recoverable as GA. Damage to the ship containers in discharging cargo. Especially in this Dali case, if you would have noted, that wreckage of the bridge had to be removed. And while removing that wreckage, the ship was damaged, containers were damaged, cargo was damaged. So many things had to be removed. Ship had to be cut at various places to get access. All that is GA damage, and it's payable and contributed more by all the interests. That is cargo, containers and time charterers, bunkers. Cost of prolongation of voyage, detention expenses at Baltimore, all are payable as GA. Detention cost as Fujian for effecting GA repairs is also payable as GA loss. Now these are the 5 criteria which a GA Act should satisfy, which I have already covered. The sacrifice must be extraordinary, or the expenditure incurred must be extraordinary. Extraordinary here means that it's not an ordinary voyage expense. It has to be reasonably be incurred, intentional and voluntary. So it's a deliberate act. So when you cut a ship to get access, to remove the ship from there, or because of the cutting the bridge, you also damage the ship. That is an intentional and deliberate act. You knowingly do it to save the whole adventure. Common safety or peril, common maritime adventure. GA adjusters assist in giving notice of GA declaration. Now generally the GA is declared by the master of the ship or by the owners or their managers, and a notice is drafted by the GA adjusters and circulated with a request to furnish all the GA documents. What are the GA documents? Now GA documents comprises of GA bond or agreement. Just now Captain Nair said, briefly mentioned what is a GA bond. It is given by either a cargo receiver and even a container receiver. I understand this vessel Dali also had many empty containers. So there were total 10,000 containers, 4680 were loaded containers and the remaining were empty containers. Even empty containers would contribute in general average, and all have to give a bond. And along with a bond, a valuation form. It's a typical form given by the adjuster, giving particulars of the cargo, and an invoice is submitted to the adjuster. Thereafter, a guarantee is given by either the cargo underwriter, or if it is a container, the container underwriter. They give a guarantee. But before giving a guarantee, they ask for a counter guarantee from their respective assured. When they ask for a counter guarantee, it is an undertaking stating that the loss would be not payable by the insurer if it exceeds the sum mentioned in the policy, or if it is not covered under the policy. So that sort of a counter guarantee is given. Now what happens when cargo is not insured? This is generally a case in a container ship. In a container ship, it generally happens when there is an LCL cargo, many are not insured. In such a case, cash deposit is given. Now this GA cash deposit is put into a bank account by the adjuster and is held as a security to be paid against the contribution due from that interest. In Dali case, it is estimated that the contribution is 55% of the value of the property. That is 55% of the ship, 55% of the cargo value, and 55% of the container value. So also time charterers, bunkers value. Now that's the contributory value, the total GA loss, which is called as GA fund, is estimated by the adjusters, and proportionate GA contribution due from each of these interests is calculated and a settlement shown in the report. That suppose if your cargo was damaged by GA loss, and suppose that cargo damage was worth $1,000, and you are liable to pay contribution by way of general average, say about $500, then 500 would be shown as a settlement. This is just a simple example to understand that GA loss is debited or credited against the GA contribution. Now how is it adjusted? It is based on the York-Antwerp rules. in the charter party of Dali, which is with Maersk, YR 1994, and place is London. GA to be adjusted as per YR 1994 in London. Now, briefly on P&I policy, dismantling, removing, cleaning, clearing the wreck from the river is P&I claim, but removing the bridge from on board the ship is a hull claim, because that was necessary to remove the vessel from a place of danger. So that goes under the hull policy, but the removal of the bridge from the river is P&I policy. Crane hire is P&I policy for removal from the river, for removal of the wreck from the river. Cost of reconstruction of Key Bridge, penalties of port, government authorities, lots of penalties were there. Okay, death compensation to victims' families, personal injury, pollution cleanup as well as mitigation cost, containment booms, spraying chemicals, all that is under the P&I policy. Third party claim of longshoremen, dockers, port workers for loss of work and employment is also a P&I claim. This all depends on the cover provided by the club. In this case, Britannia is the club. Loss of revenue, business interruption of the port, terminal, vessel, operators, all that is again delay, unrecoverable GA contribution. This is a very interesting cover which is provided by P&I. Wherever the ship owner has not been successful in recovering the GA contribution from the other interest, that is cargo or containers, under the plea that the vessel was unseaworthy, then the P&I ships, P&I club will bear that loss and pay for that loss. Legal costs incurred in limiting liability. Now this is loss of hire policy. It's a pre-agreed sum which is payable subject to a deductible of 14 days. But one caveat here is that it is the loss under this policy is paid only and only if the loss under the main policy, H&M insurance policy, is payable. Only then it is paid, and the cover is for maximum 180 days. This is the limitation. This is the most talked about thing, but since the matter is sub judice, I've just put in what is US Act on Limitation of Liability, 1851, and what is the difference between, I have 5 minutes, right? Yeah. So the difference between what we in India have and what is in US. US have 1851 Limitation of Liability Act, where the ship owner is allowed to limit liability when there is a marine claim and when it is not a result of, when it is without his knowledge or without privity of the owner. Okay, now what is the limitation in US Act? It's very small amount. It is pending freight plus value of the ship after the voyage. So in the Dali case, they have filed a petition for 43.67 million US dollars, which is pending freight plus the value of the ship after the incident, okay, after the voyage on which the incident occurred. Now, if you consider Indian scenario, say, suppose if Dali would have occurred in Indian waters, what would have been the limitation of liability? We are signatories to LLMC 1976, then Protocol 1996, and the revised limit 2015. Now, as per revised limit 2015, the limit is calculated on tonnage of the vessel, and it is on a sliding scale. So first 2,000 ton, it is X dollars. It is not dollars, it is SDRs. When converted into dollar would roughly be this 43.67, instead of that it would be roughly $170 million. So that is the difference. And that is the reason, just after the incident, the US Congress has changed this law with a retrospective effect. That only US can do it. Thank you very much for your patient listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Leena, for that very enlightening presentation on the Dali case. we're running a little behind schedule. So what I would do is, we would finish each panelist presentation before we take questions on any of the subjects presented by any of the panelists. Now, I would like to introduce to you a scenario. Now, imagine you have invested in a windmill that can produce 20 megawatt of power. And after having spent 10 crores to buy the windmill and to erect it, the breeze plays truant and you're not producing any power. What happens to your business? You pack your bags, cry and go home. But there are few individuals who looks at that as an opportunity. And one such person is our next panelist, Mr. Singaravelu. He saw this as an opportunity, and to an inflexible Indian public sector insurance segment who doesn't like change, he drafted an insurance policy that would cover the investor for failure of wind, which causes reduction in his power generation. Development of unique policies and selling the concept to the Indian insurer is one of the strengths of our next panelist. Another area where I've seen some wonders being done by him is to again develop a policy that will cover a scientific underwater autonomous vessel or vehicle used to explore or do research at depths of 6,000 meters. He devised a specialized policy. It's not a standard oil field commercial operation. This is a 6,000 meter deep operation. He devised a policy that would cover the risks associated with that operation and got it accepted by the Indian PSUs. He has devised policies for scientific operations on vessels, Indian vessels going to Antarctica. When you have a challenge, when you have a operation or a project which is out of the way, the man to call is Mr. Singaravelu. I'd like to briefly introduce him. He's the chairman and managing director of SS General Insurance Brokers Limited, a chartered insurer from London, a chartered insurance broker, a chartered insurance risk manager. He has been a course director and conducted international insurance summits under the aegis of UNEP, and also convener of the All India Insurance Summits. He has been a consultant on marine insurance, having spent a lifetime in the insurance industry, having handled insurance policies in all segments, from industry to agriculture to maritime. I invite Mr. Singaravelu to talk on claims and claims management. Thank you. When the presentation is ready, move forward. Or you can just press the same.
Good afternoon to you all. I'm thankful to WMTC for inviting me and giving me the opportunity to be before you to share the knowledge and experience gained by me in nearly 4 decades. And I'm thankful to Captain Neil and everybody here. And I'm thankful to Madam on one count. She has taken the particular average claim as well as the general average claim so that I may not get into the technicalities into it. In fact, with the hope that she will take those areas, I have not prepared the presentation slides in those areas. Thank you, Madam. And my session will be on 2 parts. One is the topic given by the organizers. And I have spoken to the organizers and introduced the topic which is relevant for today's meeting. One is, are India insurers judging H&M coverage with a motor vehicle insurance? That is one part. In fact, this is the topic which I got it for the first time. Then I thought, after some time, I felt that this is the relevant topic. Next one is Marine Hull Insurance Claim Settlement Practice. I have made it general, whether it is for India or globe. Having published some of the papers on the settlement process as well as other areas of marine claim, I thought it fit to share few of it. Captain Neil has explained. It's nothing but the contact, which I missed in the international forum so that the inward communication could not reach me. That is the reason why I put it here. This is something nature, something related to nature. Here, nature assumes risk. During summer, this tree gives mangoes. At the same time, during winter, when it is like this, you please compare the output. When nature itself is taking risk, we all need not be revealed that we have to take risks. We must take risks. Okay, hedging is nothing but one property, either alternate property or transfer of risk by paying a little premium to see that your assets values are maintained. In case of eventuality, the settlement is there to take care. That is on two counts. One is on property, other one is on liability. And the madam has explained those areas. Let me go on to the next slides. And most of the slides I will just show it and pass it on because the most have been dealt. Okay. Cost analysis for transfer of risk. Predominantly, the transfer of risk is ideal. Most cases, it will take place as such. But in few cases, where market itself is not there to take the risk, or high cost is there to take the risk, then it is prudent to decide whether to transfer or not. That is the message in this. The same. Now it is the topic. Motor and I have taken into account the basics only and the governing act. The simple message in these two, there is a comparison of a motor and a hull, is localized character, geographical limits on the application of the act. In marine, it is not so. It's a global character. Whether it is plane, a geographical limit, act of parliament applications, reinsurance. Reinsurance, normally motor insurance will be taken care by treaty. For marine insurance, we need to go for FAC and other methods. Subrogation, there is nothing in motor. But in marine it is very much there. If the subrogation is not there, the claim treatment will be a prejudiced treatment claim, non-standard treatment claim. 25% of your claim will be reduced, maybe up to 40% also. All those are the percentage which are not within the brackets of the rules and regulations. Next one is insurance. For TP, mandatory. Likewise, in Hull, P&I is mandatory. That's a liability policy, is mandatory. Survey assessment, here the physical loss, most of the cases, almost all the cases, you can see and you can assess it. But in marine, there are cases where we cannot see, we have to apply imagination, we have to apply our mind, then a surveyor will have to assess, and the madam is there as adjuster, likewise people. Very few people in India, they do apply their mind and try to bring the factual position to the nearest of accuracy. That's the most important area, which is the most difficult part in marine. Next one is assessment of liability. The surveyors used to assess liability in motor, whereas in marine, cargo surveyor need to assess the loss. Insurance company need to assess the liability. The practice is something different going on in India. It is not globally. At the same time, for hull insurance, liability is with the domain of the adjusters. And small claims, surveyors themselves will assess the liability, insurance company will take it. Here my role. Okay, another is the types. I have given in the last slides something from the tariff. That's a book or guidebook from the insurance companies about the types of motor as well as the related entities who are all involved in it. Next slide, sir. Now this is our topic. I have to go back. I have to go back to 1779. 1779 Ships and Goods Policy that has been used till 1982-83. Simplification took place. This is why that's SG policy to the institute classes. Okay, next slide, sir. Sorry. Okay. From SG policy to institute classes, 1982-83 simplification. Now we are into two different approach, roads. One is a continuation of a conventional vessels, what we are doing. Then new vessels, maritime, automated, surface ships, MAS. We have been hearing in all the sessions. Okay. This is the cargo policy which has been taken into account. BNC are restricted policy, named policies, the coverage and all is there. Next one is all risk clause. All risk clause is with the named exclusions, whatever beyond exclusion is covered under the policy. Okay. Here it is, that is a cargo policy. Now it is a hull policy. Hull policy is a named policy. In this, extensions need to be sought on the customer's requirement. For example, if I add into this insured additional perils clause, accidental damages are covered in addition to the perils named in the policy. That's a very important thing. For new vessels up to 20 years, it's easy to get it. Beyond that 20, 25, 30, assuming that 40 years policy is on placement with the insurance company, they will not take into account, they will not come forward to give the cover for institute additional perils clause. There is an accidental coverage to such vessels of age exceeding 40 years. A continuation of perils, so this is Inchmari clause of old and the new version in the institute classes of 1983. Okay, hull claim process. This is where I want to give to the forum a picture. Yesterday evening, we got the input that my truth concept. Am I correct? Mind truth concept. I will come back to this mind truth concept and say that optimistic approach or dogmatic approach. Two approach based on the might truth concept. Okay. Process, documentation, survey before that intimation. Intimation to the insurance company, then insurance company will decide based on the quantum of loss or based on the other related issues, the surveyor will be appointed. Selection of the surveyor from their panel, they have got the differentiation. A class surveyors, B, though it was stated by regulatory earlier, still, though it is not that, people follow that pattern only. For A class surveyor, they will select for the huge value claim and where the applications and other things are very important. Small claims, other junior surveyors will be appointed, or entry cadre also, they will be given an opportunity to learn from the survey job, but practically, this is the most important. Second is, it's a very important factor which determines the settlement of claim process, whether it is on time or delay in time. Delay in time process because of the non-disclosure and the misrepresentation at the time of a placement. Okay, one case which I have come across is IRS class was cancelled, all other details were given, head office approving authority gave the underwriting, that barge sank off the shore of one of our port. When the claim was documented and the survey dealt by class 1 surveyor, everything was on a positive note to settle the claim. Claim was referred to me by that head office. Having gone through that, I said only one thing, let the insurable interest, let the ownership be proved at the time of insurance till the date of loss, without any disruption, without any disconnect. The issue was, class was cancelled, they took the class from Singapore and the vessel operations from port to Maldives. Finally, the claim was not settled based on the non-compliance of insurable interest, and that opinion was given by me and the head office took that opinion and finally it had gone to court and court also said no. Next one is disputes, always there. Procrastination, that's the delay. Delay, who has to be blamed? For me, I have to blame myself first. Then only I can blame others. Procrastination has got the implication that you blame yourself first on your activity, whether you have taken it or not. You are complied with the procedural aspects. If it is not so, first you have to be blamed. Okay, next is a defect in policy. That's the most important. We would have requested ITC Hull 11083. The policy printing, you can find that Institute Fishing Vessel classes. One surveyor refused to take ITC Hull, even though it is stated, he has chosen that I will go for the IFVC class for R&DSL. Imagine the differences. That is, despite requesting the insurance company to issue the endorsement, cancelling the IFVC, that endorsement request is first, later is the incident. We got the claim settled, that's a different issue. What I'm trying to tell is a defect in issue should be reported to the insurance companies. Otherwise, people like us, madam, and everybody will have to think twice, thrice to look into those areas because that defective policy endorsement or rectification endorsement can be dealt only by certain authorities, not by the dealing authority of the claim. It takes a lot of time. Disagreement, that's another area. Now these are all we can pass on. Okay, just to have a look at it for half a minute, let me pass on. No, it's nothing but the liability, how the survey process, assessment of laws, all those things. Madam has dealt and she has given you format which you can understand. This is the pictorial, something. It's the aspect of a liability when the policy is void, when it is a fraudulent or non-disclosure or misrepresentation, it goes into that direction. Is it easy to find out? Yes, it is easy to find out. The people like Madam and the insurance companies, technical department, it's very easy to find out. Even let it be 300 document or 400 document, by turning itself, people will say that something is there. They will call the surveyor, look into this aspect in addition to your job. That's a message. That message is not known to anybody except the insurance company communication to the surveyor. But surveyor will do the due diligence. He is not the representative of insurance company. He will have to do as if he is the mid person to both. My words are for understanding purpose. Without prejudice, he should assess it. And again, everything goes, yes, claim settlement will be there. If something is abstract, some obstacle is there, it will go to the no area. In that also, I have to say something. How a no claim can be taken towards the yes, that I will tell you how. Only thing I will remove moral assault. I will remove once inflated claim is there, people will have a rigid approach. One, no claim is put on the insurance company when it is a kind of moral hazard, then those things will not come into picture. When a person suffered the loss, some reason or other, that particular process of claim is into the track where leading to no, we can change it to yes. Okay. I'm giving you the case studies where first is Hudud claim. Both insurance claims related to H&M and P&I was handled. Next one is a trusted damage claim where original cause of loss stated by the claim settling agent of our PSU in India, claim settling agent in UK, appointed surveyor, they gave the picture of this cause of loss. Once the papers came and the full format of the papers, claim file is over, insurance company having read it took the decision, no, it is not that cause, it is some other cause. I will show you how. Okay, it's on 12th October 2014, Hudud cyclone claim, 183 is a clause and that is what I told you, IFVC and this. Notice of abandonment served after few days after the assessment that expenses to be incurred are much more than the value of the hull itself. Then notice of abandonment given, insurer's denial, P&I involvement. Then wreck removal is the issue involved. In that, P&I insisted relinquishment of a proprietary rights by the insurer. That too in the meeting of the vessel manager, vessel owner, P&I club, insurance company head office, everybody. Okay, and all those have been resolved in such a way that that claim was settled. Next, this is a vessel which got into the Hudud cyclone claim. Next, is a study of a thruster motor claim. I will explain. And this is a motor. Next, this is on board. Okay, sorry, earlier one. That thruster motor claim which I told was the cause of loss was the entanglement of a gill net fishing net and the propeller damage to the thruster motor. Surveyor assessed and revealed that it is a perils of the cause was a peril of the sea. Later, insurance company said that it is a machinery breakdown claim. Then we put forth 4 issues. That is, one is negligence, likewise 3 perils are covered, 4th one is warranted. We took the help of a class and unseaworthiness, then explain the technicalities, given it in writing, and got the settlement. Next. And this is CRGO coils imported, meant for transformer, control panels for the transformer. And this claim, this was re-rolled, cut into pieces, put into the chemical tank. The loss was caused by the ingress of seawater into the holes. Then only the rust, that is re-rolling and fitted into the machines, and thickness was proved to be within the tolerance, then claim was settled for only expenses, nothing more than that. Okay, next. Now you have seen the package. Polypack put into the cartons, then created and put into the container. The claim was repeated, stating that rust and damage is, what I say is, not payable. Finally, investigation took place, and finally it was found that at load port, entry of flooded water, and the claim was settled. That too after 1 year. You can rush it, sir. All these are, can go to the finality. There's a future, mass-related issues. Next one. That you have got the videos of 4 major accidents in the global level, and this will give some ideas. Now, the contacts and everything is there. I will give it to the organizers, the entire presentation, so that those who want to may kindly collect it. Okay? And the reference is given. Whatever I have stated that is supported by the documentary evidence or something. Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Singarwali. For our next presentation, we have a rather very interesting subject, the subject of cyber security. It's an area that is increasingly being discussed worldwide with the advent of autonomous vessels. We have seen cases where certain countries have spoofed AIS signals to test the defenses of other countries. This has happened in Europe, in the North Sea, and increasing third-party capability to penetrate and take control of cyber information systems on board ships is a matter of concern. And to speak on this subject, we have a research scholar from the University of Plymouth, Ms. Avantika Harish. She's a researcher in cybersecurity and a full-time research assistant at the Cybership Lab, University of Plymouth. Following a BTech in computer science engineering, she completed her MSc in cybersecurity from Lancaster University. Her current duties as a maritime cybersecurity researcher includes performing vulnerability assessments, testing, creating security audit suites, test libraries, attack scenarios, and automation of security testing. We invite Ms. Avantika, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank Chair, Captain Neil, and all the other presenters. I feel very honored to be standing here with great personalities who have this huge experience. My talk is titled Understanding Cyber Risks in Complex Next-Generation Maritime Technology, with a focus on autonomy and wind energy operations. The other two authors, Dr. Kimberly Tam and Professor Kevin Jones are my PhD supervisors. They couldn't be here, so they send their best regards. These are the things that we will be covering today. Before moving on to the actual talk, I would like to give a brief introduction to University of Plymouth. So University is the first and largest marine institute in the UK, and it's been the 3-time Queen's Anniversary Prize winner for higher and further education, and UK top 25 for teaching quality, World top 25 for research citations, etc. And the thing about Plymouth is it's called Britain's Ocean City. So as you can see from the image, it's very near to the coast. That means we have this nice body of water where we can do the research. And we have all these research facilities to do maritime and provide, real-world solutions to real-world problems. As we all know, 90% of the world's trade happens through shipping, and currently the number of cyber attacks have been increasing exponentially. All the 4 major shipping lines have been hit by major disruptive cyber attacks. And as we know, like some of the incidents like COVID-19, Suez Canal blockade, and even Dali had these huge economic consequences for the sector. The key point to note is that a similar cyber attack could cause similar consequences to world economy. That's why, to raise awareness about maritime cyber security, the Plymouth Maritime Cyber Threats Research Group developed this lab called Cybership Lab, where I am based at. The lab is a 3.2 million funded research platform, and we focus on physical twins, not digital twins. The difference is we have over 200 devices in the lab where we can configure to look like a ship. So it's not digital twin, we are twinning the physical stuff itself. This is a bit about wider Plymouth ecosystem, what research facilities we have there. So in the left side, we have cyber ranges where we can craft our own malware and cyber attacks in an isolated environment and then take it to Cybership Lab and test it on the maritime systems there and see what are the effects of these attacks on the systems. And then we can take those results to simulators. We have DP-SIMS, full mission, bridge simulator, etc. And then we can put the crew and cadets in there and see how they respond to cyber attacks. Can they detect them, etc. Then we have these visualization experts who create these scenarios using AR and VR to train them to respond better. We also have risk assessment facilities, and we have an extensive fleet of autonomous and remote controlled drones. The newest addition to the ecosystem is Crown Project, which is the cyber resilience of offshore wind networks, which is the focus of this talk. Offshore wind, I am sure you all know, it's a clean and renewable energy source. It's out at the sea, so it's less visible and it uses efficient space. It's also easy to install them. We can install it using tugboats and smaller vessels. UK is the top 5 producer of offshore wind energy. India is the 4th largest producer of wind energy, but it's onshore. But India is starting to look at harnessing the potential, as you can see from the 2030 roadmap. Similar to the shipping, wind farms are also starting to be experienced by cyber attacks. There have been reported incidents, and attackers are starting to realize that the low-hanging fruit is the connection between wind turbines and to the remote operation center, etc. And you have to think about the consequences if something happens to a wind turbine or the wind farm, the economic consequences, the reputation, etc. Other technology I want to introduce is the autonomy. So there have been presentation that covered some bits of mass and autonomy. When we talk about autonomy, there are either autonomy in crewed traditional vessels or uncrewed surface vessels. So at the university, we have this huge fleet of USVs. One of them is Bauza, as you can see from the video. It's owned by Royal Navy for anti-submarine warfare capabilities. It does not have a full AI agent. It's an AI Captain Light, which means it has some form of AI in the form of object recognition. So these AI agents also have some vulnerabilities, and the main one is adversarial AI attacks. What is an adversarial AI attacks? That means attacking the AI in the vessel itself. We are not attacking any other systems, we are attacking the AI for object recognition. In the left side, so these are just the examples of research done at the university. On the left side, as you can see, there is an original input of image of a submarine. But when we do an attack using poisoning, the object recognition module of the USV recognize it as a llama, not a submarine, which is very confusing. And then on the right side, it's a physical trigger, meaning the first image, the USV is recognizing the vessel correctly with an 88% accuracy. It says, yeah, it's a vessel. But on the next image, when there is a rainbow flag shown from the other vessel, the USV's AI stops responding because it got confused. It cannot identify it as a vessel anymore. These two technologies, autonomy and offshore wind, will work closely in future. Because as you can see, offshore wind farms are out at the ocean. It takes a lot of effort and resources to get people out there to do maintenance and monitoring frequently. Therefore, USVs are used. They can, send out and do the operations cheap. And I think in the previous session, Elma was talking about seasickness of people going out in the wind farms and, doing these monitoring purposes. So USVs can mitigate those challenges. But the problem is when these two technologies come together, the vulnerabilities are also increasing. The main ones are physical access, meaning if someone captures this USV, they get a lot of information regarding the connections, regarding the configurations of networks, etc., from the USV, and then they can proceed further. The other problem is with the vulnerability in the AI itself, the object recognition modules, using adversarial AI attacks. Now I want to walk you through a cyber-physical attack scenario on a wind farm. This is a conceptual scenario, but to make you think about some of the risk and future work. So the scenario has mainly three technologies. One, there is a fleet of USVs. Then there is a wind farm, offshore wind farm out there, and then there is also a remote control center at the port. There is a huge mesh network in place for the wind turbines to communicate with each other, and the USVs are also part of this wind offshore mesh network. As I said, there are four main vulnerabilities. One, wind farm itself is vulnerable. That is because currently offshore wind farms allow these small sailing boats and smaller vessels to pass through. So anyone can just, go through the wind farms. Second, AI for object recognition is vulnerable to adversarial attacks. Third, there are hardware vulnerabilities in the USV, so someone can capture it and do stuff with it. And the last one is the network security of remote control center. It might be stronger against external attacks, but they are still weaker against insider attacks. Now consider a series of events taking place. So an adversary is sailing on a sailboat through the wind farm. They realize that there is a mesh network in place where the wind turbines are communicating with each other, and the USV is also part of the network doing monitoring and maintenance purpose. So that is chosen as the entry point. They capture the USV physically. USVs are small, so that can be done. And then physical access to the USV means they can brute force into it and figure out the connections, figure out the configurations, and then they are in the mesh network. Once they are in the mesh network, it is possible for them to send commands or messages to the remote control center. Because mesh network is trusted. Now there are two cases to happen. One, the adversary sends a traditional attack, like a ransomware or denial of service attack to the remote control center. But the more scarier attack is they take control of the control systems in the wind turbines by sending spoofed signals. Why would someone do this? The main motivations can be anything ranging from disrupting wind power supply, national politics, international politics, you name it. And there can be three consequences. In first case, the adversary triggers a lockdown response and causes the wind turbine to feather, means it stops working. We are sending the messages saying, just stop working. And in the second case, the opposite messages are sent and cause the wind turbine to overspeed. So overspeeding can cause the wind turbine physical damage. And in the third case, they send a message to the remote control center saying, we have done this to one of your turbines, we can do this to all your turbines, send us some money. So the things we need to think about with this scenario is, do we have policies and regulations to mitigate these events? Because as I said, wind farms allow sailboats to pass through, smaller boats to pass through. Can we stop them? How do we manage the access methods, etc.? We also need to think about security by design. As I said, India is starting to think about the offshore wind energy potential. So cyber security needs to be considered right from the start and not at the end. We also need to have holistic scenarios for training and awareness. One of the problem with cyber physical attacks is validation, because we cannot go out at the sea, to an offshore wind farm and test these cyber attacks and see the results. Simulations are also challenging because you cannot see the real physical effects like, damage or smoke or rise in temperature, etc. on simulations. We need test beds. That's why we are creating this generic offshore wind turbine network test bed at the university, so that we can test one system as well as system of systems and see how they interact with each other. So that is this project, CROWN, Cyber Resilience of Offshore Wind Networks, which is a lab-funded partnership with ORE Catapult to build this network in the lab in a safe and isolated environment to test vulnerabilities, to identify mitigations, defensive technology, advise policy and regulations, and then also provide training to offshore and onshore workers. With that, I have come to the conclusion of my talk, and I hope it helps some thoughts on your mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Avantika. I think that was a refreshing interval to the subject of insurance. And yes, cybersecurity is becoming a challenge in the days ahead. And if Avantika is in Chennai for a few days, I would invite her to go to Synergy, where they are doing intensive research and development of cybersecurity codes, security systems, and in terms of rules and codes applicable to autonomous vessels. I think they're doing it in tie-up with Lloyd's, and it'll be an interesting visit that you could make. So our next speaker will cover more in the area of environmental and pollution risks. This is one area where individual countries are becoming very sensitive, and individual national regulations are going ahead of the IMO, and discharge of certain cargo affluents which are permissible in one country is not permissible in another country, especially in the chemical cargo zone, in terms of vegetable oils and certain chemicals, which under the chemical code is allowed for discharge of tank washings, is already banned by many countries, particularly in Europe. This is becoming a challenge for ship operators to understand regulations in different water areas. And to talk more on this subject, we have Captain Abhijit Arvind Mohite. He's a master mariner with extensive experience on chemical tankers, holds a BSc in Nautical Science, an MBA in International Business, and currently pursuing his doctorate studies at the Indian Maritime University. He is also a HSE manager with Tom Tankers, taking care of their health, safety and environmental compliance matters. He is a member of the Company of Master Mariners and of the Indian Maritime Foundation. We invite Captain Abhijit Mohite to make his presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think the last three presentations we have seen, and I would like everyone to check your mobile first. Maybe the reason is that I would request everyone to open the Google. Just request everyone to open the Google, and before I start my presentation, just type on Google the name of Port Kelang. I repeat, Port Kelang. Kelang is the Kilo Lima Alpha November and go Port Kelang. You write Port Kelang palm oil pollution. Okay, everybody request, just type Port Kelang palm oil pollution. Okay. The reason to ask everyone is to now keep the mobile aside, and after my presentation or maybe today evening, look at the videos for this pollution, palm oil pollution. Okay? I will brief you in entire my presentation what is the legal way, especially in Arabian Sea and the Bay of Bengal, there is a pollution, marine pollution especially going on. So, introduction, the maritime community is abide by the Marine Pollution International Convention for Marine Pollution, that is a MARPOL we say. MARPOL has different annexes. So today I will talk only about a particular annex, that is MARPOL Annex 2. And considering India's coastline, that is more than 7,500 kilometers, we are importing palm oil, that is one of the biggest importer, especially from the Malaysia, Indonesia, and the nearby countries. So background of this study is that the chemical tankers are designed to load these vegetable oils, palm oils. When I say palm oil, there are n numbers of different palm oil grades. The palm oil grades are depend on the melting point and the viscosity. So these palm oil or the chemicals, especially on as per MARPOL IBC code, divided into pollution category. These pollution category are category X, category Y, category Z, and other substances. So when we look at the MARPOL applicable all around the world, the category X cargoes are not allowed to wash at sea. The rule says you wash this cargo tank at port and deliver this wash water to the port reception facility. So when we talk about category Y, they say that if you cannot maintain the melting point, then or the viscosity point, temperature at which cargo will become viscous, you should do the hot water washing and discharge this washing to the port reception facility. Category Z, which do not require any pre-wash. So when I talk about cargo residues, especially persistence floater cargo, we will go next. So as per MARPOL, what we say for the solidifying cargoes. So if you see the definition, I want to highlight this definition so that whenever in the next course few presentation I will explain you when I speak about solidifying substances, chemical tanker, high viscosity, category X, all these things are aware to all audience basically. All audience, I think some of them are from not shipping background. So for them it is necessary to understand the definition. So persistent floater means a slick forming substances basically. So in layman language, palm oil, sunflower oil, and similar wax, molasses.
So the requirement for entire world as per MARPOL is, when you discharge this cargo at sea after tank cleaning, especially the residues, the vessel should be 12 nautical mile away from the land, the depth should be 25 meter, ship speed should be there 12 knots, the discharge should be made through underwater, and then the category X and the category Y, they have a limitation. And the Antarctic area is the only area that is you are not allowed to discharge this wash water. So this is a requirement as per MARPOL. Now, look at this picture. The reason to put this picture is that after complying with the MARPOL requirement, the MARPOL requirement is followed by all the ships, all the chemical tanker, by all the maritime nations. After complying due to the weather, especially rough weather, these persistent floater cargo, which have high melting point, they remain afloat in water. And then they carried wash over towards the beach. So in between I will put you some photographs so that the interest will be there. So expect some photographs to understand more in deep. So before I start next thing, I would like to highlight some incident. Okay. So the incident was in 1992 in Netherlands where Dodicil phenol lubricating oil released into the water. And then in winter season especially, this is carried over to the beach. And then you can see the impact, death of several Dutch seabirds. The similar incident happened in 2017. This was one of the incidents for which European Union considered the threat to the coastal ecosystem, that is a Ligurian sea pollution, where yellow wax lumps found across the 5-mile stretch near Elba Island. Over 350 kg of wax recovered initially around the 200 kilometer coastal area. So we can consider entire Tamil Nadu coast area. The cause was dispersion through wind drift and surface current. The similar incident happened in Italy, then Hawaii, and then Portugal. So this is only few incidents I have raised. So what happened? These countries is a part of European Union. So European Union decided that we must do something on this. This is a marine pollution, legal marine pollution, and it is affected by the community which is not at fault. So look at this photo now. So how many of will you like to go on this beach? Nobody. Okay, and in European beaches, lot of dogs were going on the beach, they had this palm oil and then they had a stomach upset. So similar thing happened with a lot of species basically, not because few palm oil types, they are floating, few of them will go down to the seabed. So what happened, the European Union requested IMO, okay, this is enough now, we don't want this kind of cargo residues on our beaches. So they requested IMO that we need an amendment to this existing MARPOL Annex 2 discharge criteria. So they come up with new things, new rules, and they propose to IMO, and IMO has accepted that the new term called persistent floater cargo. So in layman, I say that it is the palm oil, series of palm oil, palm stearine, palm olein, coconut oil, coconut virgin, similar kind of cargoes. So what is the requirement? At present, I have visited Rotterdam, Antwerp and Norway, many ports where to witness this pre-wash operation. After discharging these kind of cargoes, you are not allowed to sail the vessel. You have to remain at port, you have to wash these cargo tanks and hand over this washing to the port reception facility. Okay? And then the environmental officer from that port will come, he will check the effluent contained in the manifold and then he will certify that you have completed pre-wash. This disposal will be taken care by the shore reception facility. And then for ship staff, they have amended the guideline in procedure and arrangement manual. So now this amendment is applicable only to European water. Okay? no other part of the world, and it is only applicable to European water. So when I say European water, the orange highlight area is a European water which covers English Channel, Baltic Sea, North Sea, and then the other waters. So this is only applicable to European water. Is it applicable to India, Singapore, South China Sea, Australia? No. So what is the hazard of this persistent floater cargo? So when we say health hazard, the different kind of palm oil or the similar kind of cargoes, when you heat to reach to the melting point where it can be easily discharged, emit the carbon monoxide. And it is not pumpable by the normal pump, so the ship's crew on board has to go inside the tank and they have to literally do the squeezy, clean these tanks and then collect and at the same time pump out. Marine pollution hazard, this is a bioaccumulation risk, lead to the hazards for aquatic life, depletion of oxygen. The impact on marine fauna, economic impact on tourism. So tourism, when I say that, if similar kind of palm oil residues reach to the Goa or the Kerala, it has already reached, in one of the news I read it. The tank cleaning hazard, which required manual tank cleaning. So manual tank cleaning means, mostly I am from the same background. So crew go inside the tank, they break these kind of cargoes, the pallets, they lift it up and straight away throw to the sea. Why? Because there is no monitoring. So when we consider the India, now we look at the Indian map. Look at the Gujarat, Maharashtra, Goa, Karnataka. These are the species, biodiversity species, Especially look at the Andaman and Nicobar Islands. 62 species are there. The Bangladesh, the India, they are the biggest importer of palm oil. So when somebody says that the vessel is coming out of Haldia or the Bangladesh port, they are straight away going to Indonesia. On the way they do the rear tank cleaning, and due to the heavy weather, wind, current, these all residues will land up into the Andaman and Nicobar Island. Now, when you look at the fishing zone, there are many vessels transiting Indian coast. They are not calling India, especially the vessel who discharge this kind of cargo in Pakistan, Port of Karachi, Port Qasim. They straight away come out and they start heading Indonesia. So on the way they do the cleaning of the tank and they discharge all this residue in water. So which water? In the Indian waters. So when we say Indian water, look at the Lakshadweep Island. These are the fishing area where the fisherman has found these residues floating in water. While fishing, it get caught into the nets also. So when we talk about the National Marine Park, if you look at the Gulf of Kutch in Gujarat, we can see the National Park, Marine Sanctuary, salt pans. So when in Arabian Sea, especially in the month of monsoon, there are very high chances that if some vessel has cleaned the tank, especially with molasses, palm oil, it all will reach to the coast, Indian coast. Similar kind of thing in Andaman Nicobar. So many of us have seen the news that ships abandoned in Red Sea, or let's say not Red Sea, but in the Gulf of Oman, and then it has reached to the Mumbai 3 to 4 years back. There is no crew. So now how much India import the palm oil? You can look this graph, and last 3 years you can see the 81, 97, and then 2024 it is 68. The reason behind to reduce this import, that government has increased the tax. In March 23 to February 24, 10,772 shipment came to India with the palm oil. So the novelty of this study, the research aimed to investigate the risk and opportunity for Indian government if they want to imply same regulation what is applicable to European water. So with my experience as a marine superintendent and the auditor and the seafarer, I found these are the risks. If Indian government want to implicate this regulation to Indian water, the excess wash water generation, so during the cleaning, So what to do with this paraffin wax? We have no arrangement as of now. The ineffectiveness of warm water at port, it is difficult for ships to run the boiler and the steam parallelly when they are doing the cargo. Impact on port operation, there will be delay in cargo operation, port stay will increase. The reception facility shortages, disposal challenges, absence of standard operating procedures, and the lack of expertise. Inadequate equipment, the additional cost to ship owner. Now, in Europe, the charterers who are paying for this cost. When the Europe it is mandatory, the charterers are paying the cost, and then charterer will apply this cost to the end user. So definitely cost of the end user will increase. The safety concerns, unknown reactions, and then there is a gap in emergency planning. So the risk is there, but definitely there is opportunity. So when I say opportunity, we can maintain our coastline clean, then we can protect our tourism industry. The idea to highlight this topic is that all stakeholders can get aware about this issue. The preserving biodiversity. So just knowledge to the audience, in last year, June 2023, there is a agreement, it is a part of UNCLOS by the all maritime nation, the agreement on conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity, marine biodiversity in jurisdiction of the area beyond national jurisdiction. So the name is BBNJ agreement. I hope if you get a time, look at this agreement. It is open for a signature, BBNJ agreement. And then there is legislation for importer, restriction on international ships. So when I say restriction, so all the vessel not calling Indian port but passing to the Indian coast, there should be some legislation when they are disposing these residues. So suggestion from me is to amend the coastal regulation zone, centralized monitoring, cost comparative list, environmental sound management waste policy, and then include persistent floater cargo in marine litter policy. So we have marine litter policy. The conclusion is that the persistent floater cargo residue discharged into the sea, especially in Indian economic zone, as per MARPOL Annex 2 discharge criteria, can reach to Indian coast owing to wind, sea waves and rough weather. After reaching to the Indian coast, they can create major health hazard, social, economical, environmental and marine line problems. As we see that European countries has already experienced this, they have requested IMO to amend the area, so similar can be happen to the Arabian Sea and Bay of Bengal. With this thought, I conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Abhijit. That was an interesting mix of presentations, starting with PNI, going into average adjustment, hedge. Time, but we have 5 minutes for questions, if any, before I hand the dais back to the organizing committee. Yes, please.
Thank you. Can I, sir? First to Avantika on cyber security. Do we have a counterpart in India, when you look at from United Kingdom part, Plymouth University, CETIN, we have CETIN, Computer Emergency Response Team in India. So what is the counterpart in the United Kingdom? Number one. Number two, you chose vital installation, windmill, as a vital installation in the national security on international security. Is there any specific reason for that, that area, that particular windmill area, or is it applicable to other vital installations also, part of your research, Plymouth research? This is number two. To sir, MARPOL is such an important thing, marine pollution related issues. First to 12 nautical miles, and then from 12 nautical miles to 200 nautical miles, 200 plus nautical miles high seas, if this is the jurisdiction. National Academy for Coastal Policing, which has come up in Gujarat. Are you in touch also with that, part of your research, because you are part of IMU, I know. So, because it gives the marine pollution which is getting into the, because we have done a work. We had been to the 7,516 kilometers of coastline. Out of 9 coastal states, me and my team from Center for Human Security Studies, we visited about 6 coastal states, sir. We interacted with the fishing community and the trading community and also other important stakeholders of the coastal security, including the coastal security police of the each 9 coastal states. So your comment on that, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for question. As of now, I am not in touch with the institute you mentioned, but definitely thanks for sharing, and I will get into touch with them. I hand over mic to.
I think for UK, the counterpart would be NCSC, National Cyber Security Center. So they are the kind of, like you have to let them know first when there is a cyber incident, and they would assist you with the, response and all. But for maritime specific, there isn't an organization. And for NCSC, they would work with Department for Transport and then, like do the response procedures, etc. And about the wind farm, it is a generic one because it's not a specific one and it is applicable to any offshore wind platforms. The regulations allow boats to pass through and it is globally allowed. So, yeah.
And his question was, is it only focused on wind farms, or you also dealing with maritime and other?
Oh, yes. So not just, wind farms. We started with ships because, it was the most concerning part, but we are also looking at offshore structures, oil rigs, cranes, port structures, etc. So yeah, everything related to maritime.
Thank you, moderator, sir. Thank you.
Very convenient, we're sat next to each other for the microphone sharing, you see. Thank you. Great presentations, all four of you. In particular, I'd like to comment on Captain Abhijit's presentation at the end. It's something that's very close to Intertanko's heart. We represent 70% of the world's chemical tanker owners as well. 18 months ago, we were assessing ever stringent requirements on the ship side of things, and I noticed that actually about 90% of your presentation focused on the ship. As a responsible industry, we believe that actually in 2024, going into 2025, we shouldn't be discharging anything into the oceans. And in fact, we've implemented a zero discharge strategy for tank washings for chemical tankers. We started in Europe, we spoke to the regulators in Europe, partly because this isn't something that should be solved at the ship side of things. This is something that needs to be solved at the shore, both from the shore state, as you've identified very neatly, with the regulations, but also with the reception facilities and the provision of reception facilities at every import and export terminal and port, but also a mindset and a contractual and commercial change by those importing and exporting these cargoes. So it takes a little bit of time, a little bit of patience, and a lot of collaboration to try and bring to fruition the objective that you are aiming for, Captain Abhijit. However, just not so much of a question, but more of a comment to say I would be very interested in working with you and your team, because so far we've only focused on Europe and North America. And my passing comment here, and if there's anybody from the Indian government in the room, the reason we focused on those two areas initially is because they join up legislation, ship-sourced legislation with port-based legislation. So for in Europe, for example, you have the Ship-Source Marine Pollution Directive and you have the Port Reception Facilities Directive side by side. They recognize that they provide the ships with a solution and not just penalize the ship. So perhaps that's where we can work, collaborate together, and a joint effort here in India in particular, and then hopefully globally as well. So congratulations, Captain Abhijit, great, and hope to work with you at some point.
Great to know, sir. There's no better regulation than self-regulation. And it's good to see the industry stepping up to clean up the act before the regulation is pushed down our throats. I think it's something that every segment of the industry, including the ports, should be doing. So we're running out, the tea is getting cold. So I hand the dais back to Mr. David of the WMTC Management Committee to do the final honors. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Neil. It was wonderful presentations by all the esteemed speakers, including Captain Sarvaj Mehta, who's left due to his commitments. I congratulate you on handling the session very well. There are two gentlemen sitting in the audience. They are very, very respected gentlemen in the shipping fraternity, and I would like to request them to come on the stage to present the mementos. So can I request Mr. K. Shankar and Mr. M.V. Ramamurthy to please come on the stage for presenting the mementos. They are extremely respected, lot of experience, lot of honored thing. They have done wonderful things in their lives, and I would like them to come on the stage. I mean, I know it's a big honor for all of us to have them here first of all. So Mr. Shankar sir and Ramamurthy sir, please have you on stage. I managed to catch them sitting there quietly, so I thought I could not resist myself to, call them on stage. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Of course. So I will go upwards. So can I request Mr. Shankar to present to Mr. Captain Abhijit Mohite. Wonderful presentation by him.
Sir, it's okay.
I hope you're okay, sir.
Risk management done. Very good.
It's strong as ever. No, it's sit on that. It's okay, gentlemen. It's okay. Yeah. Sir, okay? Sure? Okay. Okay.
Section itself is risk management. It's been done.
Okay, let's appreciate Captain Mohite. Can we have a round of applause for Captain Mohite, please? Next, I request Mr. Ramamurthy to present to Avantika. She did a lovely presentation. Mr. Ramamurthy. Let's hear it for Avantika. She's here from Plymouth, so I think we have to appreciate the excellent presentation she has done. Sir, Ramul sir, can we have a photograph with them? Mr. Singara Velu. Shankar sir, can we maybe both of you can present to everybody. I think it's a big honor for all of them to get it from both of them. Mrs. Leena Modi, let's hear it for her. She was very, very informative, though it was just an opinion, not because it's unseen subjudice. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think this stage requires a big round of applause. We have huge talbot on the stage here. And finally, for Captain Neil Nair, the chairperson, I think both of you all should be presenting to him. Sir, please join there. Let's hear it for all the speakers and the chairperson. Thank you so much, and let's have a photograph with all of them. Thank you so much everyone. Let's break for a quick cup of coffee and tea and let's make it brief because we have one last session coming up. I promise it will be interesting. So let's have you back in 10 minutes if it's possible, and I look forward to everybody returning back so we can have the last session and make it as engaging as the previous ones. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
at the World Maritime Technology Conference 24 from December 4 through 6 at the luxurious Hotel Leela Palace, Chennai. Organized by the Institute of Marine Engineers, India, this global event brings together the brightest minds in maritime technology to tackle challenges and unlock new opportunities. Chennai, India's historic trade hub, is the perfect setting for visionary discussions on sustainability, cutting-edge technology, and industry transformation. Connect with global leaders, share groundbreaking ideas, and immerse yourself in the vibrant culture of Southern India. World Maritime Technology Conference 2024, shaping the future of shipping. Join us and navigate tomorrow. Global shipping, a battle for survival or a torch
We are
bearer of
more
hope.
than a classification society. We are leading the efforts in transition to a new fuel ecosystem. By promoting cleaner and more sustainable fuels, we are contributing to a greener future for our planet. We are working with the industry by leveraging virtual twin technology to drive digital transformation with a global presence spanning 4 continents. IRS plays a pivotal role in shaping the future of the maritime industry. Indian Register of Shipping, setting the standard for maritime excellence. At Indian Register of
Maritime
Shipping,
industry,
we are more
for all of us, this is more than a moment of change. It's a time of transformation. Inspired and informed by our expertise, you will be empowered to make smarter business decisions. As the trusted voice to tackle global transformations, DNV is here to provide practical solutions and advice. Together we can turn uncertainty into confidence. For the maritime industry, for all of us.
Headquartered in Chennai, India, is a diversified global conglomerate. Sanmar Shipping Limited, a part of the Sanmar Group, has been holding a distinguished position in the domain of the Indian shipping industry. Sanmar Shipping's customers include major oil companies, both domestic and international. Sanmar Shipping is committed to meeting the increasing environmental challenge and stays focused to its motto of safe ships and clean seas. Sanmar Group, quartered in Chennai, India,
supporting
is a
members in the shipping industry since 1905, creating and delivering contracts, explaining and informing regulation, providing expert knowledge and business services to the industry. BIMCO, the practical voice of shipping, supporting members in the shipping industry.
Check, check. Hey, check.
Presence spanning 4 continents, IRS plays a pivotal role in shaping the future of the maritime industry. Indian Register of Shipping, setting the standard for maritime excellence. At Indian Register of
Maritime
Shipping,
industry,
we are more
for all of us, this is more than a moment of change. It's a time of transformation. Inspired and informed by our expertise, you will be empowered to make smarter business decisions. As the trusted voice to tackle global transformations, DNV is here to provide practical solutions and advice. Together we can turn uncertainty into confidence. For the maritime industry, for all of us, this is more than a moment of change. It's a time of transformation. Inspired and informed by our expertise, you will be empowered to make smarter business decisions. As the trusted voice to tackle global transformations, DNV is here to provide practical solutions and advice. Together we can turn uncertainty into confidence. For the maritime industry, for all of us.
Headquartered in Chennai, India, is a diversified global conglomerate. Sanmar Shipping Limited, a part of the Sanmar Group, has been holding a distinguished position in the domain of the Indian shipping industry. Sanmar Shipping's customers include major oil companies, both domestic and international. Sanmar Shipping is committed to meeting the increasing environmental challenges and stays focused to its motto of safe ships and clean seas. Sanmar Group, quartered in Chennai, India,
supporting
is a
members in the shipping industry since 1905, creating and delivering contracts, explaining and informing regulation, providing expert knowledge and business services to the industry. BIMCO, the practical voice of shipping, supporting members in the shipping industry.
Global shipping, a battle for survival or a torchbearer of hope? Discover the future of maritime innovation at the World Maritime Technology Conference 24 from December 4 through 6 at the luxurious Hotel Leela Palace, Chennai. Organized by the Institute of Marine Engineers, India. This global event brings together the brightest minds in maritime technology to tackle challenges and unlock new opportunities. Chennai, India's historic trade hub, is the perfect setting for visionary discussions on sustainability, cutting-edge technology, and industry transformation. Connect with global leaders, share groundbreaking ideas, and immerse yourself in the vibrant culture of Southern India. World Maritime Technology Conference 2024. Shaping the future of shipping. Join us and navigate tomorrow. Global shipping, a battle for survival or a torch
We are
bearer of
more
hope.
than a classification society. We are leading the efforts in transition to a new fuel ecosystem. By promoting cleaner and more sustainable fuels, we are contributing to a greener future for our planet. We are working with the industry by leveraging virtual twin technology to drive digital transformation with a global presence spanning 4 continents. IRS plays a pivotal role in shaping the future of the maritime industry. Indian Register of Shipping, setting the standard for maritime excellence. At Indian Register of
maritime
Shipping,
industry,
we are more
for all of us, this is more than a moment of change. It's a time of transformation. Inspired and informed by our expertise, you will be empowered to make smarter business decisions. As the trusted voice to tackle global transformations, EMV is here to provide practical solutions and advice. Together we can turn uncertainty into confidence. For the maritime industry, for all of us.
Headquartered in Chennai, India, is a diversified global conglomerate. Sanmar Shipping Limited, a part of the Sanmar Group, has been holding a distinguished position in the domain of the Indian shipping industry. Sanmar Shipping's customers include major oil companies, both domestic and international. Sanmar Shipping is committed to meeting the increasing environmental challenges and stays focused to its motto of safe ships and clean seas. Sanmar Group, headquartered in Chennai, India,
supporting
is a
members in the shipping industry since 1905, creating and delivering contracts, explaining and informing regulation, providing expert knowledge and business services to the industry. BIMCO, the practical voice of shipping, supporting members in the shipping industry.
Global shipping, a battle for survival or a torchbearer of hope? Discover the future of maritime innovation at the World Maritime Technology Conference 24 from December 4 through 6 at the luxurious Hotel Leela Palace, Chennai. Organized by the Institute of Marine Engineers, India. This global event brings together the brightest minds in maritime technology to tackle challenges and unlock new opportunities. Chennai, India's historic trade hub, is the perfect setting for visionary discussions on sustainability, cutting-edge technology, and industry transformation. Connect with global leaders, share groundbreaking ideas, and immerse yourself in the vibrant culture of Southern India. World Maritime Technology Conference 2024, shaping the future of shipping. Join us and navigate tomorrow. Global shipping, a battle for survival or a torch
We are
bearer of
more
hope.
than a classification society. We are leading the efforts in transition to a new fuel ecosystem. By promoting cleaner and more sustainable fuels, we are contributing to a greener future for our planet. We are working with the industry by leveraging virtual twin technology to drive digital transformation with a global presence spanning 4 continents. IRS plays a pivotal role in shaping the future of the maritime industry. Indian Register of Shipping, setting the standard for maritime excellence. At Indian Register
For the
of
maritime
Shipping,
industry,
we are more.
for all of us, this is more than a moment of change. It's a time of transformation. Inspired and informed by our expertise, you will be empowered to make smarter business decisions. As the trusted voice to tackle global transformations, DNV is here to provide practical solutions and advice. Together we can turn uncertainty into confidence. For the maritime industry, for all of us.
Headquartered in Chennai, India, is a diversified global conglomerate. Sanmar Shipping Limited, a part of the Sanmar Group, has been holding a distinguished position in the domain of the Indian shipping industry. Sanmar Shipping's customers include major oil companies, both domestic and international. Sanmar Shipping is committed to meeting the increasing environmental challenge and stays focused to its motto of safe ships and clean seas. Sanmar Group, quartered in Chennai, India,
supporting
is a
members in the shipping industry since 1905, creating and delivering contracts, explaining and informing regulation, providing expert knowledge and business services to the industry. BIMCO, the practical voice of shipping, supporting members in the shipping industry.
Global shipping, a battle for survival or a torchbearer of hope? Discover the future of maritime innovation at the World Maritime Technology Conference 24 from December 4 through 6 at the luxurious Hotel Leela Palace, Chennai. Organized by the Institute of Marine Engineers, India. This global event brings together the brightest minds in maritime technology to tackle challenges and unlock new opportunities. Chennai, India's historic trade hub, is the perfect setting for visionary discussions on sustainability, cutting-edge technology, and industry transformation. Connect with global leaders, share groundbreaking ideas, and immerse yourself in the vibrant culture of Southern India. World Maritime Technology Conference 2024, Shaping the Future of Shipping. Join us and navigate tomorrow. Global shipping, a battle for survival or a torch
We are
bearer of
more
hope.
than a classification society. We are leading the efforts in transition to a new fuel ecosystem. By promoting cleaner and more sustainable fuels, we are contributing to a greener future for our planet. We are working with the industry by leveraging virtual twin technology to drive digital transformation with a global presence spanning 4 continents. IRS plays a pivotal role in shaping the future of the maritime industry. Indian Register of Shipping, setting the standard for maritime excellence. At Indian Register of
Maritime
Shipping,
industry,
we are more.
for all of us, this is more than a moment of change. It's a time of transformation. Inspired and informed by our expertise, you will be empowered to make smarter business decisions. As the trusted voice to tackle global transformations, DNV is here to provide practical solutions and advice. Together we can turn uncertainty into confidence. For the maritime industry, for all of us.
Headquartered in Chennai, India, is a diversified global conglomerate. Sanmar Shipping Limited, a part of the Sanmar Group, has been holding a distinguished position in the domain of the Indian shipping industry. Sanmar Shipping's customers include major oil companies, both domestic and international. Sanmar Shipping is committed to meeting the increasing environmental challenges and stays focused to its motto of safe ships and clean seas. Sanmar Group, quartered in Chennai, India,
supporting
is a
members in the shipping industry since 1905, creating and delivering contracts, explaining and informing regulation, providing expert knowledge and business services to the industry. BIMCO, the practical voice of shipping, supporting members in the shipping industry.
Global shipping, a battle for survival or a torchbearer of hope? Discover the future of maritime innovation at the World Maritime Technology Conference 24 from December 4 through 6 at the luxurious Hotel Leela Palace, Chennai. Organized by the Institute of Marine Engineers, India. This global event brings together the brightest minds in maritime technology technology to tackle challenges and unlock new opportunities. Chennai, India's historic trade hub, is the perfect setting for visionary discussion.
Last session of the day. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this last session of the day. It's called Technical Innovations, Marine Applications. So we have Mr. David Bidwalker to chair this session, which we think is going to be very interesting for two reasons. We have some very experienced people, and we also have some students, because WMTC encourages a lot of student participation also. So we had about 5 papers that we had selected out of all the, about the almost 60 papers that we've got. So allow me to introduce David, who I know for almost 18 years. 23 years? Okay. So, David is corrected my mathematics. David joined the Great Eastern Shipping Company. I remember when he joined, he was a smart young man, and he retired after he's been there for 23 years, I think then, in that case, 18 years in JESCO. And he still works for JESCO as a consultant, but he retired as the Vice President of the Technical and New Buildings Procurement and Complete Fleet Personnel Division. He was actually the big boss of Great Eastern operations for a long, long time, with plenty of experience there. David commenced his sea career with SCI, and then he joined Rollins. His short career included stints in Rollins in London, SR Shipping, Anglo Eastern Ship Management, and before he joined Great Eastern. He is now a very active member of the technical committee of IMEI and the chairman of the Mumbai branch. I think he has headed several such kind of technical sessions, and I'm sure that he's going to do a phenomenal job with this session too. Thank you for, I'll give David a very big hand, and I welcome you to the stage to commence this session, sir.
I almost thought that this seminar is going to be speaking all about me. So thankfully, Narasimhan Rishikesh has finished off with my CV. So thank you so much, Rishi, anyways, for speaking so highly about me. I don't know if I am worth all this appreciation, but thanks all the same. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We've always say, that the first session is too early in the morning, so people want to, they are not too attentive. The second session is pre-lunch, so they are a bit hungry, so not too attentive. Post-lunch, they had a big fill, so they feel a little drowsy. And this being the final session, people are almost ready to leave the hall and go back and wait the cocktails. But I assure you, we'll try to make it as interesting as possible. We have lovely speakers. We have a very interesting topic. I think all the right ingredients to make it very interesting and very knowledgeable, and I'm sure you will be happy to be part of it. So the topic, as you probably are aware, is technical innovations in marine applications, a subject that resonates deeply with our collective goal of propelling the maritime industry into a future defined by efficiency, sustainability, and resilience. The maritime sector, historically the backbone of global trade and connectivity, with nearly 90% of the world's goods being transported to marine trade, is at a very critical juncture. As we navigate the challenges of climate change, stringent environmental regulations, and an ever-evolving technological landscape, the role of innovation has never been more pivotal. From revolutionary advancements in propulsion systems to the integration of artificial intelligence in navigation And from harnessing renewable energy sources to developing autonomous vessels, we are witnessing an era where imagination meets implementation. These innovations not only promise to reshape how we operate, but also uphold our responsibility to future generations by preserving our oceans and the atmosphere. This forum is more than just a platform to showcase groundbreaking ideas. It is a crucible for collaboration, a place where minds meet, perspectives merge, and solutions are forged. As we embark on today's discussions, demonstrations, and deliberations, let us remember that the true essence of innovation lies not just in creating something new, but in solving real-world problems with ingenuity and purpose. Thank you all for being here. The lucky few are here and not in Hale. And let us make this event a milestone in the journey towards smarter, greener, and safer maritime industry. I'm sure together we sail towards a horizon of endless possibilities. Let the exploration of innovation begin. To start off, we have our keynote speaker, Ian Lewis, a senior principal surveyor with DNV, currently DNV manager for new buildings in Cochin. A very brief on Ian. I think his CV again runs into pages, but I will keep it brief, Ian, just for the sake of, your modesty, and also probably look at brevity of time so that we have it sustained till we finish off the session. So he started his seagoing career in 1978, and I think he sailed till 1989 on bulk carriers, container ships, and ro-ro ships, ultimately ending up as a first engineer. Thereafter, he moved to DNV as a surveyor from 1989 to 1983. 1989 to 1993, right. Then he moved on to Swire Pacific Offshore from 93 to 96 as a technical manager. He managed a fleet consisting of 11 offshore vessels and with anchor handling capabilities. He probably felt affiliation to DNV. He moved back to DNV from February 1996, and where he's currently still employed and going strong. So that's in brief Ian Lewis for you, ladies and gentlemen. I request him to come on stage and give his keynote presentation. Let's have a huge round of applause for Ian. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. All the best.
Okay, thank you, David. He didn't mention, but I am Australian, and I will not be taking any cricket-related questions at the end of this session. Yes. I might be giving my age away a bit when I have to admit I did not have a personal computer or a mobile phone till I was 30 years old. But if I can learn tools after that age, then we all can, and it is necessary. I also feel like a bit of a fraud up here on the dais, as my personal observations seem to have been commented on by the other speakers. If nothing else, it shows we are like-minded people all moving in the same direction. In my working life, the diesel internal combustion engine has really just been fine-tuned over 100 years from what Otto Diesel created. However, that's not the norm. What is happening is the rate of change, the rate of innovative tools coming into the market is so fast that I'm starting to feel like a dinosaur. A few years ago with my colleagues, we all talked about digital transformation, and people like myself nodded in agreement with our younger colleagues who probably guessed that I didn't actually understand what they were talking about. Today, I think cybersecurity has replaced that as the main buzzword to get our heads around. Technical innovation is with us to stay. Within most of our companies, there is usually a job titled Chief Technology Officer. The maritime industry is no different to any other, in that if we sit still, you will be left behind by your peers competitively. Technical innovations are the tools we use for continuous improvement to remain competitive. And staying in the game is both necessary to survive and can be expensive. At a recent design conclave here in India, I heard all the design companies comment on the cost of licenses for the leading design software. These tools are, of course, necessary to make the quality of ships expected in today's market. To make the design more optimized, saving steel weight, reducing fuel consumption, make production drawings as problem-free as possible. But these innovations are not just about making you more efficient and hence profitable. They're also about managing risk and improving safety every time you implement an innovative tool, process or standard. Big data is another one of the expressions we're hearing. Collecting enough data off your marine machinery. That remote technology can tell the vessel when faults are developing. Before, the traditional watchkeeper would have noted this from smell, sight, vibration or fixed alarm points. Global warming and clean energy to reduce climate change is one of the topics that reaches the mainstream media. And we hear of aspirational targets in technology innovation. We don't know how, but we will reach carbon neutral by 2050, we hope. The current generation of engineers has exciting challenges ahead of them. Innovation is probably just another word for normal progress in design and manufacturing. Maybe innovation is a word to use when the normal small step in continuous improvement is bypassed by a radical jump. LNG is talked about as a means to reduce carbon emission, but it's still a fossil fuel. Every week we hear of land-based and marine-based propulsion power, electrical generation being derived from methanol, hydrogen, ammonia, biodiesel, solar, wind, hydro, pumped hydro, tidal, geothermal, and the list goes on. These alternative fuels themselves need to be generated from a renewable source. So methanol and hydrogen sources have to become green methanol and green hydrogen when created by electricity that in turn comes from a renewable source. The battery-powered ship needs to be charged from electric power sources that have green credentials. I'm currently working in a shipyard here in India. There are 7 different designs under our DNV classification survey. 5 of those designs have hybrid batteries, hydrogen fuel cells, or methanol-ready engines. This is innovation that shows leadership for the first promoters of these technologies, both for the ship owners ordering them and in the designers and shipbuilders. We will not understate the challenges of being the first to bring these vessels to the market, and ship owners will not have done this because they have green conscience. The regulatory bodies, the IMO, the EU amongst the most prominent, have driven this push to reduce global emissions. Other stakeholders such as banks, charterers are also pushing this innovation agenda. I have a client, not one of the earlier mentioned projects, mentioned that they are doing the minimum to get some green credentials. Greenwashing is the expression. This client is committed, but wants to see some evidence the new technologies are working before he commits to the final step in the methanol ready. I suspect that below the surface, this is a feeling many companies that are putting their cash at risk think about. The successful implementation of these technologies is achieved by hard work from many manufacturers and designers. Innovation means trial and error, and sometimes having to start again. There is no turning back, but the companies that first bring these products to the market will have a market position advantage, at least for a period. The consequences of some innovative changes are not known at the start of the transition. An example is making a ship methanol ready. The engine approval is probably completed now, but low flashpoint liquid fuels need firefighting systems that do not yet exist. The simple solution is a higher CO2 concentration, but other firefighting systems have unintended consequences after the initial euphoria. Water mist, sprinkler foam systems end up with new standards that are not even defined yet, with approval required not just from class but also from flag.
My company, D&V, is a classification society. We're a commitment that 5% of our revenues go into research and development, sometimes internally and sometimes with joint industry partners. The lead article in our internal web last week spoke of artificial intelligence-assisted solutions in a move towards innovation in our plan approval process. The tool is designed to assist users in creating well-phrased and predictable comments for our customers. In the same week, we had an article on D&V's leadership in bringing many partners together on the OCX standard for exchanging 3D structural models. This was the topic of our presentation yesterday. And it spoke of digital twins and doing plan approval of 3D models, not 2D drawings. Innovative collaborations such as these are not able to be done by a single party. The standard for exchanging 3D models had some 40 industry partners, and it'll take strength of character for you as the participants to sometimes accept that your model is good, but you have to run with the herd and go behind a chosen standard by the group. Picking which technologies to team up with is a challenge, and every new technology is going to bring new startups, and not all will survive. The strong ones will dominate or consolidate to get the most competitive product to the market. You being here at this conference alone proves that you understand the need to have an open mind. Just one 15-minute presentation on artificial intelligence yesterday changed my opinion when I saw the Marine College not opposing artificial intelligence, but embracing it as a teaching learning tool. In the next hour, we have 4 speakers who are going to share the innovations they have been involved in on topics as diverse as LNG compressors, hull vibration, cruise ship air conditioning, HVAC. Like you, I look forward to finding out about these new ideas because the whole marine industry has changed since I first started and it will continue to evolve. Thank you, and I hope you enjoyed the session presentations.
Thank you, Ian. I think he spoke a lot of relevant things with currently what innovations are in practice or are being used or developed, and also in the foreseeable future what other renewable or innovation will be coming into existence. What I liked most during his presentation, what he mentioned was that it is going to be an exciting future for marine engineers when everybody feels more apprehensive, feels that they are being used as guinea pigs for with experimentation being done. I think the better terminology is to say that it's going to be exciting, because let's take it as challenges rather than take it as apprehension. So well said, Ian, with that terminology. And thank you once again for your short, not presentation, but whatever you gave details about the innovations which are in vogue and which are going to be coming in the future. We are going to break the protocol of normally calling in seniors here. I am going to take an opportunity to call cadets to do their presentation. We have a team from IMU Chennai. They are going to be speaking about hull vibration and propulsion equipment, focusing on a vital aspect of maritime engineering, enhancing vessel performance and mitigating vibration-related challenges. The work promises fresh perspectives on the critical synergy between hull design and propulsion systems. Representing IMU Chennai are Naman Talwar. He is a one-year cadet at IMU Chennai, Marine Engineering, passed out in 2024, client 12th, and secured a very good all-India rank of 983 in IMU CAT. And as I mentioned, he is here to present a paper on hull vibration propulsion systems, along with his colleagues, Aruz Munz and Rehan Raina. So without much ado, let's have the team on the stage and do the presentation on hull vibrations and propulsion systems. All the very best to you. Let's hear it for them, guys. I mean, we need to encourage the chief engineers and masters of tomorrow. So let's hear it for them once again, louder. Thank you so much. All the best.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, WMTC 2024. I hope we don't make you feel drowsy in this session. And we are first year cadets from IIM Chennai campus. This slide, or this PPT, this research paper has been developed by our super seniors of third year. But due to the semester exams tomorrow, they are unable to come here. So on their behalf, we are here to present it. So I would like to call upon my fellow cadet, Arus Moon, who will be dealing with the introduction of today's slide. Arus.
A warm good evening, ladies and gentlemen, my fellow cadets and sailors. Thought is the wind, knowledge is the sail, mankind is a vessel. These are the words of a renowned 18th century English writer and author named Augustus Hare. Sir Augustus Hare compares the life of a man to the challenging voyage to the endless waters with fixed thoughts and valuable knowledge. With that being said, on this auspicious occasion of the World Maritime Technology Conference of 2024, myself, Arus Munz, and my fellow cadets, Naman Talwar and Rhea and Raina of the Indian Maritime University of Chennai campus, take the privilege of presenting our technical research paper, which will be today featured with 3 distinguishing innovative technical topics that involves hull optimization, propulsion efficiency system, vibration and underwater noises. So without any further delay, people gear up to dive deep into the research topics that we will be talking today. And now I would like to call upon Naman Talwar, my fellow cadet, who will be giving detailed analysis on the propulsion efficiency system.
Thank you, Arus. Okay, so due to the growing environmental regulations and the increasing need for sustainable practices, there has been a trend of business embracing new potential propulsion systems. These include hydrogen fuel cells, battery electric drives, wind-assisted propulsion systems, and biofuel engines. The goal of developing these technologies is to reduce the level of carbon emissions, improve fuel usage, and create a more efficient way of delivering marine transport services. So I would be dealing with 2 major things, which are the methanol, which will be acting as a fuel, and the second one is the hydrogen fuel cell. So coming up to the methanol. Green methanol is produced from renewable resources in an attractive marine fuel option due to its low carbon intensity. An engine using green methanol can even provide carbon neutral propulsion. Methanol inclusion in the International Maritime Organization's interim guidelines for low flashpoint fuels was passed in November 2020. Man has developed the MELGI concept of high pressure injection of liquid flow flashpoint fuels such as methanol, and has developed the world's first 2-stroke dual fuel engine named B&W MELGIM, which can run on both methanol as well as on conventional fuels. Specifically designed to meet the needs of the maritime industry, it is a versatile and scalable solution that is suited to a wide range of vessel types. Overlooking this transition towards the green and environmental sustainable shipping, the leading maritime giant Maersk has placed an order of 19 vessels propelled by this special engine, and to meet the zero emission policy before 2020, but now it has been trying to reach it by 2040 according to the new stats. Following this, many other companies are also taking the same path. So as you can see in this particular slide, there are many countries shown and they have been painted with 4 different colors. So these represent the 4 types of methanol which are being used particularly by the countries. So the black color represents the black methanol which is being produced by the coal, and gray methanol represents the production from the natural gas and by reforming gas with steam. Blue methanol produced from waste or byproducts of other manufacturing processes. And the green color represents the green methanol, which is produced from biomass and other renewable sources of energy. Large-scale production of green methanol is a biggest challenge for which various countries as well as companies are heavily investing in their infrastructure. And this can be made cost-effective, but only when the demand is being increased and we Indians are more effort to make it possible. And the only drawback which methanol holds back is its specific energy is much lower than the other conventional fuels, for which it requires 2.54 times more storage volume than other conventional fuels. And now I would be coming up to the hydrogen fuel cell. So hydrogen fuel cell is a great invention. It can be seen in 1965 it was used by NASA in their Apollo 11 mission so that astronauts could drink water in space. So why not the maritime industry should work on this? So hydrogen fuel cell is made to generate electricity through chemical reaction. It is consisting of 2 parts, anode, cathode, and in between them there is a catalyst presence which will accelerate the reaction. Hydrogen acts as the primary fuel and oxygen is required for the functioning of the cell. Let me explain you the functioning of this beautiful cell. Hydrogen gas is fed into the anode and a catalyst at the anode split hydrogen molecules into protons and electrons. The protons pass through the electrolyte to the cathode while electrons go through an external circuit and create the electric current. Additionally, hydrogen can be directly burned in the internal combustion and aboard ships similar to conventional fossil fuels such as diesel or gasoline. And the best part about this is when at the cathode, the electron, proton and the oxygen molecule combine together to form the only byproduct which is water. Due to which only NASA was indulging it to use this in space for the astronauts to drink water. Hydrogen can be produced through various methods such as steam, methane, reforming, SMR, electrolysis, biomass gasification on boats. Hydrogen gas is stored in high pressure tanks or cryogenic tanks in the vessels. Thus, the availability of primary fuel on board is not a significant issue. Okay, I'll hand it over the mic to my fellow cadet Arus for the upcoming topic. Arus?
Thank you, Naman. So coming back, we know ships are complex vessels with astonishing features which could be brought only by the construction of many intricate and complex components such as the engine room itself, the propeller, then comes the monkey island, the bridge, the funnel and so on. One among which is the hull. As you all know, the hull of a ship is a watertight enclosure which helps in protecting the cargo, the machinery and accommodations and so on from extreme weather conditions, floods, cyclones, storms as well as physical distresses such as the structural deformations and as well as other conditions. So now I would like to describe few methods that we have demonstrated in our technical research that helps in improvising the designing such an important component of the ship which is the hull indeed. So the first method that we have described is the CAD software. In the first place, CAD stands for Computer Assisted Designing. So computer assisted designing software has brought about many revolutionary changes in the field of hull designing and shipping industry. So in order to put more emphasis on the CAD software, I would like to point out some key points which would bring a sharp contrast between the old methods of designing and the new method of CAD software designing. So first point is precision and accuracy. The CAD software allows us to create precise and accurate 3D models of ship hulls, which ensures in taking every delicate and small detail into account. And number two, we have time and cost efficiency. Designing ship hulls using the CAD software helps us to reach the desired manner in a much faster rate than compared to the traditional hand drawing methods, and any kind of modification or error eradication or redesigning can be done more quickly and efficiently. And third point is virtual prototyping. The CAD software enables virtual prototyping where the designer can simulate how the ship or the hull will perform under various conditions before the actual construction begins itself. So this helps us to optimize the design of hulls for better performance and efficiency. So overall, the use of CAD system or software helps us to get or obtain greater accuracy, precision, and efficiency. So moving on to the next method, which is nothing but laser scanning. So when it comes to surface measurement or ship hull measurements for complexities and deformities that takes place in the structure of the hull of the ship, methods such as TLS, which stands for terrestrial laser scanning, and close-range photogrammetry provides comprehensive data acquisition in obtaining or capturing the entire vessel's body out of water. So in order to talk with detailed concepts of the TLS, the terrestrial laser scanning is an effective technology which helps us to capture higher density and accurate cloud points. What are these cloud points? These cloud points are the 3D representation of any physical object or space made up of millions of data points are put together in a 3D coordinate system. So with the help of such kind of 3D coordinate system and 3D models, which the shipping industry requires right now for multi-purposes such as reverse engineering, renovation, simulation, etc. So next point about TLS is that it can be applied for capturing the ship hull geometry to provide hydrodynamic simulation. What is hydrodynamic simulation? It is a computer model that helps in calculation and visualization of the pressure exerted by liquids such as water on objects or walls of any containers that are immersed in the ocean, such as the ship itself in this case. So I would like to move to the next point. The third method that I described in our research paper is anti-fouling coating. So as we all know, biofouling is the undesirable accumulation of biological films such as microorganisms, algae, plants and animals on wet surfaces, which results or gives drastic effects in increasing the resistance between the water and the hull of the ships, also results in corrosion in the worst cases. So there are many methods to get rid of biofouling, one among which is anti-fouling coating that we have described here. So anti-fouling coating is nothing but a method which helps in painting the hull of the ships that contains biocides and toxins that reduces the addition of such microorganisms on the hull of the ship. So hydrophobic anti-fouling coatings can also prevent or slow down the addition of such microorganisms to the ships. So some of the examples that we have discussed in our research paper includes copper oxide biocides, zinc pythione, silicon-based coating, TBT, which is also known as tributyl coating. So bringing to a conclusion, now I would like to call upon Rayan Raina, my friend and co-cadet, who will talk about vibrations and underwater noises.
So thank you, Arush, and the Council of CMTC for giving me the opportunity to express my views on vibration and noise control. Aside from the transmission of sound waves through water, mechanical disturbances created with marine environment produce vibration and underwater sounds. Such vibrations can be produced by some activities and devices like ship, sea-based machinery, and the construction of underwater facilities that can adversely affect the marine life and ecosystem. Quite ship design uses advanced hulls, propeller designs, and insulation materials to achieve the reduction of vibration and underwater noises. There are many examples where we discuss about the noise and vibration impacts on the marine life. This incorporates the death of marine life such as whales, biological processes that get altered like spawning of eggs, and the increase in stress hormones of fishes. To solve such a problem, one may use less noise-making ship designs methods such as optimizing the hull of the ship, which includes smoother hull and using bulbous bow design to reduce the drag, and incorporating super hydrophobic layer in order to minimize the friction between the hull. Alternatively, electric or hybrid motors contribute to noise reduction, just like in the electric vehicles, which are quite quiet when in motion, It can be further enhanced through the use of noise control mounts which are made of rubber and elastomers. And after that, we can also use low frequency engines that contributes to the reduce of cavitation, which ultimately leads to reduction in the vibration. In the end, I would like to say that we don't inherit the earth from our ancestors, we borrow it from our children. And the research into the hulls and the propulsion equipment, vibration and underwater noises is a pivotal role in shaping the future of marine engineering. By optimizing hull design and propulsion system, it significantly enhances the fuel efficiency and operational performance also. Addressing mechanical vibration prolongs the lifespan of marine machinery, ensuring safer and more reliable operations. Furthermore, minimizing underwater noises not only reduces environmental impact, but also aligns with the growth of regulatory pressure. This body of research fosters innovation, ensuring that the marine industry becomes more sustainable, cost efficient and more environmental friendly. So now I would like to call my friend Cadet Naman Talwar for further closing statements.
Thank you. In the end, we would like to thank our college, Indian Maritime University, Chennai campus, and WMTC 2024 for providing us this great opportunity to present our power academic research. We would like to thank our Dean and Professor Dr. K. Sivasamy sir, and for his invaluable guidance and support. His insights were instrumental in shaping this work. We profoundly thank our Associate Professor of Electrical Engineering, Dr. S. Thanlakshmi Ma'am, for her encouragement and providing us the essential resources. Thank you.
Thank you, Naman, Rehan and Aruz. I think they deserve a huge round of applause. It's not easy for them to speak in front of an audience like this. So I request Naman to sit here and the other two can join you in the first row. Maybe we can have some question answers. You can help your colleague that time. I liked the fact that you all spoke on multiple topics. One was on using alternate fuels in engines. Of course, you all spoke about hull vibration and also propulsion equipment. I saw you also spoke about reducing underwater noise pollution. I think this is a topic which is going to be heard a lot in days to come, especially because of the damages which has been caused to marine life. We have heard some whales dying because of this excessive noise. And you all mentioned also ways and means of reducing it by using economical engines, or you can use market-based equipment to reduce the emissions. So automatically when you reduce emissions, the engine load is coming down with the same speed. So all of these probably are going to be very instrumental in IMO's drive to reduce URN or underwater noise, and I think that is something which is going to be for tomorrow, but very, very relevant and essential for our knowledge and to implement it. As I mentioned, it will be heard a lot about tomorrow, and there will be a lot of implementation for changes to be done in the way we propel our ships. So thank you so much, boys. Very well done. Next, we have a team from L&T, Mr. S. Arvindan and Mr. V.V. Prasad. Mr. Arvindan is a visionary in marine environmental control systems. The focus is on digitalization, automation and optimization of marine HVAC computational processes. His expertise reflects the transformative impact of technology on efficiency and sustainability in shipbuilding. His contribution paved the way for smarter and more sustainable maritime operations. Mr. Arvindan is, as I mentioned, from L&T, and his presentation underscores the transformative impact of advanced digital tools and automation. He is Head of IT Digitalization, Information Security and CIO, that is Chief Information Officer of L&T PES. He has 32 years of experience in various sectors like automobile, manufacturing, IT software and service organizations. He holds a master's degree in business administration and is a rank holder. He has a bachelor's degree in engineering, a gold medalist, holds certification in PMP, PMI, ACP, ITIL, He has a master's black belt degree in Six Sigma in addition to other lead certifications in IT quality and lean manufacturing. And he was head of global delivery in his earliest stint in IT sector. He is being joined by his colleague Mr. V.V. Prasad Paella. He is senior DGM design. He has a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering, almost 36 years of experience in shipboard propulsion system, noise and vibration HVAC. He has worked on the world's largest pipe layer ship, Solitaire. With his wonderful credentials, we can't wait to hear these two gentlemen. So let's invite them on stage with a huge round of applause to Mr. Arvindan and Mr. Prasad. Over to you.
Good evening, everyone. It's an honor to have it's a very great honor for us to be here at World Maritime Technology Conference at Chennai. Today, I, along with my senior design colleague and an expert in HVAC and my young and dedicated team who are here to present an in-depth exploration of how digitalization, automation and optimization are transforming ship design, construction and HVAC process. So our main focus will be on how these tools will be enabling us to make the process more lean, more agile and also adapt to the latest tools and technology. The maritime industry stands at the forefront of significant transformation as global demands for efficiency, sustainability and innovation grows. Shipbuilding is rapidly evolving to be an industry which much focuses through integration of digitalization, automation and optimization of all the business process. The technology advancements not only redefine the traditional design and construction process, but also revolutionize the systems like HVAC, the operating part of the HVAC and how critical the HVAC design is to improve the operational efficiency and also to comply with the environmental regulations. These advancements are not only enhancing just the operational efficiency, it also focuses on how as a company we are able to, these tools enable us to meet on-time delivery and first-time right execution. The fundamental premise is how I can leverage all these digital tools and technology to enable my on-time delivery, first-time right, enhance customer satisfaction and more importantly, be more competitive in this market. This paper or this presentation explores the interconnected journey of leveraging the tools and technology to optimize design, to enhance process, and more importantly, to meet the current and future demands of maritime industries. Having said that, we will just move into the process now. This is my team member, and we are at Larsen Toubro, a company founded in 1938 by two Danish engineers, and we are a public limited company, and the revenue is USD $28 billion, and we have a market cap of 61.36 as of today. And we are under the business portfolio, precision engineering and systems, where shipbuilding plays a major role. And some of the L&Ts builders to the nation, we have built Statue of Unity, Wankhede Stadium, Mumbai International Airport. And these are some of the ships we have constructed at our yard at Kattupalli. And we have done various repairs and refits, which we have been doing it. Now, coming to the main topic, why actually a digitalization is required and what as a company we need to do on this digital front. One is, as many of my colleagues and friends was telling, that ship is a complex system and ship is a system of systems and there is no prototype in it. Having said that, in a ship construction, 60 to 65% of the cost lies on equipment and material. So we need to bring into a process where I use the tools to predict the nature of the current fluctuations of the price. I need some analogy to monitor my progress, and also I need to know where I am standing in terms of the overall cost. So to improve the operational efficiency, I need to use some kind of a tool. So what is the tool, how it is going to help is some of the things which we will be explaining to you. And more importantly, the real-time collaborations. Today, with the tools and technologies, I can collaborate virtually and real-time, and no physical presence is required. And more importantly, the tight integrations with the project plan. Today, we are able to integrate project plan with 3D model. We are going to 4D BIM solutions. And one more key aspect is the remote monitoring and inspections, which we are trying to leverage and trying to use it. So having said that, the key fundamental principle is digitalization, automation and optimization, more with less. That is the mantra which we are following and which is being taken up. So the digital journey for shipbuilding, it started way back in 2013-14, where we found that many functions were silos, and if you want to get a good visibility, we were not able to get data. So data silos was the first thing. So we want to break these data silos. So we brought into a process where entire process was laid in the ERP, process mapping was done, and the process was integrated with the product data management, a PDM solution, which directly integrates all the process into the design into the ERP. And we also developed a lot of mobile apps to get the visibility of data capturing. Once the data has been stabilized, we had a layer in there. We embarked into a journey called Shipbuilding 4.0. Today, we are very proud that our Shipbuilding 4.0 is one of the benchmark for many industries across. Having taken the Shipbuilding 4.0, which has a lot of process automations, the next step to our process is, do I really automate all the process, or what process to be automated to make my business process more lean and agile? We identified and we have automated more process. One of the process, like what my colleague will be talking about, the HVAC. And then once we have the data layer, the data getting captured, now we are moving to a stage where we have been calling as a data-driven organization, where analytical tools are put top of it, and we are trying to create more visibility in terms of how data is getting analyzed. So we are also working on the emerging tools and technologies. We are a digital twin is under progress. We are also model-based system engineering simulations we are doing. And we have done some AI/ML-based applications, particularly for predictive maintenance. And ultimately, the objective is single version of truth. How every individual in the organization has the common base and understand the data and from which they take decisions. The fundamental core of the entire transformation is the design. So design is the central hub for the digital core. Why? Because right from my design bill of materials to the drawing, to all the computations and other aspects, which paves the way for my costing. The bill of material is getting generated from design. And today we have integrated 3D model. From 3D model we are able to extract the bill of material and try to integrate with the product data management, which is an integrated solution. From there we are able to track the project progress, consumptions of bill of material, and also more importantly on the quality and the production aspects as well. So ship design, it involves a number of activities. We have a general arrangement, systems and schematic design, control design, HVAC calculations, which my colleague will be explaining. So with this kind of a business scenario and nature, one of the pain points what we had is we have been spending more time on responding to the tender. How do I make that process more agile? What are the steps or what are the areas which is a bottleneck which is creating me to make that process more stringent or takes more time? So one of the activity was, we found that yes, out of all the activities, we have identified certain areas, we have done an improvement, but HVAC was one of the process which we felt that which we need to focus on. And some of the challenge faced was traditional design, was the manual process, where we need to enter the data manually, and it was a time taking, and of course, every time a subject matter expert is required to validate this task, and more importantly, there were repetitive tasks which was being done. So, to overcome all those things, we found that one of the area, or one of the mantra, or one of the fundamental blocks which we need to do is to digitize and automate design process. Towards this, the first step is we have integrated design with all other applications. Now with one of the applications which it was done in-house, it was done by my own young team who was sitting there. This has been resulted in a significant cost saving, significant time, and we were able to respond to all the tenders and bids very efficiently, very accurately. And I will not further stop my colleague Venkat to start on. Now over to Venkat on the HVAC automation towards this design integration.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity given to us in this platform. First, I would like to, please allow me to take you through an embedded process in the entire digitalization and automation exercise. The heat loads calculation is one of the critical factors during the bid time. And since they influence the shipboard generator capacity, it ensures crew comfort, and then it plays a lead role in optimizing the space, and it also indirectly affects the acoustic levels of the ship. And next, let us go to the traditional process which we were doing earlier. This process involves manual pickup of dimensions from the GA for all the compartment boundaries. You would imagine the approximately 150 compartments in a typical mid-range naval vessel. Now, it also requires the insulation type definitions in this particular process of calculation. Next. So, in this we have digitized and automized the manual pickup of dimensions. I'll come to it a little bit later, but the auto dimensioning and has led to a lot of time saving, which is very critical in the bid time. The HVAC module is a digitalized version, so it takes the input from the automation process, and it has a residing CSV file. This module is an entirely interactive process where we have to define certain menu-driven options. Now let me take you through the video of typical process that is happening. The entire GA is populated with the layer compartment area definitions, and then it goes to the auto dimensioning of the particular GA. This is all a digital entity. It is no longer AutoCAD scalar quantity, and it then automatically generates a CSV Excel file which resides in the HVAC module. After the computation process, the HVAC module gives these outputs of the ATUs and the AC plant capacities. And in this, in between this, there is an intervention from the noise prediction, and which has a bearing on the HVAC load. The noise prediction tool gives automatically the noise levels in all the compartments. It predicts the noise levels in the cabins from the defined equipment noise sources. This is one of the noise prediction. This is as per the SNAME standard tool. And further to that, the treatment of the noise is done. And after this, the HVAC load is once more iterated based on the noise treatment advantage, and then the final results are derived. And the benefits of the digitized module is that it saves around 20% of the HVAC load, and then it reduces the manual effort from 14 days to 2 days, and it is 100% error-free, and it is able to handle complex vessels, as well as it is a person-independent system. It is more process-driven. That's all from me. I again hand over to my boss.
So, thanks, Venkat. So, Venkat has covered the design integration with other applications. Just for the audience, we wanted to quickly go through in next 2-3 minutes of what are the various other digitalization which we have done in the shipbuilding, which had made our process more lean and agile, and which helps us to be more competitive in this market. So, one is that as I told you, the design is getting integrated with the ERP to the PDM, where the bill of material is getting generated from the 3D model. So we are able to automate this complete integrations with the 3D model to the ERP, where the manual intervention is removed. There are 30% manpower reduction is there, and more importantly, it gives the visibility of project-wise the bill of material available, and also we have the complete utilization of the remnants as well in case of plates. The next important thing is auto generation. So here what is exactly happening is, from the 3D model we wanted to release the drawing. So we have implemented a tool which releases the drawing automatically, which has saved considerable amount of time and effort for design from 3D to 2D. And the next very important, and also one of the beauty of that is even automatic annotation is possible in the tool. The next is we have developed, the team who is sitting there, they have developed number of bots in the company. Today I have more than 600 bots running in this company, which has made my process more efficient in terms of the efficiency as well as in terms of cost reduction, and more importantly, it has helped to deliver the results much faster. And the few bots which is noteworthy is the design bot for releasing the drawing, which was very useful. And the crux of the issue, as I told you in the beginning, the PDM and ERP integrations. See, one side we have a design, other side I have a transaction base, and other side I have an analytics. How all the three applications we are trying to speak to each other and how to make it seamlessly, that is what the crux of the entire journey is, so which our team has done beautifully. And now we are working on the 4D BIM simulations, where we are integrating the project management also into the 3D model to get the live real status of various activities and progresses in the product and design. Similarly, we have the digital twin which has been deployed, and we are able to correlate the facility and utilization. And more importantly today, this is one of the proprietary which only we have done, where it is an auto work authorization. What exactly happening is, today when I am releasing the design drawing, within next 3 minutes, I have all those work orders, authorization, and bill of materials, and the system also throws me that if the material is not there, when it is going to come, which vendor is going to come, whether it has been loaded in the truck. So entire visibility I have. This is the totally in-house developed proprietary intellectual property which has been made the system more lean. And the next one important is an online issue management, where the entire issues and change management happens in a real time with the tool. There is no mail communications or no crisscross communication. Everything happens online. The other party also sees the model and try to give the comments, and we take it through. So the next is the augmented and virtual reality, which we were also trying to use for certain applications. And today I am very glad to tell that most of the applications today we are trying to use this augmented reality, which has resulted in a significant saving, particularly in terms of customer and people who are approaching us to see where we stand on the ship design. Model-based review. One of the key aspects of this model-based review is the dynamic collision analysis, which we have done recently. And to be very precise, this has given us a lot of customer accolades, and customers were happy about this progress in which we have been doing in this area. So coming to these major benefits of digitization and automation is that, one, it has reduced the cycle time and it has maximized our production quality. And more importantly, what is important is today to embrace the competitive, to embrace in this or sustain in this dynamic competitive nature, The only mantra is we need to embrace the digital tools and leverage it more effectively. And more important is that an organization who sees this and takes this technology ahead will try to be much ahead in the technology curve and be more competitive. So once again, I like to take this opportunity to thank Dr. Raju Balaji and Mr. Rishikesh for providing us this opportunity, and it is a wonderful platform. I hope you all like this short brief about what has been done on digital automation in shipbuilding. And gentlemen and ladies, thanks for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Arvindan and Mr. Prasad. When presentation time, when you give the memento. But we'll do in the end, no? After the question. So I request you all to be seated, both of you all. We might have some questions from the audience. But before that, let me thank you all for the wonderful presentations. Mr. Prasad, you can also sit, please. There's one chair there, so we can have both of you all. I think it's very apparent and very visible that what L&T is doing as shipbuilders using a lot of modern digitalization and technology, I think it shows that we have the modern way of building ships in India already here in a big way. So it's kudos to L&T. They have done many good projects which are not marine, like the Statue of Unity, Wankhede Stadium, the Mumbai International Airport. But even in ships, we see that they are using a lot of digitalization and technology, especially in the HVAC systems and other ways by which they are modernizing the shipbuilding in India. So a great job, L&T team, and also especially to Mr. Arvindan and Prasad. I would request if anybody has any question answers, because we have a very short panel this time, but we have some time. So we can have some questions. So yeah, so can somebody give a mic? Can you identify yourself, and then you can mention whom your question are directed to, and then ask your question after that. Can we have somebody give the mic to the gentleman?
Yeah, good afternoon, gentlemen. I am Manoj Pandit. I was their ex-colleague in L&T. Actually, it's good to see. This is what I was expecting when I was there as the production head, to get this modular concept done. But it is nice to see that it has been progressed so well in this HBS area. I have one question. Hope we are doing a similar thing, application done on the other area also, electrical fit, outfit and piping. Are you working on that?
Yes, please. It is a total integrated version. I have shown only one part of it. So HVAC is only one part of the design aspect. The entire design is being integrated with that module, please.
Yeah, great to hear that. So I think that is the solution, that to squeeze our lead time, and everywhere we are being compared with China and the lead time. I think this is the way forward to bring down the lead time, and then I hope that this will be promulgated to the entire outfit cycle and then apply. Thanks to the team. I'm feeling proud to see this is happening in L&T Shipbuilding now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Manoj. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your question and your appreciation. Anybody else wants to ask something else to any other speaker or myself or anybody? I mean, we are happy to take the questions. We have some time, so might as well make it more meaningful. Anybody else? If not, then I will ask questions. I mean, I have loads of them, so maybe I can do the honors. So, Ian, we consider DNV as a class to be one of the partners of the ship owners and ship managers. So what are you all doing as partners of the ship owners and ship managers to help them innovate or, use the latest technology, or we know that DNV partners with Maersk, with some government support from the Denmark government or any other people, but is there any other ways by which DNV is helping owners to involve or inculcate digitalization or more modernization into the way they are operating the ships or building the ships, etc.? Ian?
Thanks, good question. DMV probably helps the industry more at a slightly higher level where we do joint industry projects with people that are developing the products rather than something that we would do with an individual ship owner. Yes, we can do training courses for ship's crew or manager, but the real heavy lifting is creating the tools, the technology, the innovation, and usually no one develops an innovative product on their own today. It's a shipyard does it in conjunction with a class as an approval in principle, a pre-approval. We will do a pre-approval helping a manufacturer, and then they will take the risk of actually manufacturing a prototype. Machinery, electronic items, it's all quite diverse. We are a non-profit distributing foundation, so as I said, 5% of our revenues go into research and development projects. That is our commitment to the maritime community. Thank you.
Yep, thanks Ian. I think that's very, very well said, and we hope to see more and more association and help from a class like DNV to the ship owners to bring in the new technology and also get in time with the modernization and probably do it as seamlessly as possible. So yeah, thanks. My next question is for Naman, or maybe his team can join in answering the question. When we talk about underwater noise, we know that we are talking about a lot of ways by which we can reduce the noise. You spoke about silicon paints or the new bio paints or other market-based measures. But are there any other practical means by which we can reduce the underwater noise on the existing ships? You have done any study on that, or have you have anything to say? I'm sure you'll have something to say.
Yes, sir. There is one more technology, which is the exhaust system. So for the exhaust system, we can do is that exhaust is being thrown under the water. So what will happen that the exhaust and water will create a layer. So that layer will reduce the drag, which will, in short, reducing the underwater noises. Thank you, sir.
Okay, so I think that's very, very good. I mean, this was not mentioned in the presentation, so a good point. I don't know the details of this, but maybe we can all do a little bit of study. I can only add to that, I mean, there are other means of probably reducing the noise on the existing ships, when you operate the ships or the ships are anchored for a long period of time, we have fouling, and when the fouling happens, you have to burn a lot more fuel for the same speed. And when you do that, you are going to have a lot more noise production. So I think there may be a requirement for a regulatory intervention so that, the ship owners and the ship operators clean the hull and the propellers on a regular basis, or at least monitor it based on the condition, then probably clean it so that we can reduce the noise by, not only wait for the innovation, but by using practical methods to reduce that, because underwater noise is a far more serious issue than what we are at the moment looking at it. And IMO has rightly agreed to that point based on the world's concerns about this, and as I mentioned, it is going to be implemented a lot more. So I think better to be proactive rather than reactive in these cases. So thank you so much, Naman. Yeah, there is something which Mr. Prasad would like to add.
I would request these youngsters to refer to my earlier paper in WMTC, Electric Propulsion for Low Underwater Noise to Achieve DNV Silent A Class. So those will be adding some more details to this.
Maybe you can say a little bit now. It's a good time to say something. Very briefly.
Okay. Basically, the electric hybrid propulsion it is. So it has both power generation as well as battery system, which is integrated. It is a bipolar transistor based technology, which will convert certain voltage into the allowable allowable RPMs. Thereby, it will not have a reduction gear. it will be directly electric motor. What you have presented electric motors is correct. Added to that, you should have a active front-end drives which will complete the system, and then the energy production is by DG sets, and parallel low RPM, it will be driven by battery. So when the low RPM occurs, the cavitation losses are very less for the propeller. So this will reduce the major element of underwater noise. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I think the very nice thought process for reducing the noise. I think maybe we can use it a lot in the future. I have one last question for the team from L&T. Probably it's a very question from somebody who is probably a novice or doesn't know a lot about shipbuilding. You have, say, in an advanced stage of building a ship, and then after that you have to measure sound at various places on the ship, and you find at a particular place the noise, the decibels are much more than permissible. So without doing too much of changes in the structure or restructuring the ship, do you have ways and means of probably reducing the noise and bring it to permissible levels?
Yes, please. In particular cases where the cabin noises are occurring high levels, let us say a particular ATU or a fan is at the top of a cabin, then we reduce the structure-borne noise by suppressing the vibrations through anti-vibration mounts, which can largely reduce the noise levels in the particular cabins under the particular equipment.
Yeah, thank you. I think with that, let's bring it to end.
Once again, to add on to this,
sure.
We are also working on noise prediction with some AI-based model, so which Venkatesh and my team is working on that. Probably in the next time we can also present on those aspects as well, which will add more value to the.
Will have Rishi drive that particular seminar for the such new innovations or whatever you all have proposed. And it's a good idea, so maybe we can have some.
Actually, just I want to conclude, this maritime industry is undergoing a massive digital transformation with new technologies and tools, and revolutionizing the way the ships are designed and manufactured and operated is more significant, and it can be done only when we are able to digitalize, automate, and optimize the business process.
Very well said indeed. So to bring it to the close, let me just summarize. So the discussion by the panel has brought together experts from diverse fields of marine technology to explore advancements, addressing key challenges and opportunities in the maritime industry. We had Mr. Arvindan and Prasad share the expertise on digitalization, automation and optimization in marine HVAC computational processes. Their presentation underscored the transformative impact of advanced digital tools and automation in achieving cost-effective, sustainable and precise HVAC systems apart from the other aspects of shipbuilding which they brought about. We had the team from IMU Chennai. They mentioned about the various aspects of hull vibration and propulsion system. I think they spoke a lot on the challenges of maritime engineering, going effective changes and how they can mitigate vibration-related challenges. Their work indeed promises a fresh perspective on the critical synergy between hull design and propulsion systems. And finally, Ian, I think he spoke a lot from the class perspective about what class is doing and what are the new innovations which are already in vogue and what are going to be there in the near future. And probably, as you mentioned, class will and is helping in a big way the owners by cooperating with them and probably doing the innovations hand in hand so that we are better geared up for a new tomorrow. So with that, I will hand over back to the organizers, and thank you so much to the panelists, very indeed engaging session, and thank you audience for your patience and being here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, David. And just to show our appreciation, I would ask Mrs. Dina Dimas to kindly come and hand over our token of appreciation to all these speakers. So, I will start with the wonderful compare of Mr. David.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, David, for such a spirited session comparing. Mr. Ian. Thank you, Ian. Now you're, I think, staying in India, so we'll see much more of you. And young Mr. Talwar, right?
So can I call upon my team and my guide for collective
Yes, you can
support?
bring your full team.
Please, sir.
But you will still be getting only one present.
And your colleagues also. Come.
And I think there are some L&T people also there. You also please come. And Priyanka and the others. And I would like to show our appreciation to wonderful paper by Mr. Arvindan and Mr. Prasad. And yeah, Hari also. The photographer. Our token to Mr. Prasad. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I think we will close for today and we will reopen tomorrow for the next session. Thank you.
Oh, you're keep building team? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Keep building one separate.
I'll take photograph of you. Sir, you want to be
LNG building includes Rishikesh. Yeah, I mean, we thought cannot be.
Take another one.
Discover the future of maritime innovation at the World Maritime Technology Conference 24 from December 4 through 6 at the luxurious Hotel Leela Palace, Chennai. Organized by the Institute of Marine Engineers, India. This global event brings together the brightest minds in maritime technology to tackle challenges and unlock new opportunities. Chennai, India's historic trade hub, is the perfect setting for visionary discussions on sustainability, cutting-edge technology, and industry transformation. Connect with global leaders, share groundbreaking ideas, and immerse yourself in the vibrant culture of Southern India. World Maritime Technology Conference 2024, shaping the future of shipping. Join us and navigate tomorrow. Global shipping, a battle for survival or a torch
We are
bearer
more than a classification society. We are leading the efforts in transition to a new fuel ecosystem. By promoting cleaner and more sustainable fuels, we are contributing to a greener future for our planet. We are working with the industry by leveraging virtual twin technology to drive digital transformation with a global presence spanning 4 continents. IRS plays a pivotal role in shaping the future.